Okay, good morning and welcome back to KZN, Sun Sibaya Casino and Entertainment World. This is hand number 1, day 2 of our 6,000 rand entry mini main warm-up competition. And we are in the presence of British poker royalty. Welcome Gareth Hudson to the booth.
Thank you very much, Gary.
Nice to see you back, my friend.
Yeah, and you?
Awesome, awesome. I assume you're here for the big boys toys later on today?
Yeah, I'm gonna play the satellite first and see if I can get in cheaply. Otherwise, I'll probably still play it anyway.
It can't be rude not to, really, wouldn't it? We got an interesting feature table here. We are short-handed, and this is day 2 of our 6,000, as already alluded to. Most of these players well known to you and I. I don't know Mjpt. Do you know? You know him at all?
I'm not familiar with.
He's centre of stage here, right in our picture at the moment. I know his face. And I think he was at a satellite table with me the other night, but I don't really know him, so welcome Mobile. The rest of the people around the table, to Mobile's left, Rakesh there, always got a smile on his face, really nice fella. To his left, as we look at it, Lauren Pia of Cape Town fame. And then to the right of Mobile, we've got obviously Lum. And to their right, you can't see his face, but that's Nevin Nika of KZN fame.
Yep.
Who I sat next to. In fact, I took all his chips the other night. I don't mind saying that on air.
Very
And
nice.
I won a main event seat. So this is hand number 2.
And then we've got Eugene in Seaborn, right?
Of course, yeah. We forgot. He's not very good though. Eugene,
No, he's not really worth mentioning.
He's not really. It's not really worth talking about Eugene. Yeah, and as you know, Eugene is one of our South African superstars of poker. He's a globetrotter as well, recently back from Vegas, part of the support team there that helped Gerald on his way as well, of course. Which was nice.
That was nice to see.
And where is Eugene?
Oh, I'm sure he's being fashionably late.
25% of the chips in play on the table, and the blinds are 2-5-2-5 with the big blind ante and 1,000 in the small. So, I mean, he's quite blessed with the amount of chips he's got at the moment. So I think he's probably, as you say, fashionably late.
Yeah, he's probably feeling like he's got plenty room to maneuver with that chip stack, so he's not going to be rushing back.
So, you know, basically we're looking at a 6-max table here, and the dynamic changes, eh?
Yeah, I think people will be forced to open up a bit more, especially with the big blind ante being a huge factor. People have to defend more, they'll have to open more.
I agree.
And we've got a very polarized mix of player types here. We've got some really, I think, tight aggressive players, and we've got some really loose aggressive players.
Yeah, we're not going to name and shame at the moment.
No.
I mean, obviously, I know who you're talking about. Talking of aggression, Lawrence just shipped the baby here with ace queen off on the button. Obviously, limped round to her.
Yeah.
Mobile's looking down in 9-8 off. I think he'll take a bit of TV time, and I think there's a bit of mucker.
I think so. Yeah.
And Lauren is an aggressive player, and I played quite a bit of poker with Lauren, and her and her partner are a formidable couple as well when it comes to poker as well.
Yeah.
And I think he's actually the chip leader on it at the moment.
Oh, that's
300k plus.
It's not too surprising.
I mean, he was on the feature table last night. God, the guy runs good. Trust
Yeah.
me, cheap as he runs good.
He loves to get involved. Old Amit, eh?
He knocked me out of the 60k satellite the other night. I had ace 8 in position, suited, 8 big blinds. I get it, and he calls me with ace 3 off.
And he finds it.
And he found a 3
In
the window, no messing around. So. And he gave me that knowing smile, and I was on my way.
Yeah.
The only good news is he didn't want to see, so I had to give him a ribbon the next morning. Gave all my chips away, so what to do.
Yeah. Yeah. So Lauren shoved how many, like 15 bigs there. Eh?
I think she had about 40k.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that was a total. Air conditioning works well here, huh?
It is very nice. It's quite brisk even for a Scotsman.
I was going to say, even the jocks are wearing their hoodies today, so it must be a bit cold. And let me tell you, in Scotland, if it gets over 7 degrees, they've got their bikinis on.
Yeah, that's true. Tops off.
So we're sat here sporting the new hoodies from Monsterjam Poker. So go and meet Dodgy Dave De Beer in the main foyer out there, and he'll sort you out with some of our new apparel with the beautiful gold lettering and
they're sick.
eh?
I'm gonna have to get myself one of those.
Got to be done.
I've got a nice collection going already.
Yeah, they make some nice gear. I think they
Yeah.
buy from a good supplier, and I don't mind actually paying the extra penny
Yeah.
to get a decent bit of gear that fits. I mean, in the past we've had sort of Asian sizes and Asian quality, and it's not really worked too well. Not a lot of chatter at this table.
No.
Do you think it's a bit early in the day for them?
Yeah, I think we need to see some brutality and savagery first before people start talking.
Brutality and savagery. I'm going to write that down and I'm going to use it again. Brutality and savagery. I like that.
Yeah, I was playing this event earlier yesterday, and we also had quite a quiet table until the bad beats and so forth came out.
So Lauren is in the hijack this time. So last time she shipped with the same hand. She raises it up to 6.5. Lum is going to definitely get involved with his ladies never going out alone here. 2 black ladies.
So
And just a flat. Sneaky one there from Lum, eh?
yeah, very interesting. I think he's probably going to do a bit of a stop and go here. He's going to see a flop where he hopefully has an overpair, and he's going to check jam. I think that's the plan.
Yeah, but kings and queens race magnets, you and I know that, eh?
Oh no, he did raise.
Oh, he did.
Oh, he
right.
did.
We didn't pick that up, so he has raised to 22. And Lauren will know, look at Lauren's face. Lauren will know Lum can be at it here a lot of the time, but Lauren's also not stupid.
Yeah.
You know?
She's got one of those tricky hands. I don't mind a shove, I don't mind a fold here, but yeah, it's one of the two. I think we'll probably see some discipline, and she might just get away.
She's got 39 behind, so if she puts in the 16, that's her committed. That's half her stack. So it's going in the muck this. That's the second look. It's tournament lifetime. We're going to be playing for stacks. We're on hand number 3 of day 2. Yeah. She folds.
That's a good fold.
That's a disciplined fold and an educated fold.
Yeah. Yeah, she knows her players. She's got lots of experience in the South African field.
I agree. And of course, you know, she lives to fight another day. 15 bigs behind. Rakesh is our small stack, just. But you know, these guys are going to be looking for spots for sure.
Yeah, I mean, so she had 15 bigs when she shoved before, but there was only 2 people to go to act before. And then this time 3 people to act after her. So a nice raise fold there, not committing herself. We're seeing snow in Durban.
And we are indeed. It's an in-joke. Our screensaver is a snowy landscape. And for some reason, we've gone to sleep on our screensaver. Just pretend it's the window.
Yeah.
We'll get our skis on and go for a little off-piste skiing later.
But it has been quite chilly here, right? Like I was expecting it to be much hotter. I brought only shorts, so now.
You packed for the humid weather of Durban.
Yes.
Me too.
It's been cloud and rain.
Yeah, like I said, Dodgy Dave's outside with plenty of apparel, so I don't know if he does trousers, but we'll make a plan. You'll see we made a couple of changes to the feature table since the last time you were here, Gareth. You know, we haven't got those little black dots anymore. We've now got little white boxes with numbers on.
Oh, very nice. That's quite accommodating. Nice.
We're trying to make it simplistic for our players. So pity, I mean, obviously you're working this week, so Tracy didn't come with you, but it's always a pleasure to run into her on the circuit.
Yeah.
And we're chatting away here for the folks at home. We've lost our pictures here, so we will be back with you very, very shortly in terms of the action. And I believe we have resolved the issue. Well, we've got a picture for the time being. We haven't got any software, but we have got a picture, so that's the good news. And we'll be sweating with everybody else on this commentary for a minute, I'm sure. So I'm looking for the button. The button's on Nevin. So Eugene, who's decided to grace us with his presence.
Yeah, and he's being chatty. We've got some banter on the table now. It was so quiet before.
and you wouldn't have had money on Eugene being the one leading the charge there.
I'm shocked.
He's usually quite staunch at the table.
Yeah.
So Lauren's invested in the big and the big blind ante. Rikesh and Mobile have folded, and it looks like Lum's popped in a raise.
Well, we can do like that. What's it called? The beef jerky wild card cam right now, since we can't see, so we can
sweating with Lauren.
So what do we think Lum's opening range is here?
I reckon suited aces.
Yeah, 2 black aces. That's all.
No, I think Lum was in late position there. It was limped round to him. He only had to get through the cut-off. And obviously Eugene in the small is not an easy target, of course. He being the master of stealing blinds.
Oh yes.
Lum's an interesting character, popular in Johannesburg. Everybody sort of knows Lum.
Yeah.
When he pitches up, he normally lights the place up, and I think he needs his battery changing. I think looks like we're getting a new player joining the table.
Okay.
Okay, this is now called Guess the Player.
Guess the player.
This is an interesting hat.
Okay.
But that's not Faisal, is it? No. No, he doesn't have a hat like that. I have no idea. We'll get on to the tournament director in a moment and try and get some details on him. I don't recognise this fella. And yeah, welcome, sir. Welcome.
Yes.
Did he just join on the button? Was that small blind Eugene? No, Eugene's on the button. The button that moved before he sat.
Ah, yes. Okay.
So yeah, the button that moved before he sat. So Eugene's now on the button. This is classic Eugene. I think.
Tank, raise.
Oh, there goes Rakesh. The baby goes in. We are working on getting our software back up and running. Small technical issue. Must be the snow in Durban, eh?
I think so, eh? Has to be weather.
We'll just crank up the volume on the main table so we can see if we can hear what's going on. That's an all-in from Rakesh.
Have you played much with Rakesh?
A little bit. Fairly tight.
Okay.
I wouldn't call him an aggressive player. I would call him more of a sit back and watch player and take his spot. But I mean, he's not the guy who waits races and kings.
Yeah.
Quite tight, but a gentleman.
Yeah.
A real gentleman. Lovely man.
2.5.
I can't remember what he does now, but for some reason I think he's in a profession like an accountant or a doctor or a CEO type senior role in life. Sure. He gives that aura about him as well. He's quite relaxed. Sporting the Rolf Ren t-shirt always helps, of course. Little shout out for Rolf Ren or South Africa Polo, whatever the case may be. And Mr. Mjpt doesn't seem too bothered here, does he? You know, he's sat there in the big blind ante. Lum sat there under the gun, waiting to go.
Yeah, he's eager to play today.
Mevin's gone for a walk. Yeah. And our new player with hat,
player with hat, yes.
Player with hat for the time being. We will get a name for you, and no disrespect to player with hat. And if you get called that for the rest of your life, I apologise now. Okay, player with hat to go. Eugene looks like he's already ready to throw his cards away. It's not like him to give a live read.
You might put in a triple shot.
Our player in seat 10 is made a raise.
The side bets are always there.
People would love it. Make it something like 36,000 more. People would love that.
Okay, well, it looks like she's shipping here. No, based on my last count, she's around about 45 to 50k. So a little bit of fold equity there. You know, it's a starting stack size shove basically.
Yeah.
Mobile gets out of the way.
Player with hat gets out of the way.
Okay, player with hat in seat number 9 is called Gregory. Greg was with us last night, in fact. He had a Chicago hat on. The reason I'm not telling you his surname is because it's an anagram. And with no disrespect, Moko Dalton Leng. So I think we'll go with Gregory, and no disrespect. But nice to see you back in the feature table, Greg. Greg knows what's going on here, and I watched him play quite a bit last night. I think he's a Natal player, and you know, picked his spots nicely, didn't get out of line, and you know, steady is what I would call him. Steady. And not afraid of you know, push chips around either. So, you know, I think he's a welcome addition to the team here.
I think so. He's got some experience there.
Looks like we're getting our software back up and running. So the button's now on Rakesh. So small, big Lum under the gun was Evan. Greg is now to act, and let's see.
68k.
Money goes in.
I think he has to raise, call it off here.
6,000
Yeah.
confirmed.
Jacks is too strong to be folding to
10 up.
3-bet shove.
See if we can get a customer at least. Yeah, no action for him out there. King 9 maybe.
Small blind. King 9, 190 stacks.
6,000.
Very cautious. Lum's having none of it.
Yeah.
I think he's having none of it. He's not having that ante for free, huh? And you know, those suited one gappers can be pretty heavy.
And with that big blind ante, he's getting a good price.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see if there's anything. Okay,
Well, he's got a pair. I mean, obviously, Greg's got the over pairs. Greg's doing a standard continuation. I fancy about 15, 17, something like that.
14,500.
Yeah, 14,000. So there, that
Gets the job
15k.
done.
Yeah, gets it done. So 190k up top, Eugene coming in second, 175. Let's look at the bottom end. Lauren's got 11, so she's looking for a spot.
Yeah.
Rakesh has got 14 bigs. She's looking for. He and she are looking for a spot, should I say? And I don't know, when does this freeze out?
Oh, we've got 16 levels.
So this is level 13.
This is 13, yeah.
So
So
the
3
30-minute
more.
levels. So we've got 90 minutes before it does freeze out.
Yep.
So I suspect we'll have a few more entries. We'll get a shot of the timing screen when we got 5 minutes, and we'll have a look at the entry levels. It was up in the 60s last night, and I think the prize pool was around 320 odd thousand. I'm not sure. I'd have to check that. And obviously they won't publish the actual prizes until such times as we go to freeze out. You know, I mean, the guys who are here to play 60k are not going to be jumping in this today. But you know, people who couldn't get away from work last night and perhaps want to come in and have try their hand, come along is what I say. So this is a new camera shot, an over-the-table camera shot.
I like
that
it.
We like.
Very cool.
Yeah, hands only, I call it. So yeah, top of the picture there in the 12 o'clock position, Mjpt.
I know.
Button and obviously his left is
No, I want to be serious about that.
7,500.
These numbered boxes are going to make life a lot easier for everyone as well.
Yeah, I call it poker player proof. It's the 3 Ps.
Yeah, you can't go wrong.
Well, trust me, we've had one already.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I'm in seat 4, but I use 3 because it's more comfortable.
Yeah.
Got news for you. Newsflash.
Not great for us.
Let's hope we get 2 diamonds on the flop. This will make it feisty. Just zoom in on the king 10. So Lum flops the 2 pair. We'll just get a bit closer in on the flop next time round. Lum's obviously going to bet this. I mean, Lum's good already. He's got a lock on the hand.
Oh, with the diamond draw, there we
Yeah,
go.
but the diamond draw comes for Mobile, and that's probably the worst card ever for him.
Yeah.
Because that hooks him in. And of course, you know, all we need now is the ace of diamonds on the river.
Oh, that is going to be interesting.
Let's see. Now, for those of you at home who don't know, Lum has got the stone cold second nuts.
Lum has to find a way to get it in here. Right? Like, I mean,
Mobile has the stone cold third nuts.
yeah.
The only card missing for Mobile is the ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
He's got to think he's good with the flush here, especially as it was runner.
Yeah. Oh, I guarantee both players are 100%. They're golden here. It's a proper cooler for Mobile here. I mean, you can't flat. He has to raise.
Lum's chucked in 7,000 into a pot of 32.
Yeah.
That's a come to dinner bet if I ever saw when he's looking for a raise here.
So there we
and
go.
there you go. The hook's in.
But you can't just call. Don't just call Lum. You have to bid it in.
Never, ever. The money's got to go in here. He's got to go in. Oh no, that's chomping it up. That's 40, 50k. Yeah, 55k. No, the cogs are turning for Mubel. What have I done? I've got to call this. I don't want to. I know I'm getting beat, but I've got to call.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
there
gonna
you
call.
go. Calls it off. And he sees the bad news. Is he going to show? Is he going to show?
So sick.
You're gonna flop in the turn.
Yeah. It's a cooler. You're right. Proper cooler. 74,000 gain to Lum. And trust me, Lum now has talking chips.
Yes, he does.
The volume
yeah.
will go up.
He can he can move now. But I mean, yeah, mobile saved 17k there, 18k.
Yeah.
But it played out quite quickly as well.
Yeah, indeed.
70 entries.
70 entries, 34 left in, 350k in the pot, and we're level 13. So 16th level today is when we go cut off and go to the freeze out. And the blinds at 1 and 2.5 and 2.5 on the big blind ante. So, you know, there'll be a few shorties out there. Average stack now is 100,000, just gone over 100,000.
40 bigs, that's pretty decent.
That's very good.
Nice structure to this, and I think you know it's a nice little walnut tournament. Absolutely right.
Yeah, it's lovely. Nice and deep, lots of playability. You know, it's you're not getting to that crapshoot phase too early. So.
And also, I quite like the fact that 60k is event number 2. And the reason I like that is because it gets all the top guys in town early.
Exactly, yeah.
They're around. I can get them in the booth if they're not playing the small events, or they can get involved in the small events. Or they're just around, and you know, it's nice to rub shoulders with the top professionals in the country. You know.
Yeah, it's cool.
I don't think we've got that many international players in. I think Mr. Sun's in from Botswana.
Oh, good, cool.
Yeah, I think he got picked up at the airport this morning.
He's always fun to play with.
Yeah, so, and he'll definitely be in the 60k this afternoon.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get like 35 plus players for the 60. That'll be nice. Good field, and it'll be strong. Like, you know, everyone's going to know what they're doing. It'll be good competition.
So just back to the screen. Nathan's back, and welcome back with your ace queen.
Yeah.
That's your welcome to the table care package. And obviously he's going to raise us up 8.5. Texas Dolly for Greg. I think that's going to be much. Yeah.
And Nav really doesn't need ace queen to open.
No.
He it's probably the same situation. Whatever cards he came back to then.
Yeah. Okay, Nav, you're out of the closet. You've been outed by Mr. Hudson here. It wasn't me. I'm just putting it on record. Honestly, it was not me.
Yeah. I love playing with Nav.
He's a good guy. Yeah.
He's a character, and he's
also he can make some noise. So I'm surprised, but he's got his headphones in. Maybe he's listening to some horse racing or something. But, yeah, he definitely makes a bit of noise when he's getting chirpy.
He's very successul at putting me out of tournaments. He's got a good track record of it.
You don't want that in your head, Gareth. Trust me, because trust me, you're going to sit this evening, and there he is on your left, and that's it. You came over. You might just come back here.
Yeah.
Give him your money and just come back here, because it's not going to happen for you.
Lauren. This is probably a shove, but it's tight.
She's under the gun, but I mean it's a strong move from under the gun to be putting all your chips in.
Yeah.
I mean certainly Rakesh would have folded that. Mobile would have definitely folded that to a shove.
Yeah.
Lum looks down at ace jack. She'd have get snapped off there by Lum. I mean he's got chips to call with now. 161. So maybe it's a good fold.
Yeah, I think with so many players still on the table, still left to act, like you can let it go. It's just not nice knowing that you're going into you know, 3 big blinds that are going to dent your stack straight away. But
I think if she'd have been last to act in Olympic pot, we might have seen something different. Rakesh is getting a bit fruity here with his suited connectors by the look of it. Lum's put it up to 11.5. So just to remind the viewers at home, the bigs are at 2.5. So 11.5 represents 4-5 bigs. So here we go. Rakesh is having none of it, Lum. I think Lum will snap it.
Yeah, it has to. I mean,
I don't know. I'm actually surprised he's still thinking about it.
not a lovely spot to be in, being check raised all in, limp raised all in. Sorry, but yeah, I think his hand's just got too much strength.
Yeah, Lum's Lum's not going to just. He's obviously wants a count, and that's why we're waiting.
Yeah. I think it's only like 18 more.
2,500.
Cash is all in for 35k.
Oh,
Lums.
23.
No. Wow.
That's interesting.
Interesting indeed. Lums. Wow, I'm surprised there. I think you and I would have had money on the call there, especially with this chip stack.
I mean, to be fair, it's always so much easier, you know, when you see the cards and everything. But I mean, I guess when you're on the table and everything, it's a different vibe, and you might pick up a read or something that's.
Yeah, and listen, if we were that good, we'd be sat there and they'd be sat in here. And
exactly. I mean, I busted the tourney so early yesterday. So
well, I'd just like to put it out there for the folks out there. I didn't play her.
Yeah.
People paid me to stay away.
So those are the outer tables. Very nice.
This is where old poker pros come to die, folks. So if you want a job, come and join Gareth and I. So the Annotated Rudolph Free, bottom right of your picture there. There's Kevin Khalil with his back to us. Best player in Lithuania to his left, Vigandas, who was nice to see. And Georgie, of course.
Is that Mr. Solomon over on the left table?
It is indeed. He was on our feature last night. Just grinding away slowly in the background.
Nice.
I haven't actually seen him yet, but I must go and greet him.
Also haven't bumped into him yet. Must have got in last night.
He did play the last few levels last night. In fact, he chatted with Mark, and then Mark came in here for an hour.
Okay.
And Gerard just landed, and he just jumped in on a win.
Yeah.
And he's not here for this tournament. He's here for tomorrow or tonight, should I say? Okay, so let's see what Nav does with the Queen 9. Lauren decided she was getting rid of it, so.
No.
Yeah,
I think we're just catching up with the action here.
Wait. Yeah. Is it? No.
Yeah.
No, I know you don't.
Small blind behind. One house.
No, it was. But it's the thing.
Yeah. 50s, not even. Who said that?
Everybody said, oh, I had 700.
Yeah, no, a few people said yes, and I was like, no.
Kevin,
I said that's incorrect. There's no way someone
I heard Ahmed style like that. End of story. And stop counting now.
It was that first one off. You don't have any tripping on the first one.
What about the clock now?
Yeah. Well, you can watch.
So we're waiting for the next hand to be dealt. Just a quick mention to the Sibaya Casino and Entertainment World, supporting us as they always do. Hendon Mob, Global Poker Index, and of course our sponsors Aquavita Water and Regal Hospitality Events. Thank you for your continued support. Sounds like the blinds are going up out on the floor there.
153 2019.
2,500.
Lauren will shove here with the Jack 7 suited. Or not. Gotta love it when you get it wrong.
22 lines. She's just smooth calls there, huh?
Mm.
She's in the small, so she's just completing. So
Yeah, I actually like this as well. Maybe if you think you have a post-flop edge, you can have a stab, take it down. She's just balancing her whole range as well. She's going to limp with some strong hands there as well.
7-5 ace the flop. Lauren obviously with a high card here. With the 7's got the best of it. Queen changes nothing.
No, I think she's going to be trying to get the showdown here.
Last cut. River.
No, I don't think a bluff will get through. There we go. 7 is good.
It is indeed.
Take it down.
Blind up. 1,500. 1,000.
So Eugene up the top, 169. Lum with 149. Nav with 147. Mobile with 121. There's not really much change. There's not a lot of action on the table. I mean, obviously we had the all-in and the two flushes. But apart from that, it's been pretty quiet. People kind of feeling this way around. There was a table redraw last night, wasn't there? So
yes.
these are actually players that are new to each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think as you say, they're just feeling feeling each other out. And so forth. So.
I don't know, I'm looking at the time here. We started broadcasting at 12, or just after, so it's 25 to 1, so our stream should be coming online fairly soon. I'm just flicking through the streams, you know, as you'll see on my laptop, trying to pick us up, and in fact, yeah, there we are. The Twitch has just gone live, and we've already got 19 people watching there, so welcome people out there in South Africa and around the world.
3,000.
Always a pleasure to have you online and listening with us and watching. If you've got any comments or feedback, please feel free to use either of the 3 streams or use the Monsterjam WhatsApp number, and we'll be happy to answer your comments. Certainly chase up on later once the feed is over. For those of you just joining us and tuning in now, I'm here, Gary Allen, anchoring the commentary in sunny Natal, and I'm accompanied today, my great privilege, and my good friend Gareth Hudson. Welcome again, Gareth, for those who are just joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Gareth's here to give us his expert opinion, based on the fact that he was swimming around in this pool earlier.
Yeah.
And that he's now decided to come back to dry land. And,
yeah. I was quickly evicted to the commentary booth.
And as I said earlier, it's where the old poker pros come to die.
Indeed.
So nice flop here for Mjpt, top pair. A couple of diamonds out there, and there's obviously a little bit of a sniff at a draw for Eugene as well. I think it's gone check, is it? No, it hasn't. We're looking across at Eugene.
Interesting, because even though obviously we can see the cards, we see the mobile's definitely
7,000.
calling here with that particular hand, but this is actually a really good board texture for Eugene to continue on.
Indeed.
So yeah, we can see he's got queen high, and some.
But he's got some back doors. I mean, you know, we can see, you know, 10 of diamonds would be a nice card.
Yeah, 10 of diamonds would be a very interesting card to see some action. That's also a fairly interesting card.
Yeah, it gives him a gut shot.
And
it doesn't give any help to Mobile other than reducing the ads to Eugene.
Yeah.
So, oh, in fact, it's 3 ads at the top of the page there now. You'll see that he's looking for a 10, Eugene.
Very good card to continue on.
The board becomes a bit more straighty, I suppose.
Yeah, you've got a blocker to the straight, and also you can look at trying to get King X type hands like this to fold.
Yeah, and small kicker time will be worrying Mobile. I don't know Mobile that well, but I don't think he's a professional player. I haven't seen him on the circuit that much, and he will know who he's facing across the table for sure.
Yeah, he'll know more about Eugene than Eugene will know about him.
Sometimes you know, reputation can count for a lot. You know, you get him raised by one of the best players in Africa here.
Yeah.
And he's got to put his thinking cap on here, and also he's got a good chip count. You know, he doesn't want to be getting into a tangle with another big stack.
Yeah, that's it's a fine line between standing your ground and also not just getting out of hand.
And there's a classic example of reputation getting that through.
Yeah.
You know,
that was a very good bet.
The best hand was folded there. And I think, you know, I mean, we never criticise on the stream. We make observations and recommendations. I think the misstep might have been by Mobile. He should have bet his king. Maybe.
It's a possibility. I mean, I don't mind his line. I think, you know, he has to call the first street, second one. Yeah, he can call another bet. But I mean, what river cards do you like to see? You know, you've got an aggressive player like Eugene who's going to barrel into you again. So.
Well, let me put it another way. If you were sat where Mobile was, would you bet your king?
I probably would have check called.
Okay. You're on the fence again.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It's so hard to tell what these guys are going to do. You think it's hard to get into people's heads, eh?
It is. But you know, isn't this the greatest vantage point in the world for a poker player?
It's beautiful. I mean, you see some interesting things. That you see some power poker.
And you find out who's been stealing off you for the last 10 years.
Exactly. I've seen quite a few surprises like that, having watched the streams back and everything. So.
And that's just one of the great dynamics of this stream that we're able to put on for the folks out there listening and watching on the internet waves.
So good for South African poker as well.
Absolutely. And you know, you guys, you know, you hear the commentary and whatever, but we get feedback consistently throughout the year. I mean, as you know, I play a lot of games around the country, and wherever I rock up, people either know my face, know my voice, or both. Let's tell you a funny story. We were sat in Monte Casino the other night, and the young lady sat at the table, and she just openly across the table said, "I lie in bed listening to you at night." That was her comment. Then fortuitously, my wife is very understanding and trusting. But very comical at the time,
Yeah,
you know.
that's
And then she
brilliant.
kind of realised what she'd said.
Yeah.
And it was a red-faced moment, but I actually thought it was quite funny.
Thinking in a completely different context.
Yeah, quite, you know. No, so, but you're absolutely right. The stream, I mean, that's been produced by Cardstream, and I must mention Cole Marberg for the time and investment he's put into this, and to Marcel Marius to our right here, who on the technical side, who don't get the plaudits that often. So, you know, we should give them a shout out. I bought them a burger the other day. I mean,
Oh,
that's- and it's kind of up there, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah, but you know, a lot of hard work goes into the stream. People don't know that these guys were here 2 hours before, you know, setting up, testing, and we're here 2 hours afterwards, archiving and doing that sort of stuff.
The setup here is impressive. It's next level.
We just must drink the
And
water.
outside as well, the trussing and lighting and all that sort of stuff, that takes a lot of effort by people in coordination. So we thank everybody who supports us in this live stream. Back to the table, under the guns a fold.
These are all my cash game hands that I like to mess around with. But you have to get yourself into tournament mode and go, okay, let them go, let them go.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Have you got a switch, or is it a gradual thing, or are you able to do that?
So what I can say from my game yesterday was that I did not flick the switch. I was still in deep stack cash game poker mode, and I was not thinking too much about.
You were calling off the rubbish, as you can't tell me.
I was calling too light, I was raising too light, and yeah. But it's hard. It's hard to switch. I mean, tournaments. People don't always understand. It's a completely different game format.
Mindset,
You know?
everything. You're absolutely right. It's a completely different game, and you know, different players have different preferences. Now, I know that you like your cash games.
Yes.
I actually prefer to play tournaments. People know that of me as well. Sure. Does that mean we're any good at it? Well, with it, you know, look at the results and make your own idea.
Yeah.
But, it is a difficult thing, and when I sit down at cash tables, I do struggle sometimes. I also, you know, because I'm so conscious of it, I actually turn off the tight is right button and almost open the floodgates and give my money away sometimes. you know. And I look back on it and I just kick myself. But you know, that's just the way it is. And also in terms of changing, you know, you're playing fairly different game here, and then at 6 o'clock this evening, you're going to play a 60k game.
Yeah. No,
And jumping from one tournament small to one tournament big is also different.
yeah.
50k starting here, 300k starting there. You know,
That deep structure is going to be awesome. I must admit.
I mean, it's gonna. I mean, people said it's gonna take too long. I said, please. This
You-
is giving the opportunity for us to see some of the best poker minds in Africa play.
Yeah,
You know?
I think the aggression will be through the roof when some of these guys are in the mix, and because you've got so much time as well to mess around, you can afford to make plenty of mistakes and still come back fighting. You know.
And I'm excited to see the seed draw.
Yes, that
You
would
know,
be
for
very
me, that as a commentator now is very exciting to see the seed draw. You know, you can see that dynamic developing straight away.
Yeah.
You know, we know where the egos are, we know where the friendships are, we know where the less than friendly people are. You know,
There's going to be no easy table as well.
oh for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
I had a chat with Uncle Harold Brooks earlier.
Oh, nice,
Today, or in fact yesterday.
Yeah.
And I said to Harold, I said, I bet you're not playing the 60k. He said, you're right. And I said, I bet I know why you're not playing. He says, tell me. I said, because you're not good enough. And he went, like you and like me, we know we're old enough and we're wise enough not to put 60k on the table with all these sharks. He said, I quite enjoy watching that.
That's very, very wise, actually.
And you know, that's an honest older man in our
Yeah,
poker
it's-
community. The same as me. I mean, obviously, I'm working commentator. I can't play anyhow. But
Yeah.
Harold said, he said, why would I go in there? He said, I am beat before I walk through the door. He said, I'll gamble somewhere else.
Yeah, I can understand that logic. That's completely fair. I actually didn't realize he wasn't playing. I thought he would be in the mix.
He was very clear. He wasn't
He's
playing.
giving it a skip.
He has other interests, of course, but I mean,
Yeah.
you know, the bottom line is that Maybe he woke up this morning and he won the lottery. You never know.
You never know. He might have a
might
change
be
of
in for a
heart.
couple of bullets. You never know. But you know, also we struggle to make our minds up, and we're fickle people. But you know, let's just quickly jump back to the table here.
Got a very wet board. Fairly wet board.
3s, 9-5. I mean, obviously there was a 2-pair was flopped by Greg here. He was in the big blind, so well disguised. It could look like a defend.
See, this
I think it's a shove there from Greg.
and Lum getting out of line a little bit here, right?
Love's got to fold, obviously.
Yeah, but that's it's interesting to see having using his table image there, Lum.
Interesting to see Greg opened his cards there. I don't think that's a wise thing to do. It kind of gives a bit of information about his range there. I know he's in the big blind and he was probably defending there. You can see the action all the way through, but don't like that.
Showing a big blind special.
Yeah. I'd rather keep the mysterious or mystique. Okay, well, just a little bit of information for the people on the stream. People have been asking about the use of mobile telephones at the table, and Nav is using his phone, as you can see. We've actually had a problem with the telephones affecting the cards.
Oh, that's interesting.
You know, if you've ever done the trick that we all do, put your parking ticket in your phone pouch and it demagnetizes it, or your room key or whatever, well, that's what happens to these cards, the RFID cards. If you put your phone too close to them, they can affect the signal that comes from the cards.
Okay.
And if you're familiar with RFID technology, I mean, these frequencies are so close that it causes a problem. So, as of today, telephones are not allowed actually on the surface of the table, feature table.
Okay. Well, that's
If
good.
you're away from the table, like Nav was doing there, changing his music or answering a message, not a problem, you know?
Just not on the rest there.
It cannot be on the blue at all,
Yeah. Okay.
because we have antennas under there as well, which complement the RFID technology. And if you're on the antenna, it affects the signal as well.
Sure.
So yeah, so that's the ruling that's been made, and things are evolving all the time with our poker here. And also we've asked for no food at the table.
Yeah. I think that's a good call.
In the past, we've had food dropped on the table, and it's just unpleasant for other
Yeah.
people who've got to follow you, you know. So
Yeah, and better to keep it about the poker and keep people not distracted.
yeah, of course we want people to be hydrated, and you'll see there's water in shop there, and we've got tables that are on wheels, and you know, on cue, Rakesh picks up his water just to demonstrate that we let people drink.
Good timing, Ravesh. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, buddy. Okay, we're off to the flop 3 ways: king, queen, queen 9, 7, 5. Eugene's defending in the big here. Nice flop for the kings. Good, Greg and
Everyone caught a piece.
in trouble, and of course bottom pip for Mr. Duplessis. Lum comes out firing. It's 12k into the pot.
Eugene's got the hood on the face, so we know.
Snap fold with the king. Of course, we've got an ace on board there, so that's fair enough. Standard pose from Eugene. Left hand, mask on.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think there's not many turns he likes except a 7 or a 5. So
Indeed, and you know, just add a little bit of face saving there. Just take a bit of time. You know, don't insta score, don't snap call, don't give the poker respect to the player who raised you.
Yeah.
Which I think is what we see there.
Eugene likes his intensity. He likes.
I'm all for it. I enjoy it. I enjoy it very much. I mean, it's just him though. But you know, I see a troublemaker next to our dealer people there, Mr. Avro of Natal fame. Do you know Avro?
I'm not familiar with him.
Okay, just keep away from him. He's a lunatic.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up.
He is one of life's gentlemen, and he's just such fun over. And if you get on the table with him, for sure you're going to enjoy his company.
Oh, okay, that's awesome.
We had him in Wild Coast, the stop before last, and he was just naughty all the
Yeah.
whole 10 days.
But that's awesome. You
But
know,
nice
nice
naughty.
to have like the characters on the table.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Talk a little bit of rubbish, play some cards.
But put it this way, he was on his second burger at 9 o'clock this morning, warming up for the tournament.
Oh, nice.
I said to him, what are you doing? Red meat? He said, red meat.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Top guy. Mobile's got Jack 4 here.
Cash game cards, just so disappointing. Thrown in the mug.
Send a message to the dealer. We need a couple of ace kings and stuff thrown in the mix now.
Yeah.
Get this going. So Greg is the man of the hats. He had a fantastic peak on yesterday, like orange with Chicago written on it.
Oh, nice.
And I like a good peak, so
Yeah.
let's go and have a chat with him and backhand notes.
So he's definitely a hat guy. Hat man is a hat guy.
A
That's
hat
good.
man is a hat guy.
He
I'm
seems to play pretty straightforward, eh?
Yeah, I say he's steady away. What's he been up to here in the small? Well, what he's up to is stealing Lauren's big, is what he's up to. And Lauren will know straight away that he couldn't be doing that. Yeah, nothing to fight with. Yes, she knows that he's robbing off her, but he has to get it out.
It's quite interesting. Yeah, so he raised what, basically half her stack.
Yeah, she's committed. She has to be with him.
So
He's asking the question.
yeah, I'm wondering, you know, does he just call it off there when she shoves? It's just, I don't know. I just in those spots where I don't think you have much fold equity, like you're better off just shoving rather than like raising and having to call it off with a rubbish hand. Where
A classic, let's see 5, not 2.
yeah. Yeah.
I hear you. I
So
hear you.
I find that interesting from Eugene. Maybe it's a new strategy. I mean, he's going to know a hell of a lot more than me. So
Yeah, position, you know, chip stacks. He's factoring all that in. I mean, Eugene is a computer.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what does he know here? Like what?
But what I know is Mobile's been a bit card dead, and he'll fancy this 2 days.
Oh, definitely, yes.
Even though
Look at Lum. Look at Lum looking over. What are you counting at? I'll get rid of that.
I love these cards under the gun.
So Lum chucked away a raggedy ace there. Nav's looking down at a suited jack. He's got his phone in his hand.
Yeah, he looks interested, eh?
No, they're going
He
in the
likes
mat.
those cards. Discipline there.
Greg the Hat, 7-3-0,
We'll
suited.
see that in the bin shortly.
Yeah, give him the dealer. Give him the dealer. He can't have any more TV time.
Unless it's his favorite hand, you never know. You never know what people's favorite hands are.
Always dangerous. Unless your favourite hand's a good one.
Yeah. 9-10 suited for me. What's yours?
10 jack suited.
Oh, that's also nice.
Specifically spades, but I'll take any.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually have the Jack 10 Appreciation Club on here.
Oh, okay.
If anybody wakes up with Jack 10 and they call and they win,
Yeah.
they get honorary membership at my club.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a thing now. It's a thing. People want
Ooh.
membership.
Lauren Cole.
Oh, he's got 44,000.
I think he has to shove here. Right?
Yeah, I think he shoves. In fact, I don't think I know. Don't know what Crash is thinking about it.
We're on 153, right? Yeah.
What?
Playing it very cautiously. And out of position, this hand does not play well multi-way. Oh, he's raised to 15. Okay.
Okay, he's still raising at least. We'll forgive you, Rakesh.
I think this is a raise with the intention of calling a shove, right? I mean,
Yeah,
like,
of course. The money's got to go in there.
he's maybe hoping that Mobile plays back at him here. But, oh, disaster for all. Be interested to see how this plays
Eugene will
out.
get rid of his deuces. Lauren will
Yeah.
fold as well. So we're going heads up. Suited ace against ace queen. And that's it. That's it.
That's
Here we
all
go.
she wrote.
That's all she wrote. Money goes in. Oh dear.
This is
Rakesh is taking his time here.
check, shove, check,
Yeah,
shove.
You got the chant going. I'm with you. There's the
Yeah,
check.
there we go.
There's the check.
And yeah,
15,000.
And what was that? Very small, eh?
there we go.
There we go.
And he's gonna side call this off.
Yeah, look at
Yeah.
the face. Look at the face. What? I've been caught again.
It worked out very well for.
Look in those face. You've been had. You've been had. So what is he going to put in to call it off? 32. 86 in the pot. No break.
Yeah. I mean, like he's not. Oh,
He goes.
oh, he's off.
He's close. He's close. You'll see the bad news.
Horrible.
Look at his face. Look.
Not even a backdoor, eh?
No.
So,
Let's see what the turn of the river. No Barry Greenstein, sick rivers here.
no. No.
2 outs. Chop for a 9. No. How does that chop? That is so sick.
Wow.
9's full of aces. Chop it up. Mobile Chechi, luckiest man on the planet.
Look at that smile.
Luckiest hashtag luckiest man on the planet.
I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
I mean, I actually called that. I'm
Yeah,
I'm
running
not-
nines for the
running
jump.
nines.
Rukesh is not happy, eh? Shame.
Well,
Yeah.
we did say there have been no incitement on the table.
Yeah, there we go. That's a hat.
Tell the dealer to switch off the secretary button, please.
Martin moves. Small blind, big blind.
Yeah, too. That's the only thing that could have saved it.
So Lum's under the gun in seat number 7. Mobile, things just get worse. You're also big blind now, and the big blind ante. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Everyone loves a chop.
Indeed. Staples.
There's a stapes.
Staples on the European tour.
Which they've been doing a lot lately.
Can't think of the other guy. He'll come to me in a minute.
Like, even himself in a wine shop.
But also got to play for the stake, and that seems to be the thing. This guy's playing for my double edge.
So how often are we
Yeah.
rotating the players on the feature table in this event?
But I mean,
By
it's
breaks.
pretty-
Okay.
Yeah, by breaks. I mean, we did do a change earlier in the event because we were late starting the table. The surveillance guys had to put some more cameras in.
Okay.
But generally on the breaks, and that gives us time to do accurate chip counts, reprogram the software with the name and stuff like that. So that's when we do it.
Perfect.
Yeah. We'll have a look at the timing screen in a minute, and just to see where we are on the times and levels. I think it's 2 hours and then a break.
Okay.
So I think that's how it works.
Lauren's getting very short here.
She had 7 in the last count, I think.
King 3 suited on the button.
But he said it was like.
Yeah.
But he also said that he feels like.
What is Rukesh going to do here?
He literally said that.
I like a limp or a raise.
Obviously there isn't.
Obviously ran well. But when a guy like that runs well,
Even she took men, but I think she like.
It's a raise,
had a
huh?
tougher time.
It looks like ace 5. How can you call it a flop?
She has
11,000 in total.
11,000 is the raise.
There you go.
There's
Mobile's been seeing a few ghosts now, you know. I mean, he's in the big blind, so he's invested heavily. He's still got 100k. Yeah, I just fancy a smooth call here.
yeah, no reason to get out of hand.
No.
And we're off.
That's your flop.
So blind on blind.
Here's the flop.
That'll slow him down. First one to blink.
Yeah, so I think Rukesh, this is a good flop for Rukesh to continue on. Backdoors and also repping the ace.
Bet folder.
Yeah,
We hang out with we
it
play
could. I mean, Mobile could hero with King high here, but I don't think worth it.
He's still seeing ghosts from that other hand.
not knowing each other.
So Lauren's on 6 bigs.
Yeah, I think
Are
we're
you
going to
really
see
going
that
to
stack
fucking
going
rewind
in very
it
soon.
together?
Next break in 1 hour.
Next break in an hour, so that'll be at the end of round 16.
We've had a few more entries.
74 entries.
That's where I start.
Prize pool up to 372,000. You can still go if you want, Gareth. I'll miss you, but I'm not paying.
Yeah, I think I'm going to jump into the satellite.
That's at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Mm.
Yeah, so listen, there's a satellite this afternoon for a 60k seat. And you know, if you're around, come and have a crack. I think it's a 2,000 round entry.
Yep.
And it's a 2,000 add-on, and there is an option of a rebuy and a double rebuy, I believe.
Yep.
So you know, plenty of value there. And see if you can come along and win a super high roller seat. Let's go rub shoulders with the poker royalty of South Africa and neighbouring countries.
He's like, can I just say things in German? I'm like, no, because he shout around.
And then with the suited queen.
And it seems that the dealer heard you when you asked for some ace kings in the
I
mix.
did, he did. So just the Superslam satellite, 2 o'clock this afternoon, entry 2,000, that gives you 20,000 chips. Rebuys are at 2,000 for additional 20,000. A double rebuy is 3,000 rands, that gives you 45,000, so good value on the double rebuy.
Very good
And
value.
the add-on is 2,000 for 60k, that's a no-brainer by the way. everybody's buying the add-on, so that's perfect. So a really, really attractive package, so feel free to come on down. So Mobu's got the pocket 5s here, 7 to call, so he's offset mining. Lum's got Queen 7 suited, the old computer hand there.
I'm really impressed with Lauren's discipline in this short stack. I don't know if you saw there, but she folded King 10 suited
Really?
to the open.
Okay.
And like, I don't know, I'm very trigger happy with those cards,
Me
3-bet
too.
shoving. So
Interesting flop. So flush draw for Greg, and Mobu's got the pocket 5s. He'll probably feel he's pretty good still there with that flop. 8-3 and 4, only one over.
yeah, I think good enough to continue on.
Whose
call
hand
bet.
would you rather have at this moment?
Well, it's interesting because I think this pot is going to be won by the pre-flop aggressor because he just has so many better hands, and if he barrels, I think 5s is going to have to fold.
Okay, let's see what the turn brings. They're both in it.
I like the call on the flop. I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
In
you know,
position.
what's he losing? No, that's an overcard now.
I think we might see Greg slow down here. It's not a really nice card. He'll probably go check.
Oh, he
he
didn't slow down. He just
Whoa.
shoved it all in. What do we
What do I know,
about yeah, welcome to commentator's curse, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't even have a chance to give my full explanation there.
Save it for another
Yeah,
day.
yeah, there we go. Okay, so fair enough. I mean, he's obviously repping an overpair there, you know, and getting, and then hoping that Mobile will fold.
But he's
a
got
small
quite a bit of
pair.
equity with the one card to come as well.
Yeah.
So, the 2 overs and the flush draw. And
Nice
Lauren
play,
is, Lauren's on fumes here.
Mm.
So where's the button now? That's on Mjpt. So
Those
she's
blinds don't
got
enter, so-
1, 2, 3 more free looks,
Yeah.
and then she's got to start acting.
Yeah, let's think. What does she? So she's in the low jack. She's going to be shoving any ace. Well, she has to shove any ace.
Any pairs,
Any suited king. Some nice broadways.
any 2 pictures and any pairs, of course.
100%. Yeah.
So Greg with his 4-2 off, almost the nut low. They're going in the muck. Eugene's going to dump these off.
Yeah.
Mind you, he's got those 6 big blinds sitting to his
Yeah.
left that he might be sniffing at.
Yeah, I think he's playing a bit more snug. She folds 5-4 suited. That's interesting.
Yeah.
She's waiting for a better spot, which is nothing wrong.
And she's got 3 more free looks as
Yeah.
well. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. It looks like one. No, limped. Yeah, he did. Okay.
So Lump just completes in the small, and check that from Nev. So we're blind on blind off to the flop. Oh, and that'll slow you down, boys and girls. Nice little flush draw though for
Bad fold.
bang. And Nev's not going to get
Small
involved
blind,
there.
big blind. 1, 5, 3.
Looks like Lauren's thinking of what she's going to do after her 6 blinds have gone. She's kind of looking around there. Oh dear. Yeah. You know, but I don't know if you remember in Port Elizabeth, the opening event, there was they got down to 3 players. There was her partner in crime,
Yes,
Ahmed,
that's right.
and Edgar.
Yeah.
And Edgar, I mean, she was actually, I think, the middle stack, and Edgar just said, "We're down to 3, and I have no chance."
Yeah, no, they're
And
solid.
sure enough, Edgar went out. No collusion here. I mean, so
yeah.
Edgar went out, and Ahmed just gave it up and gave her the trophy.
Yeah.
You know, he likes to sleep on the right side of the bed. He likes coffee.
Yeah, clever man.
Yeah, shrewd. Can read the organisational chart.
Yes.
30,000.
Okay, Eugene King 6 under the gun. What's Lauren got?
She has 19 off. Okay, yeah. Probably split.
Okay, you got 2 more looks, Lauren, and then your money's going in, I'm afraid. She's in comfort mode. Look at this.
Yeah, she's happy.
And she's listened. She took her phone and moved away from the table.
Very respectful.
Thank you.
She knows the etiquette.
She knows lots of nice words when she's angry. In fact, she's been bashing my door down to come do some good commentary during the 60k.
Oh, nice, cool. Oh, she's not playing the 60k?
No.
Okay.
But I've told her it can't be the Ahmed and Waz fan club.
Yeah.
But no, she's a good lady. I enjoy her
Yeah.
company very, very much.
Yeah, it's nice having both of them, both Ahmed and Lauren, on the tour. They're good to hang out with. And stuff.
Yeah, yeah, nice people. So another one is, this is the first to Twitch here. Blind on blind, there you go. Greg hits his 7, the river delivers. And Nav will just get out of the way.
Nav is playing snug, eh?
I've
not seen the side of him.
I think he's talking to somebody on his phone
Yeah.
or betting on horses or something, because he's certainly
Preoccupied.
maybe he's got a doppelganger and he's got someone playing for him.
Yeah, no, this isn't
It's
the
type
guy
version.
I'm used to. Maybe it's the TV table, you never know.
Where's the Nav we know and love? Dear. Maybe he's got he had a heavy night last night. You know? Maybe he was busy last night. Just waking
Very
up.
possible.
4,000, 4,000 and 2.
Okay, no, Lauren needs to get going here. It'd be nice to see her double up, because when she's got chips, she's
She's one of
she's
the
one to be
aggressive
reckoned.
players you were alluding to when you sat down. She can be very
Yes,
aggressive.
Yeah. She's very good at changing gears, from what I've seen. And also, when she gets some chips, we'll probably see Eugene opening up a bit as well, because I think he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place right now.
Well, listen, if Lauren goes out, Eugene will
Oh.
fancy Rajesh on his left as well.
Yeah.
He won't be worried about him at all.
Yeah. He'll be making some moves. So,
I mean, if you look at Eugene's left, normally that's where the danger would lie. But you know, with respect to all 3 players on his left, Eugene will not be concerned.
yeah.
He'll have the game for that. I mean, and obviously, you know, Eugene is a top professional sat at this table and to be respected. So Mjpt, 4K to call.
Yep.
The stack was 105,000 last time we looked. It's down to 70 now. You know.
Yeah, he's lost a couple medium-sized pots. 8-4 suited on the button. No, not interested.
No.
No, there's something wrong here.
Yeah. Eugene A7. And what does Lauren have? Oh, she's already folded. Of course she was.
Eugene will defend this. Fairly big raise though, but I don't think Eugene is going to fold an ace here. There we go.
Let's see a flop.
1 and then 5.
Jack 7-5.
Jack 7-5 would be
Interesting.
yeah.
Let's see a flop.
There we go. Well, he's got his jack and his up and down straight draw.
Also an interesting board, because with
Yeah.
that ace of hearts, eh?
Yeah, it's any king, another ace, another heart to develop, and of course the 1 over. Let's see what sizing Mobile goes with. I like about 14.
12,500.
And there you go.
Basically half a pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eugene shows a bit of respect there and a bit of discipline.
Yeah, I think that's
It's
the
not really a
difference.
cash game.
Yeah, exactly. Not in a cash game, and I think that's the difference between in position and out of position in poker. I think if you're in position, you can float for days there, you know, and hope to find some equity or something to represent, but he's not going to do it out of position.
No, for sure. So, Lauren, your time has come. The big blind is 4,000. Your
And
ante
blinds
is
are up.
4,000. Gosh, you're 8,000s.
I think she knows she needs to get involved here, but she's not forcing it, you know. She's just.
Well, it's her big blind now. People were expecting a pretty wide range from her.
Yeah. I'd like to see a little blind war again, see what Eugene does.
So she's not even looking at her cards, just having a casual chat. You know, it's
yeah.
all my life on the line.
She's not phased at all. Right?
No, not really caring. She's waiting for the moment when she can look down and see if she can squeeze a couple of good cards out.
Yeah. King 2 in the mark as well.
In fact, we'll probably know before she does.
4,000.
Queen 7 in the
Queen
mark.
2. No one's going to be going for any big steals here.
What's Greg the Hat got? I fancy this on the button.
I mean, you can raise, call off a shove from Lauren, but obviously you can't call a re-raise from Eugene.
Yeah, he's
8,000.
Let's see what Eugene has.
It's been more than the
Quite a
seat.
bit, I bet.
You'll let us go.
He just flatted. No, he raised to 8,000. Sorry.
Yeah, money is
Because
passed.
now the money is passing.
Let's
He's
not
looking
go-
for information
yeah.
as normal.
They spend all the money on the
Just a bit of
surveys.
posturing here.
I understand more.
I don't know
He'll
why.
look around the Lauren and flick goes in.
Wait.
Maybe he doesn't know Greg the Hat.
Yeah, perhaps. But I mean, to attempt a re-steal with another person to act in a short stack on your left, I mean, why bother? Why waste your time? Come on, Eugene, we know you're folding. Come on.
5, 4, 3,
Wow.
2, 1.
That is interesting. Maybe he has a read.
Maybe he's lining himself up for most of Greg's stack. He's got to move on here. He knows Lauren's
Wow.
going to shove.
And yeah, this is Lauren just.
Money goes in, Lauren.
I think she has to.
You can't be carving out a call here. You want to see all the cards here with all your money in.
Oh yeah, no,
I mean,
she's
you
all
haven't got
into
a lot of
going.
fold equity, I know that, but that's not the point. You know, we're not out there.
Yeah.
I don't think she folds. Come on.
Don't fold, Lauren.
That's Lauren. Let's see. Maybe she knows something we don't.
I mean, Eugene just put maximum pressure on Lauren there. I mean, it's worked out.
So the Eugene why bother speech we'll put away for another day.
Yeah,
what do we know?
My reads are not great today. Like,
Get all the bad ones out of the way now.
yeah, might as well before the 60.
Yeah. Get it all out of your system now.
That
We
that is
we
super
are we
interesting.
do have a therapeutic couch in here. We will chat to you and we will stroke you a little bit.
Thank you.
For
yeah.
a price, of course. Yeah. We also do tea and coffee for a small price. Oh dear. I was surprised to see Lauren fold nice there.
That's one of those hands to talk about. I think I really find that super interesting. The way that went down.
Let's just take a note of the time there for the. Maybe we'll come back and have a look at that hand. So next hand.
Around 4,000.
That's going into a deeper level of metagame and theory that I have not yet processed.
Indeed. So that was hand number 19. We'll go back and have a look at that, I think, in the fullness of time.
Let's see if Lauren can find a hand. Eugene lets the Jack 7 go. Okay. There you go, Lauren. Suited queen. Shove. There we go.
Thank you very much. Good luck, young lady. Good luck, Rikesh. 8-5 to call. I think.
We might have to call this.
Although it's dead money, he did put the ante in as well, and that'll be in his mind.
Yeah. I think Lauren's fortunate. She has a lot of fold equity because he's the fellow short stack, and that's pretty much the only reason why he's thinking about this. Most other stacks would have to just snap this off.
For sure.
Yeah, I think
And the best hand folds. Well done, Lauren.
she's picked up some more chips.
Gives her another round, I suppose. Only 8 bigs. But she's now on the button, so she gets a few more free looks.
Yeah.
Nice chairs, eh?
Very comfortable. Nice.
We're going to vote for the best chairs in Sun International, or currently Sibaya.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, you did get 15. You did get 15 minutes of fame in PE.
What were we on there? Desk chairs. They were fine.
They were a bit hard on your bum after 69 hours of commentary.
I was gonna say like yeah, it can't be easy for you. I was only in there 15-20 minutes. So.
Yeah.
You definitely need to have a clear in your head both accept the fact that you're going that someone's much better.
There you go, 4,000.
But I think she knows she's better.
4,000. 4,000.
like she can get out of print.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem.
But not now, we should.
Oh,
Ace queen here for Greg the Hat.
Greg the Hat and the hijack, ace queen.
it's definitely not a like amazing.
Very composed player, eh?
Yeah, I'm actually going to find him and shake his hand because last night I didn't get a chance to catch up with him. He disappeared pretty quickly.
9,000.
I know nothing about Greg, nothing at all.
Neither do I, but I definitely get the vibe that he's
He can
got
play.
some experience. Yeah.
Yeah, he can play.
Oh, Lauren, there you go. That's what you needed.
Take your time, girl. Take your time. I mean, Greg's sitting on 115,000. He knows Lauren's range is wide open here with 8 bigs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she doesn't know it. She doesn't need to do the Oscar routine. She needs to get it in, but she'll spend a bit of time thinking about it
Yeah.
as per the training, and then it goes in.
Always
There we
good to look a little bit unsure when you've got the coconuts.
go. Yeah.
And Rakesh just gonna let the Jack 3 go, probably. Although I've been surprised today a few times.
No, Rakesh just wanted his TV time. He's fine. We didn't see Mobo's cards, but
Yeah, and I think
I don't know. Greg is. We just said he's a composed player. He's got a bit of experience.
yeah.
He's asking for a count. Fair enough.
22,500.
Okay, so rather than me say what I think he's going to do or what he should do, I'm rather just going to say what I would do.
Okay.
I would have called.
Okay. Me too.
So then I can't be wrong, right?
No, you can't be wrong. And of course he has called.
Yeah.
And you know the ace magnets have been exposed. And
Yeah.
for Lauren's sake, I hope the ace magnets aren't working today.
Yeah.
And no disrespect to Greg either.
Sure.
We just want to see Lauren in the game. So. Okay, so no
Really
real
safe so
changes.
far.
I mean, still looking for an ace, basically.
Yeah.
10.
Only an ace.
Only an ace. Barry Greenstein on the river.
River.
There we go. Ooh, a bit of a slow roll from the dealer there.
But incidentally, I'm just while Lauren's counting chips here, which is always nice to say, we've done a bit of training with the dealers. You know, a lot of the dealers are used to dealing the flop to turn the river very, very quickly and moving the game along.
Yeah.
They're not used to being under TV cameras.
Mm.
You know, now we've got people like us in the back who need
Yeah.
to talk about things.
Yeah.
They do the flop.
Yeah.
They have a count in their head, normally 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, up to 5.
Okay.
Then they tap the table a la WSOP standards,
Yeah.
turn over the turn, and then subsequently the same for the river. So we get an opportunity to look at what the sweats are and stuff like that. And it makes for better viewing.
Yeah, nice to
And
slow it down a bit.
Yeah, indeed. And obviously it makes us look better as well.
Of course,
which
yeah.
is always a good thing. Right, look at the added tables there. Still a few players in. I think we were up to 70 entries. I see Uncle Harold Brooks in the back there with a stripy t-shirt on.
Yes, the signature stripy t-shirt.
Yep. So he's floating around there. I think that's Keith Bishop behind him in the far distance, and Rudolph Faree, who's just sick for the game. And there's Faze.
Yeah,
Next to
Faisal.
Faisal, that's
Another
it.
Gareth there,
Oh yes.
and then Kev.
And of course Serbian George.
Yep.
Oh, there's a few faces out there, huh?
Mm.
And I think that's JP Oaks on the left there as well.
Oh, nice. 80 entries. Cool.
Wow. And that's huge. Day 1, or day 2 now, of course, but the warm-up event. I think Monsterjam is very, very happy. But they put a lot of time and effort into the satellites down here, a couple of weeks plus.
Yeah.
They've had a full staff down here. Myself and Carl were down here 2 weeks ago on Sunday, and they were just starting off their first satellite, and they were queuing.
11,000.
Oh, nice.
They were queuing, these guys, you know.
That's good. That's the satellites are a great way of getting people into the bigger events.
For sure, and I think I can't remember how many seats, but it was a significant amount, and I know there were at least 460k seats given away.
Wow, that's awesome.
You know, so those 60k seats went to local players in the town.
That's brilliant.
So you know you're going to see a little bit of a mix in the
Yeah.
60k tonight. Now I've had a few questions on my phone about what time is the 60k going live. I've had a discussion with Mark, and with respect to the players in this event, we're going to see the final table of this event before we go to the 60k.
That's brilliant. Yeah,
You
nice.
know, there's a lot of local interest here, and unless he changes his mind, but that's the current plan. So
You don't realize like
a little bit of a flip developing here.
And this is the first time we've seen Nav getting involved, eh?
Well, it's the first time he's had a pair.
Mm.
And of course, you've got the
Oh.
straight draw now as well.
He's going nowhere.
No, check. No? No, not check.
I don't mind a check here from Nav.
I like a bet.
Oh, yeah.
Mobile
Yeah.
showed a propensity to actually call off these and want to see a turn.
Yeah.
You know, that,
You get the ace highs, the queen jacks, and things to
yeah.
king jacks. Fold.
17,000.
And he's got 2 overs, and you'll see him. He will be reading a back door there somewhere. It's a long way to get there, but it's there.
Yeah. And this is another one of those cases where if you're in position, you could think about floating with the 2 overs, the backdoor straight and flush draws with the king jack. But out of position is, I really don't think it's worth your time.
The only thing is that Mobile has actually called off a few chips quite light, and his stack is now down to 60 or 1,000, where it was 105.
Yeah,
earlier, so.
the momentum's not really in his favor, right now.
Indeed.
Nice putt for now.
Eugene quietly hovering around the top of the ladder there. Nav is there, and change of the order at the bottom.
Lauren's got some breathing space. She
Oh,
did
yeah.
well to grind that stack back up there.
She's out of the danger zone, and Rakesh is, I call danger zone 10 big, so
Yeah. Yeah.
he's approaching the danger zone. And Lum's been very, very quiet.
Yeah, he was one of the more involved players in the beginning of the day, and he's just
Small blind,
he's
big
not really
blind.
had any hands.
4, 4.
He's on my list of poker characters.
Yeah.
4,000.
I gave him a player profile sheet once and said, "Can you give me some details so I can talk about you?"
Yeah.
He wrote Lum and gave it back to me. He said, "Just fill in the
Well,
blanks."
there you go.
So everything I'm telling you about Lum, I'm actually making up.
Yeah.
No, what a nice characters, really. I mean, he, you know, he's a pleasure to be at the table with. And if you're heads up with him, you are definitely getting some chatter
Yeah.
every single time.
Yeah, I like Lum's banter.
4,000.
7 deuce.
Rakesh is,
Not a cash game.
it's not a cash game. It's a Myberg hand 7-2. He's Cole's
likes
not
it.
around at the moment, but
Yeah.
it's definitely a Myberg hand. I like this Ace-6, Ace-6 suited. There was a lovely article by Antonio Spandiori,
Okay.
and he said Ace-6 is the new Ace-King.
That's interesting.
He said, I always pick up a piece on the floor.
There you go.
Always. He said, I never miss. So let's see.
Magic Antonio.
Yeah, the magician.
There seems to be a lot more limping these days, especially from under the gun.
So Antonio, your advice sucks, by the way.
Yeah, completely missed.
If he'd been playing his own hand, which is favourite hand for Antonio, the Magic Carpet is 9-7 suited.
There you
It
go.
would have been a little bit better there.
Yeah. And we've got a flush. Mr. Chetty.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he gets paid yet.
Nah. Unless someone does something funny.
Silly.
Yeah.
Well,
Silly.
Nav is still in the hand.
Yeah. There's always hope.
And he's off his phone.
And he's got a smirk on his face. He's not in the mood. There couldn't have been a less exciting flop for Gregory the Hat there.
That's a shame. What's that on the back of his shirt? Curry.
Carry.
That must be like a basketball player's name or something.
Yeah.
Showing my ignorance here.
Oh no, I'm equally as ignorant when it comes
Mobile
to
goes back up the line to third from bottom. So Lauren drops down one. Rakesh is our short stack.
Yeah, Lauren's 20 bigs now. That's lots of room to maneuver.
See, I comment on Greg's shirt and he puts his jacket. I mean, it's very, it
He's
takes
lis-
offence easy.
Yeah,
Eh?
listening
I
in.
mean, I just said it was a nice
Yeah.
shirt. What are you doing, man? He's probably going to listen to this back and can come find us.
Yeah.
You know that, don't you? We'll be in trouble.
I'd be like, can I fill out a profile so you guys don't have to call me the Hat?
Yeah. And by the way, my name's not Greg. They mistook me for somebody else.
Yeah. Shame.
Oh dear. I must look him out and have a chat with him for sure.
King 8 suited under the gun for the chip leader.
You're very quiet, Eugene.
You think In his head, he's like, quite a few players to get through.
Raise to 7.5.
Yeah.
That's the ball.
And Lauren, 20 big blinds, and she has ace king. What do you do?
Well, I know one thing. Eugene will fold to a shove.
Okay, so
I don't like a smooth here, under the gun +1, too early a position, needs to thin the field. What do you fancy?
yeah, so if you have another particularly short stack to act after you, I don't mind slow playing it and just calling, hoping for the shove behind. But in this spot, I think because there isn't anyone in that position, she has to just shove, and I like this play.
And she shoves, and
Nice one, Lauren. And it will get through.
Nerve's got king, queen, so you'll want a bit of king, jack. You'll want a little bit of TV time. Greg's got 2-3 nut low suited.
And a fold from Eugene.
Eugene will just take a little bit.
He's got a smile. He's like, I didn't want to raise, but I
Here's
did.
here's your 10 grand prize. Well done, Lauren. And Lauren, quite rightly, doesn't show a cards. Just slide them across the table. That's information for later.
There we go. And she strips up a little bit there.
Keep on having that don't interfere with the lights.
I wanted to leave.
A
That's
little bit of
why.
chat at the table. Lauren's got some talking chips.
It's always nice to drag a pot of any size. And there is no better feeling than being the short stack and then running it up and becoming one of the big stacks. It's
How's your room? You in the lodge or the hotel?
I'm in the lodge.
Okay, same
nice.
as us.
Yeah.
It's all right, sir.
I have no complaints. Very happy with it.
Nice breakfast.
I had a lovely breakfast this morning.
Yeah, it was lekker.
Lamb
I
sausage.
Sorry, I was with the pork. But,
I had that as well.
Okay. You said you're a Scotsman. Did you not have everything? Did you take a bag, or a small bag, or a big bag?
I filled my pockets, okay? Baked beans.
Oh dear, for those of you who have no idea what we're talking about, in the British Isles, I mean, being made up of England, Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales, those people who live north of Adrian's Wall, known as the Scottish, are renowned for being tight. The truth is, in reality, they're actually very generous. But, why let the truth get in the way of a good story?
Exactly, yeah.
In fact, we tell people that the jocks, as they're commonly known, can peel oranges in their pockets with boxing gloves. The truth is, they can.
Yeah.
So we're having a pop at the Scottish fraternity out there, and no offence, man, just a bit of fun between
it's
my good friend Gareth. I mean, I actually used to live in Scotland, so
yeah. It's good for our table image. I mean, we can pull off more bluffs more often than not.
Do you have to wear an I'm a Scot hat because nobody would have a clue who you are?
I just have to speak a little bit in the beginning. They go, oh, what's that funny accent?
What language do you speak?
Yeah, exactly. Bad English.
Oh dear. They actually have their own money in Scotland, by the way.
It's rather peculiar. It's legal tender, as we like to say in England.
Yeah, they call it the same thing, but it's just got different pictures.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a little bit of action.
So the flop comes Jack 7, 2 clubs, Queen of Diamonds. So we got an up-down straight draw for Rajesh here. A top pair, pretty crappy kicker for Eugene. And there's a 14,000 bet from Rajesh. Eugene's going nowhere by the look of it. And that's a flat. He'll take his $500 change. And we'll see the turn.
Turn cards.
Okay, exciting card for the turn. Flush gets there. Anybody who was looking for that sort of straighty board is also in good shape.
Yeah, stack size is a problem here.
Yeah.
For Eugene, he's not in the most comfortable spot. He's going to take a bit of time to think this one through.
So what's Rajesh sitting on 37,000? So it represents a significant portion of Eugene's. Eugene checks, which is interesting.
I think Eugene doesn't like it, but he's probably going to call.
Yeah, he'll think this through. I think this is time for the computer just to rerun the hand.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the left hand to bring the scarf across in front. No, he's folding. Oh, he's asking for a count. Sign of a good pro here, by the way.
Yeah.
Taking his time. Getting a count, using... I mean, he knows how many chips are there. He's just taking his time, looking at Rajesh. Looking for that vein in the side of his neck, pulsing away.
I think for Eugene here, you know, that there was a little bit of a hesitation on the flop with his call, and I think that was just because he knew he was going to have to call the shove on the river, on the turn, sorry.
Sure.
And it's just such a nasty card. You could get it in drawing dead here, you know. It's like
Eugene won't be worried about looking stupid and calling this off. If he does it, he does it because he thinks he's right. If he folds, he does it because he thinks he's right. He doesn't worry about image that way. He always has an image. I always compare these guys. They're like Ferraris at traffic lights. They have nothing to prove, so don't try racing.
yeah.
It's true, you know. You stand up with your souped up Ford Escort revving the back end off it. And the Ferrari guy's not going to race you because you already know you're beaten.
Yeah.
What's the point of wasting petrol?
He's trying to get a read here, right?
Yeah, he's having a little chat with him.
And you normally don't talk. I know you don't talk.
Yes, you normally don't
No,
talk.
I know it is. You like.
He's got all he needs to know. He goes in the back. And you know, to be fair, Rajesh has got a draw as well, and he has got a pair.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to show us. I'll stick the needle in.
Yeah, that was not a wise move. That will go into the Eugene Duplessis computer.
Yeah,
and be
that has been logged and in the database. Yes.
Okay, we're about 90 seconds away from the end of the level. This is round 15, so one more level before we go to freeze out. And the blinds are at 2-4.
400k in the prize pool. That's awesome.
Price of poker's going up, eh?
For event one.
And then I just got
That is
deeper
fantastic.
into
Awesome. And 80 players. 80
brilliant.
players.
And there's still going to be so many people arriving throughout the week. So 80 players event one. That's great.
Yeah, I think Mark and the Monsterjam teams will be very proud of themselves.
Yeah.
The legwork they've done and the groundwork has been fantastic. Just quickly looking at your screen there, folks. In the background, there's a gentleman with a beard on a computer. If you can see him in the distance. His name is Etienne. He is our new blogger. He is the voice of Monsterjam on the Facebook and other streams.
Cool.
He's putting out blogs, etc., and he has a background in gaming.
Oh, nice.
He does play poker. He knows how to play poker.
Okay.
And he's done some of these massive gaming events. He was showing me some of his video footage and his photos.
Oh, that's cool.
And this guy is no stranger to the big screen. Huh?
Okay.
I mean, a very, very experienced guy. And I'm looking forward to learning something from him, actually.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Etienne is his name, a really lovely chap, and looking forward to working with Etienne. So welcome to the team, Etienne, is basically what I'm saying, I suppose.
Yeah, I must go and introduce myself, say hi to the guy.
Yeah, nice fellow. Very nice fellow.
4,000.
So this feature table, as we spoke about earlier, will change out, and there will be a bit of a shuffle around at the end of the next level. So we're about 30 minutes away from our first break of the day. In fact, you'll hear Davey Rolfe in the background announcing. And this is a lovely hand in the small blind.
Love this hand. King 10 suited.
One of my favourites.
Ace King for Lauren. Oh, fireworks shall ensue.
Well, Lauren thinks about shoving this in. I must just put a shout out to Mrs. Shelley Allen, better known as my wife, who has just rocketed up here with a couple of punnets of grapes and fruits. You know, you will eat healthy with the tag on the side. Okay, let's just quickly get back to the hand here. You know, this is the second time Eugene has raced and she's shoved on him. So he's probably getting a little bit peeved with this, but I don't think he's calling this off. I don't.
Well, I mean, at least he has hands. He's had hands the last two times. Can you imagine she shoved in the 7-3 spot and he has to call it off? Because I don't think it was much more, right? Oh no, it wasn't. It was all in for Lauren, so that could have been interesting. But yeah, this is just one of those really pretty hands that you kind of have to let go of. Yes, don't mind if I do. We're snacking on grapes, people.
Healthy eating.
Mm.
And there they go, in the mug. Not the grapes.
Always disappointing when you have to fold a pretty hand like that, but
And Lauren
it's the
now
right
is on 99,000, a gain of 12,000.
what was she down to? About
6 bigs.
6 bigs? Oh, very nice comeback. And
I
she had
think,
the patience to wait around just long enough.
Small
As
blind.
I recall, the average stack is just over 100,000, so
2005, 5,000.
she's around that region now.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah. There's no crazy deep stacks on this feature table right now, so you know, no one's really short, but I mean, there's no dominating stack anymore with at this blind level.
No, last night we had Lauren's partner, in fact, Ahmed was at the table, and he was sitting on 311k.
It's amazing how he
Yeah,
spins up a
which
stack.
was like 1,000 bigs at the time. It was
Yeah.
ridiculous. But he ran good. Jeez, he ran good.
But I mean, credit where credit's due. He likes to get involved. And
Unlike Nav, who's
Nav, I
throwing
mean-
away some of
no, this.
what I would call Nav premium hands.
Yeah, these are definitely NAV premium hands.
Love this. Eugene on the button. Limp pot, 5-3 suited.
Must be steaming.
He's well, it's not often you say that, you know. Oh, here we go. Sorry. American Airlines, 2 red needles. You know, I know you probably won't agree with me here, but against Eugene, I like a flat call here.
I also like a flat, yeah, I agree. I mean, Eugene is going to be opening so light on the button here, and you could potentially lose a lot of value from your aces by 3-bet shoving. What I don't like is a raise. That's not a shove, though.
Yeah.
It just looks too strong.
Yeah.
It was 10,000. Now it's 20,000.
Eugene's like, oh, another pretty cash game hand that I have to let go. And he shows. Stop showing. Rakesh, he doesn't need the information.
Okay, so it's a question I often ask people who come and sit in here. When to show and when not to show?
I think that's a really interesting question because I think basically if you're going to show, you have to have a reason for showing. And at all times, like you shouldn't just do it out of politeness or to be nice because, you know, this is a game and, you know, there's a lot of strategy in knowing what people play with in different spots. And you can do like what the Eugene the computer is doing and build up a database in your head of you know how people play certain hands. So you're not gaining anything in most circumstances by showing your cards. You're only giving away information.
Indeed.
So as a general rule, just don't show. But you know if it's a friendly cash game or whatever, I like you know it's not too hectic, then I think there's nothing wrong with, you know, showing for a bit of fun or showing a bluff here and there.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, what you're in summary, what you're saying there, if you're trying to achieve something by showing your cards, then that is to say, building your image,
Yeah.
keeping your table image good, or you know, letting people store that information away so you can get away with the bluffs later.
Yes.
Then fine. But you know, remember who you're showing to.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
it's the thing, and you know, Eugene Computer is not a good bloke to be showing.
Yeah. If you're at a table full of pros, there's literally no upside to showing your cards.
No.
You know, showing a bluff is it's going to satisfy your ego. It's not going to satisfy
Anything else.
Anything else. Yeah.
And you're not going to rile pros.
Yeah.
You might upset a few rec players, but you're not going to rile a pro.
I mean, I'm saying all these wise words, but at the end of the day, I show all the time. Like, I make that classic error. I show the bluff. I show I had the nuts. You know, it's just it's different in the moment. You know.
What's Rakesh up to here?
I knew you were gonna say. I knew you were gonna say.
12,500.
I have no idea why. I don't understand that. So limp pot. Okay.
Yeah.
It's an expensive way to steal, no?
I knew you were gonna say something. I literally said to her.
Limp pot, and then was it a bet then a shove?
It's a cool idea. I don't think it should be like that.
Oh no, there's no shove. It was
But they'll
an error.
Understand?
and it's
the normal
3K.
Just a bet.
understand the novelty of the hand, but
I think you're right.
14 bigs for Mr. Chetty.
So Nav, by doing nothing, is no top.
Yeah.
And I don't think I was ever going to hear myself say this,
Small
but
blind, 2.5.
Eugene has contributed most of the chips to Lauren's stack.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah?
Yes, obviously.
And interestingly enough, the one time he actually got out of line was that hand that we'll go back to at some point with the 7-3, but he took down that pot. The other times he's had legitimate hands, and he's lost all of them.
Indeed.
Poker is
It's like
not,
that.
not a fair game like that. The best hands do not always win.
No, so Nav has woke up with a hand here. under the
Okay,
gun.
let's see Nav get involved here.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time he got involved.
See a lot of guys in tournaments limping these hands in early position, and then balancing it out with really strong pairs as well. So,
12,000.
but I think it's more so when you've got some short stacks that you're willing to call off. that
Yeah,
shove.
sure.
12,000.
There's some 14 big blind stacks.
So there's a 12,000 bet, which is essentially half pot.
Yeah,
12,000.
And people would have noticed that Nav's been pretty quiet.
yeah. The Eugene didn't think too long about folding the fives there, eh?
No, not at all.
Lauren as well, ace-7 suited.
I don't know how well Rakesh knows. He might get a bit sticky with his button here with the king, queen jack. And also, he's been pretty active the last few hands. You know, he had the aces, then he shoved the queen 7, or he re-raised the queen 7 there.
Yeah,
Okay, he gets away from it.
he's taking a break.
Yeah. And Lung's going to get rid of his connectors.
Yeah, he's not getting
And
the best price.
Nav will
there.
stack those and go back to his phone.
2.5.
Here we go. Level 16, 20 minutes to run, and that's 20 minutes to our next break.
And
403,000 of the pot, 80 entries.
brilliant.
It's fantastic, huh? Absolutely fantastic, and a good prize. Average stack 105, worth noting. And still a few people out there in the outer tables. I expected that to fill up a little bit more. If you've got nothing to do and you're a poker fan, just come down and do a bit of railing on the 60k this evening. It'd be great to go and watch some of these guys live. Or failing that, come and play in the 2 o'clock satellite we've spoken about. And I do understand there's also a satellite for the main event seats this evening at 7 o'clock.
Oh, great. Cool.
So I understand that's also going to happen this evening. And that'll be a lot cheaper. I'll actually find out the cost of that momentarily.
5,000. 5,000.
More people joining?
People that spend money that
Ace-9 suited here for Eugene.
Like a team of
He is in early position though, but fancy a raise. He looks a tad despondent.
12,500.
Pretty cards. I like these cards. I mean, early position, raise to 12,000, so 50% of the pots. Rakesh isn't going to get too sticky with these.
12,500.
7-8 suited. I mean, Mjpt, he's just been going south the whole session.
Yeah, shame. He's getting some reasonable hands, but just not in the best positions. I mean, yeah, he's on the button here, but he's still got 2 guys to his left, and he's not got the biggest stack in the world. So
No. Looks like a call.
Lum's interested.
Okay, Lum's got 111,000 with Ace Jack. He just smooths that off.
So, yeah, I think
I'd have preferred to see him raise there.
squeeze 3-bet there would have been quite nice, but I don't mind this. You know, he's playing cautious, but
Not much help for anybody really there. Ace Jack, obviously, with the 2 higher cards, 2 overs.
I think this is a good board for Eugene to c-bet. He's gonna get a lot of hands to fold out their equity.
Lum thirst to act. He'll know he sat there with 2 overs. I mean, he'll be looking across at Eugene, and he won't be putting him on any 5s, that's for sure. And I don't know if he can put Mobile on a 5, maybe a Ace 5 or something like that. So he might think his cards are good. I don't know if he actually knows it's his go.
I was checked around.
Oh,
Oh,
it's checked
Eugene
around.
was thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think Lum's
So
got
he's
this
got-
one locked then.
He's got a
He's-
lock on it with his Jack.
He doesn't waste any time, eh? He's just like, nope, value turn. Here we go.
22,000.
I don't think we'll see a call from Eugene here.
Well, Rivers can help him, you know. Really.
Not take it down. The best hand won. Who would have thought it?
Makes a change.
Doesn't normally happen.
And Lum takes top spot.
There you go. He had that little quiet spell. Just binks one hand, takes top place.
Yeah, I mean, from a session point of view, I think Mjpt will be the most disappointed.
Yeah.
Eugene will be going away, and the computer will be working overtime.
Mm.
He'll be analysing what went down there. How did I go there being chip leader and leave not chip leader?
Yeah.
That's not very Duplessis-esque, is it? You know?
That's not what he had factored into the equation.
Mind you, haven't said that. We still got 15 minutes to run. Things can
Yeah.
change, you know.
Oh yeah, I think at these blind levels, you'll see stacks going on a bit of a roller coaster.
For sure.
But nice comeback from Lauren, eh? That was nice.
Yeah, she's a very patient young lady when it comes to playing
There we
the
go. 5,000.
short stack.
And she was super chilled. Had her 5 big blinds sitting back on her phone.
Yeah, she wasn't overly phased,
Yeah.
that's for sure. Okay, welcome to the Jack 10 Appreciation Society. Your membership is pending, Rakesh. You do need to make a bet here, and you do need to win the hand to get formal entry.
So you do have to win the hand to qualify,
Oh
is
yes,
that
of
right?
course. I mean, you can't just splash around with Jack 10.
Yes.
You have to use it, and you have to abuse it.
You have to do it justice.
Yeah, of course, indeed. So,
Here we go.
Don't let me down, Rajesh. Don't let me down.
12 and a half. 13k. Sounds about right.
Ah, that was a smooth call.
Is it? Okay, I'm done guessing what people do
this
now.
one's singles. I mean, it's not the way to play Jack 10 Jack, you know.
We like the aggression for the society.
Yeah, indeed.
And
There are conditions around entry.
Yeah. And Mobile's in a tough spot again, you know, like awkward.
And Nav's counting chips. Oh dear. He's going to smooth this one.
2.5.
And Nav has got 5-3. Sorry, Lum had
Ooh,
5-3.
Queens. Now we know why he's interested. Well, I don't think membership is going to be
Forthcoming.
yes. At this stage.
Well, let's see, you know. I mean, obviously, Nav's raising here. And he's going to get the respect. I mean, he's been so quiet at this table, it's unreal. In fact, we were questioning whether that was really Nav.
we had our doubts.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't had any of the wits and the misbehaviour. Or
He's been very distracted.
he's been very non-Nav-esque.
Yeah.
Well, Greg the Hat looks down. He's been pretty quiet.
That's the beauty of
So up to 25k. Love this bed size, eh? Puts pressure on
Total. 20 more.
those beautiful limping hands.
Indeed.
And Oh, I didn't realise that Mobo actually called with the Queen Jack. Okay.
I've got to tell you, if I was Rakesh, I'd be calling here. But that's a nostalgic thing.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with percentages or pot sizes or anything.
I think I'm with you there because you know, like, if you're gonna crack aces
Yeah.
and kings, what do you want in your hand? I mean,
You want Jack 10 suited. And
Yeah.
you want Gary Allen offering you free membership.
I think he's thinking about seeing 5 cards here.
You really do.
Uh,
You think he's going to push the maybe here?
he looks interested. Yeah.
Jeepers, you can keep your job for another
Yeah.
level.
We got one
Gareth
right.
is back.
And then I think,
Oh,
yeah,
well, you
Rakesh,
know.
he's having a.
Mobil's going nowhere and Nav snapping here. Come, Nav.
And his last, Rakesh's last limp raise got through against Lum, remember, with the 8-9 suited against the Ace-Jack. So maybe he's got a reputation for limp raising monsters in early position. But you can't fold queens here. You just gotta...
I wouldn't be good enough to fold queens.
Nah, just me neither. Snap. I think I'd call jacks as well.
89,000.
All in 114 it says on our graphic, but I think it's near 80 or 90. But it's still a significant chunk of change.
Oh yeah, it's most of Nav's stack, but I mean...
You think
Queen-
Nav gets away from this?
It looks like he's pondering it, but I think it's going to be a bit of a ponder than a, no, I can't fold this. Here
You
go.
do realise if Nav folds here that Rakesh will be formally vice chairman of the Jack 10 Society.
I mean, we...
I mean, it's instant promotion.
yeah. I mean, what do we actually want to see here?
I got to say, I mean, this is just a great move by Rakesh. You got to give him credit.
Yeah.
Forget the Jack 10 scenarios, but I mean, you got to give him credit. It takes stones to do stuff
Yeah.
like this.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this is tournament life stuff as well, you know.
Yeah.
We're playing for stacks. I mean, Nav's looking for a read over there, and they're both Durban knights, I think. So maybe they know each other.
They must have some experience playing together or something, because, yeah, to contemplate folding queens here means you have to have some read.
Rakesh is trying to be quite composed here. And you know, for the people back home, there's nothing wrong with Nav taking his time here.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong. This is tournament life stuff. We're playing for stacks, and you know, take your time. And for the recreational players out there, you know, you can learn something here.
Yeah.
You know, there's no pressure on you to call. I mean, what Nav's doing here now, he's taking time to think. He's also counting his chips. What will I have left if I lose this call? You know, where does that leave me in terms of position? You know, if the freeze out starts in 20 minutes, am I going to be prepared to re-enter? Am I going to go lay on my bed and get a sauna? Whatever, you know?
Yeah, that's 100% it. You know, that's the difference between a tournament and a cash game.
And I must just add that we're not talking to Nav on his earpiece there, even though he looks like he's in the FBI.
Guys, what has he got? What's he got?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I can tell you now, if this was a cash game, you would have snapped.
If this was a cash game, we'd be on to another 4 hands by
Yeah,
now.
yeah, exactly. Looks like he's going to let it go, eh? He folded. Wow.
Has he folded?
I think he said a fold.
The dealer's looking for the cards.
Yeah.
Rakesh should not show. Make him wait the 30 minutes.
I think he showed, but he didn't show.
Okay.
Wow. So he's got a lifetime membership?
No, we're giving him vice chairmanship
Okay.
of the Jack 10 Appreciation Society. It's an honorary post, of course.
Yes, I mean,
but,
well deserved.
I will be formally announcing that. Well, I have done that. You know, we'll do the national anthem and the handshaking and the photographs later. But, yeah. Well done, Rakesh. Jack 10!
And in all seriousness, I don't think Rakesh was looking for a fold there. I think he just wanted to see 5 cards. Nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong.
And yeah.
How many other people at that table can fold queens?
Oof,
2?
yeah.
1?
Yeah, maybe
That picture.
maybe one or two in this particular table, but
I couldn't have folded queens there.
I don't like folding pairs. Full stop.
So, are you going to mention this platter of food that's just arrived in front of us?
It's very impressive. We must thank Shelley for it. Eh? Thank you. Okay, we've
So
been
we-
instructed to eat healthy, so we're gonna.
This is a platter of various fruits. I'd like to name them all for you. In fact, I probably can name them all. But we're too busy looking at Rakesh with his newfound wealth, 8-5 offsuit. And
Brilliant.
he's busy stacking chips, so I figure a fold might be in order here.
Yeah.
Pass down.
There we go.
Pull in.
It'd be nice to see mobile double up. Oh wow! I think. Oh, that is unfortunate. He's not had a good feature table today.
And Nav will certainly not be thinking about a call here. The reason Nav's taking his time is because there's players that act after him. He's not slow rolling here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
54,500.
If it was just heads up, he'd snap it off, of course.
Yeah, I like just flashing here. Maybe you can catch someone behind.
Greg looks down at his cards. Oh, we've lost the feed on the. Oh, here we go. It's back.
54.5. All in.
It
Where is?
says a call, and we need to know what Gregory's got in his hand.
You know, he's thinking about.
All right.
Queen 6 suited. No, that's going in the map.
Just Eugene. Nah, Eugene's gonna.
Eugene's not going to get involved there.
There we go.
Over they go, on their backs, and
That's unfortunate for Mobile.
Mobile's going to say this is like the worst final table, feature table I've ever had.
Yeah, and he did nothing wrong now. You have to get it in there.
And the 9,
Shame, I'd feel bad for Nav if the 9
commentator's
comes in.
curse. Here comes the 9.
The Polka Stars nuts, as they
Yeah.
call it.
Yeah.
Pocket nines.
10.
Can we get a sweat here? 8 would be good.
Mm.
6.
Just a
No,
9.
no, 9 only. He's got 1 out, the other 9s are gone. And
There
there's
we
6.
go.
And we say goodbye to Mjpt.
Very
And,
unlucky.
you know, yeah, I think that's what he leaves with the badge that says, you were unlucky, sir.
Yeah.
He just couldn't get going today.
Cent available.
Every time he had cards, someone woke up with a better
Sorry,
hand.
my man, I had to play.
And that's a shame.
I read it that way. I said,
But nice seeing him on the table, and well done, young sir. Look forward to seeing you again during the week.
Actually, at least we're better though. You can play
Yeah, exactly.
I actually
They don't
played
pay
with Mobile a little bit yesterday. That very short period of time that I was in this tournament. And played a very solid game. Eh? I've never played with him before. Seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah,
He's
I've
good at
played
the
with
game.
him. I have played.
Okay.
Somewhere up there. Somewhere right up there.
So I don't know him well, but I played. Looks like Big Serbian George is on the walk there.
Another schedule, small blind, big blind. 2.5,
Yep.
5,000.
Now, are we going to get a player at this table? Or
I don't know what the balance is looking like, but I mean, we've been short-handed all day. And I don't know what the tournament directing staff are doing in terms of numbers.
yeah.
What I can tell you is our feature table will always be 9 unless it's a final table, and then it will be 10.
Okay.
We will not be running 10 people at the feature table
Yeah.
during events. So we're just running a maximum 9-handed table. Only in the final table will we bring a 10th player into play.
You know reverse swing, reverse swing. You know what's reverse swing?
Not much longer on this level.
No, in fact, you know, I suspect maybe 3 or 4 minutes, maybe a little bit longer perhaps. We'll have a look at the timing screen in a minute. I know that you have to take off and go play the satellite at 2 o'clock. I don't think there's any rewards for being on time on this one.
No.
On the year.
I mean, if you want to see the end of the session out, we obviously
Oh, yeah.
welcome you.
Happy to stay to the end.
Teluca was a 90.
No one, they
And to be honest, if we weren't commentating, I'd come and join you in the 60k show. But my time was already spoken for this week.
Yes. Eugene. King, Queen.
but I'm hoping my wife is going to play in one of the events.
Oh, cool.
Two.
Nice.
If I can convince her.
Flop
Need more glamour at the poker table. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, Lauren's the only lady we've got in at the moment, I
Yeah.
believe.
Yeah, we need more ladies in the
One
game.
life.
I've tried to convince Tracy, but she's not having it.
Yet.
Yet,
You
yeah.
haven't been married a year yet.
Yeah.
You know, those lonely nights start to eat away eventually. You know? Unless you've got a dog or a baby, you know,
Yeah.
or a subscription to Netflix,
Yeah.
she'll come round.
Well, that's it. We've got the Netflix, so
Oh, okay, so you
should
can
be all
occupy
right.
it. How hard is it to find a movie on Netflix? There's like too
Oh,
many.
no, it's and all the trending and popular ones are not up my street. So I have to do a deep dive, find the ones I like.
And that's like 20 minutes of your life.
Yes, absolutely.
And you end up watching the one you previewed in the beginning.
I end up watching a dubbed film. It ends up being quite good.
I've got to tell you, if all else fails, Big Bang Theory.
Absolutely.
And it's just so ridiculously funny.
Can watch it again and again. Love it.
Oh, I tell you, those one-liners from the nerds, they're just brilliant. I mean, this guy Sheldon, I mean, I have no idea his real name and his acting name, but I mean, he's just brilliant.
He's fantastic.
Whoever scripts that, you know, they need a medal.
Not just poker.
Can I say it? Because I know.
It's just so funny.
Yeah, you can say it if you know.
You're gonna irritate that.
You know, who would ever have thought that nerds and physics would be funny?
Yeah, it's the same creators of 2.5 Men. Are
Just really.
also really successful.
5,000.
I mean, and I'm not big on American humour, you know. I'd much rather sit there and listen to Billy Connolly or something.
Yeah,
You know,
100%.
It's just hilarious.
I mean, I know one of the first guys who used it against us very
Now feeling a bit frisky here.
He has some newfound wealth.
Indeed. Well, that certainly made up for the Queen's fold. You know, he's probably happy to get some chips back. He didn't lose much in the hand, but I mean, yeah.
He'll be watching the stream back for sure if Rakesh doesn't tell him what he had. And incidentally, you know, we're on a half an hour delay for the integrity of the game, and I think most people know that. But when we leave the commentary booth, we get bombarded with questions.
Who had this? Who had that?
And unless it's a half an hour old question, we won't answer it.
Yeah.
You know, we have to retain the integrity of the game as well.
My way of saying
And as Gareth walked in today, I took his phone off him.
Yeah.
So he's, you know, he's got nothing to do with his hands apart from eat fruit now.
Yeah.
So Rakesh has walked out with another nice hand here, 68% of the equity in the big blind.
He's got chips now, right?
Yeah, he's got chips. And Nava's raised. I mean, I just fancy a call here. I mean, is that not a call in front of him already?
Now this time you won't believe me, but I'm gonna raise it.
It does look like it.
And before the break, and I'm talking fucking shit. And after that, the way I played that hand, it's so embarrassing. But I don't know why, but I just fold it.
I mean,
Just take it.
I can't say I like that fold.
Can't stop.
Don't
Show
like
it
the
now.
open
Show
fold.
it now. Show it. Fast. Now you pick one and you pick one.
I mean, certainly his stack size is super awkward. You got to give him that. I mean, you can 3-bet
No,
fold.
it's okay. All good.
Jack 10's way better.
I guess you can shove, but I mean, let's see how many blinds did he have? Yeah, you can shove, but you have to at least call.
I actually like the squeeze call.
Yeah, I think
I want to see a flop.
calling's probably one of your better options there.
I mean, I like the call. And he has chips.
Yeah, it's like
Not like he's short stack.
call there, you bank a set, you
Once
You'll-
again, you know, history between the players, do they know each other, etc.
I guess so.
5,000.
Okay, hand number 35, 2,500, 5,000. You'll see that Neil's bringing in the racks for the chips behind you, so we're getting close to the end of our coverage. We get a shot on the timing screen
He
if that's
did before
possible
this whole
from the tech team there. We'll give you an accurate time.
What?
And if this is the last hand, then
No, he's
let's hope it's an action one because oh, Greg looks interested.
13.
I don't like
That's
this.
running good, huh?
Yeah.
Lauren's gone to sleep over there, but you know, She worked hard to get those back. Oh, she's got Huey and Louis looking for Dewey.
Yeah, she could
Good
call
set
him.
line in here.
Set mining at this.
And she's on the button, so she's in the spot, you know.
Yeah, she's gonna do it.
Robin's
Fair
fault.
enough.
You
Yeah,
know
I
it's
like
Robin's
a call.
fault.
I like
They're
a
having a
call.
conversation with
You know, Rakesh is, you know,
And she said, "That's
looking
what
after
you
his chips
do."
here, so
No, man.
Mobile's disappeared. So
Oh, yeah.
One might even have a look here with the 8-6 suited. No, he lets
No.
it go. Okay.
He's having fun.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole
Okay, this is.
Thank God I'm square with
so
you.
we're 3 ways then. So they're on break now officially, so it's 3 ways to the
That's
flop.
the floor.
And that might be the end of Greg the Hat.
I can give it to you. I can give it.
Unfortunately, I don't get away from Ace-5 here with a backdoor flush draw. If I've called the bet pre, I'm going with it. That is not a folding face if I ever saw one.
No, that's a pushing face.
Yeah, and
How long's it going to take now to put his money in?
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see 2 more cards. No 5, no Greg the Hat.
Diamond for a sweat. That's
No 5, no Greg the Hat.
and that's it for Greg the Hat.
And Greg the Hat leaves us, unfortunately, in the last hand of the level. I'm going to go outside and try and catch up with Greg, for sure. We're going to be signing off now. We've got 17 minutes on the break, so it's a 20-minute break. Gareth, thank you so much for coming in, as always.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having
Thank you
me.
for eating all our food.
Yes, I did enjoy that part. Now I don't need to have lunch.
We will send you a bill, and you know, the best of luck on the 60 grand. I don't want to see you back here for at least 4 days.
I know. I honestly don't want to be back. I want to be winning tournaments. So.
Okay, so you know,
But I
you're
have had
welcome
fun.
back at any time, but we don't want to see you back.
Yes.
So good luck and all the best. And let me shake your hand, my brother.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Always a pleasure. Signing off, and we'll be back in 20 minutes.
Welcome to the live stream of the Monsterjam Poker Tour main event here at the beautiful Boardwalk Sun. The action doesn't stop here. Our next stop takes place at the beautiful Sibaya Sun Casino in KwaZulu-Natal. That takes place from the 13th to the 23rd of September 2019. For more information, contact the Monsterjam Poker Tour team and make your booking now.
I know you wouldn't hold it against me. Put them in. I actually got stopped by our what our film director, what's a commentator. He was trying to explain the rules to me. Scary.
What about the first set?
Yeah.
Last one's in the extent.
Welcome back. This is hand 36 of the feature table. We've had a change of personnel. Once I get the list of names, I will tell you who's on the table. And this is their first hand. So 7 players on our feature table. Vishal, who's will be familiar to you. He was with us last night for quite a long period of time in the small blind. Okay, I think we're just catching up with the action here. It looks like it's JP Oaks to the option. JP with 9-7 suited. And puts in a raise from the big blind. And essentially 2 players in the hand. What JP is saying there is, I've got a very strong hand, I'm just dealing the blinds, but it's going to cost you to find out. And Vishal gets out of the way. Sensible move. Okay, there's your table for you. I think most of our players are from South Africa. We're missing a couple of flags, but please don't worry about that. We'll sort that out in the fullness of time. It's important you got their names and their numbers. And Jaco van der Merwe's on 194 at the top of the tree there. A couple of familiar faces on the table from the tour you'll be familiar with. On the extreme right there in seat number 8 is Clive Kikia. Clive with the BMW hat on and the red scarf there. Famous for his cricket ball as a lucky charm, which he uses on final tables. To his right, another noticeable player, well known to many people on the circuit. Looking up, putting his headphones on now, I think. That's JP Oates. JP's not a full-time player, in fact he's a criminal lawyer, and according to him he tells lies for a living. I don't know if that's poker or criminal law, but a very, very nice fellow, and always nice to have around on the table. So he had 9-7 suited of hearts last hand, now he's got 10-8 suited, so he'll get there for a straight flush eventually, I'm sure. So for those of you who are listening on the stream, by now the satellite for the 60k, which starts at 6 p.m. this evening, is underway. 2,000 entry, 2,000 for the add-on, which is 60,000, and you can do a double rebuy for 4,000 and get 45,000 chips. So a nice deal out there if you're interested in trying to get into the super high roller. But JP smooth calls the 3k, and looks like Clive's coming along, and Clive raises it up to 10. Back to JP Oates. A little bit of posturing, he's asking what Clive's got. Clive's in the big blind, he's already put his big blind ante in as well. And it looks like JP's going to have a look. So 2 players to the flops, blind on blind again. And straight away got 2 hearts in the window there, so it's good news for JP. The ace might kill a bit of the action here. So check. Board pairs up. Clive's good with his king high at this time. Once again, I think it's a check. Let's see. This is one of those hands where the first one to blink is going to win. Clive insta-calls him, doesn't believe him. River brings another 5. JP immediately checks. Clive's going to know that his ace is good here. JP a ponderer for a while. Needs to give the impression his hand is stronger than it is, and he didn't miss a flush draw. And the only way JP wins his hands is if he re-raises. That's the only way you can win this hand.
JP had a pretty good read on you there. Just couldn't pull the trigger.
So those of you just coming back to the break, we've had a change of personnel at the feature table. Seat 2 is Gareth, seat 3 is Jaco, seat 4 is Ethan, seat 5 Vishal, seat 7 is JP, seat 8 is Clive, and seat 9 is Stuart. Notice got a few of our regulars on the stream. David Rosenthal, Mr. Bozo, big shout out to Bozo. I'm sure you'll be around later for the 60k. And he says, listening to Gary and Gareth feels like I'm watching EPT. I'll take that as a compliment, unless EPT means something else, I don't know. He said, you must get a Safa inside the commentary team, too many POMs.
14,500.
So Gareth has raised this up to 14.5 with his ace-10 off, under the gun. Very strong move from under the gun.
Fold.
And I don't think Garrett's going to get any customers. So Jaco is top of the tree, 24% of the chips in play on the feature table. And at the bottom we've got Stuart. We saw Stuart earlier in our coverage yesterday. Played very, very nicely, very tight. And I'm surprised to see him with such a small stack, but no doubt we're going to see some action from him very, very shortly, given the blind levels on the antes. View from our outer tables, you'll see our former feature table now is on your extreme left there. Eugene enjoying some well-earned food, and that looks like Abdulessa is about to join them. So, although he'll be a welcome sight, he'll be an unwelcome sight as well. Very strong player, Abdul. So he's joining now. So it is a freeze out now. There's no more entries. The pot is the pot, and the players are the players, and the players will reduce as they're knocked out accordingly. Vishal with 8-9 suited decides to get rid of that. JP's got 9-5 off. Going to cut off. Doesn't need to pull any moves with two short stacks at the table. Clive with the nut low on the button. I'm not surprised to see him get rid of that either. And Stuart's going to chuck it in with his suited king. I suspected we were going to see something from him if he had a decent hand. And the suited king is a strong hand in a small blind, as the pot's been folded round him, so all he's got to do is get through the big blind. Welcome to Solly, Jared Solomon on the stream. Nice to see you, Jared. I saw you were out in the field earlier today. Not a chance to catch up with you yet, but I look forward to shaking your hand and wishing you luck in the 60k later. Nice to have Jared with us. Okay, Jeeton is under the gun here. Fold. JP will not be folding his suited Jack Queen, that's for sure.
Raise 16,000 total. Fold. Fold.
So raised 16 by JP, and I'm pretty sure this is going to get through.
Fold.
Yako with the Queen 10 has decided to defend, and we're off the flop. The Queen on the flop is going to be a disaster here.
Flop.
Kill a bit of the action.
Check.
I expect JP is going to continue. And Yako immediately checked. So standard play here, continuation from JP. I expect his bet size is somewhere between 17 and 22,000.
16,000.
Just under 16,000. Controlling bet from JP. Yako has a decision to make. He's actually got no draws, no redraws, and nothing, so his card's going to go in luck here.
On the feature table, on the TV one.
And the best hand did win, so only just. JP tops at the top of the table for our feature table here, 189,000. And Vishal sitting at the bottom with Jeeton with 8, and Stuart with 8 big blinds. So 3 shorties at the table, and the big stacks will be looking to pick these guys off very, very quickly. Not much chatter on the table. We've got a new player arriving in seat number 1. That actually looks like Ahmed Karim in the back of his head. I'm not sure.
6,000 to call. Hold.
Okay, it isn't Ahmed. It is our old friend Madisar Amir. We saw him in Port Elizabeth actually, and in the Wild Coast. Nice player, very steady.
Raise 18,500.
And he's got himself a little perch next to Gareth in seat 2. And Gareth's come out firing with Jack 10. Proud of you, my friend. The Jack 10 Society is alive and well. So Yako's woke up with King Queen suited. And Jeeton couldn't wait to get his money in either there. So I think we've got 3 players to the flop. Small blind, big blind and button. Pot sitting at 61,000. Ace, 10, 8. The Jack 10 Society in good shape. I think Gareth has to bet here with second pair. Check back to him.
18.5 to call.
18,000 into 60 odd. Smallish bet. Yako still to act now. He's got a gut shot. He's looking for a jack. He's got backdoor clubs, which is a long way to go, but he might fancy a call. But if it was me, I think I'm folding here. Yeah, he puts him in the muck, and you know, gut shot for Cheaton. He's in the short stack. You know, you're gonna have to find a better spot than that, buddy. Your cards need to go in the muck. You're behind, and you're drawing pretty thin. Yeah, away they go, and the best hand picks up the spoils of war. Best hand after the flop, that is. Madison just asking Gareth to move around a bit. Plenty of room at the feature table, as I say, with maximum 9-handed on the feature table. And there's Madison coming with 18 big blinds, 111,000. So welcome to the table, Madison. We haven't seen you for a while, so welcome to Natal. Maybe you live here, I don't know. But, we've seen you on the circuit. Big shout out to Divan Leroux. I don't know if Divan's in town, but Divan, top professional, good cash player in Johannesburg. I see your name on the stream there, Divan, so welcome. Hopefully you're somewhere in Natal and we'll be seeing you later in the 60k. Good to have you along. Under the gun is JP, seat 7. Ace 2 offsuit, raggedy ace, early position, JP, you know what to do with this. Yep, there you go. Clive looks down at 10-6, they're going in the muck. And Stewart offloads his Queen 10 very, very quickly. Madison with Jack 4, not interested. Gareth's got the pocket 3s. Yaku folded out of turn, so he apologises. And Gareth just asks Jeeton what his stack size is, and he shoves all in. Oh, Vishal's got the Jack 10. Unfortunately, he's got an all in front of him, so I think there's a gun in the muck. And Gareth's Jack 10, so Gareth's all in will get through it. With his pocket 3s. You don't always have to have the biggest hands to win the biggest pots. Okay, Clive Kikia is under the gun. Clive, as I said, very famous for the cricket ball, which you'll see has now appeared between his hands on the right of your screen. Maybe we'll get a zoom-in picture of the cricket ball later. But Clive is famous for his cricket ball, and also famous. I haven't looked, but I'm pretty sure he'll be wearing a BMW hat as well. That's his other stamp of thing. There you go. There's his BMW. And there's the cricket ball as well, right at the screen. Lovely man, Clive. Got twin boys, 21 years old. Recently celebrated their birthday in Pietermaritzburg. He attended all the satellites down here. Drove a 200-kilometer round trip most nights just to get here for the satellites and support the KZN poker guys. And what a great fella. Just one of life's gentlemen, and always a pleasure to be around Clive and his good lady wife. Flop comes 3-2-8. Pair of 8s for Gareth in the hijack is the best hand. Gareth never afraid to bet. Cleans that pot up very, very quickly. Gareth, a very aggressive player, and you know, it can be unnerving playing against a player like that, particularly if he's on your left. But that's his formula. It works for him, and you know, always nice to have him at the table. So, as requested, the tech team have found a cricket ball, and there it is. Uncle Clive with his cricket ball. You know, there's some fairly obscure card markers out there. You know, George Levine is very famous for his skull. He has an opal. I think it's made of opal. He calls it Ahmed, and always find it on top of his cards. For those of you who play poker with me or not, though I like to sport my African reed frog, which is a plastic frog that lives with me and my chips. The idiosyncrasies of poker players. So we've got a little issue here. where we don't actually know which card was which. So, because we can't identify which card was which, and JP was given an additional card, the dealer has to call a no deal, or a misdeal as it's officially known, and we will redeal the cards. A good tip for any up-and-coming poker player: if there's a misdeal and you haven't looked at your cards, don't. Slide them across the table, because you were never meant to have them. And if you open them up in the aces, it's just not going to make your day. And number 44 of the feature table. 6,000 in the big blind, 6,000 big blind ante. Stewart is under the gun, 53,000, a raggedy ace. I can't see him putting his money in here. Nope. Madisar with another ace, but this time suited ace 5. Like a smooth call here. Let's see what Gareth's got. Queen 10 suited. And here comes the raise. I did tell you he was aggressive, folks. He hasn't disappointed. I think this is going to come all the way back round to Madison, who will have to call another 6,000 on top. Oh wait, put the brakes on that one. JP has just woken up with ace queen. Now JP doesn't come across as an aggressive player, but trust me, he can be very aggressive.
Raise 50,000 total.
So we've got a 3-bet from JP up to 50k. That's sending a very, very clear message across the table. Club's getting away from this ace-8. He can't get involved there. Madisar's got to put these in the muck. And Gareth has been asked the question. Gareth's not one to lay his cards down quickly, but he'll also think about it. He's got game. And he doesn't like to be pushed around either. So this is an interesting hand developing here.
Flop.
And C4 dealer calls flop. And the flop doesn't actually bring much help for either player. JPO's immediately all in with the ace queen. And now Gareth knows he has to get away from it. He doesn't have any draws. And he needs to spike a 10 or a 9, basically, so he's got 6 outs. And he's going to fold it. He'll tap the table. Well done, JP. Nice play. And Gareth just says to him, no, in half an hour I'll be watching this on the TV, so watch out. So the gauntlet has been thrown. JP climbs to the top of the tree, 245,000.
You've never read off my state. The bonus 5, 7, 8. Once the 5k. Once the 5k, what would you want to overdo? No, obviously no. Once the 5 comes, but I'm saying you've called 14,500 with the bottom pair. I called 6. I looked at 3 euros, 2 Yes, but I'm saying on the flop, I bet 12.5, 2 quarters, 14.5. There was only the one on my left, and you. I remember 2 quarters. No, one on my left, and you. The other guy in middle position folded. I'm happy the way it worked out anyway. No, no, it was a nice hand. I had to pay you off there. I had to call and was crying. I wanted to turn over. I wanted to be like, oh, JP, nice hand, you know, 7's full or something. I saw 5 3s.
Sometimes it's better to listen to the players than to listen to me. Just, it's nice to get a snapshot of what the guys are talking about there. And Gareth never short of a few words. JP's got the computer hand here, Queen 7 on the button. I'm in position, but not strong enough. He's got Clive to his left, which is, Clive is a very, very good player. And JP knows that Clive is quite capable of waking up with hands and betting and being aggressive as well.
100% up and down flush draw.
So just a call from Clive, and Stuart is going to just check the big blind.
I know I'm behind, but I got like half the deck.
That's going to kill the game. King 10, King 3. King 3 has a gut shot straight draw. Check, check. River card brings the jack. King 10's got a lock on the hand. Check, check. Open cards. Clive will scoop the pot. And like it's Stuart, nothing you could do. Jeton in big trouble, big trouble. Visual, big trouble. Stuart, big trouble. These guys will be looking to shove immediately now. Any two cards. Okay, hand started. Under the gun, Gareth. Gareth 96 offsuit. Probably going to put those in the muck. Yako. We haven't seen Yako's cards. Yes, we have. Ace 6. They're going in the muck. Jeton with Ace 8 6 in the muck. Visual King Queen. His money's going in without a doubt. And there we go. There's the all-in triangle for Visual. JP's not calling him off with a raggy king. That's for sure.
30,000.
So that's a fold from JP. Clive 10-8 on the button, that's a fold. Stuart 10-2 suited in the small blind, give that up my friend. And in the big blinds, he's going to get snapped off by Madison. And we're going to have an all-in situation here, so we're going to see 3 cards, 1 card, 1 card. And it's Ace Jack suited for Madison versus the King Queen offsuit of Visual. So it's King Queen versus Ace Jack. We can't see the hands. Jack takes the lead. Looking for a king or a queen on the river, otherwise we're going to say goodbye to our friend Visual. And the river will deliver. Visual picks up a pot of 69,000 and stays alive. Unlucky Madison, standard call. So Visual gets a little bit of breathing space. As I say, 10 big blinds is the danger zone, so Madison and Visual are both in the danger zone or closing, and Stuart and Jeton are both surviving on air here, so expect some very quick moves from these two guys with a fairly open range. 27.57 to go on the new level. This is level 18. Blinds are now up 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 ante. And the prize pool closed at 418,320. A lot of money. See that split up accordingly into individual prizes and will be published shortly by the Monsterjam team. Bottom of your picture there, Mr. Carl Myberg, obviously playing the 2000 satellite for the 60 grand seat. So hopefully Cole does well in that.
Fold. Call.
Jeton calls with King 8. I've got to say, I would prefer to see Jeton get his money in there.
Fold. Call.
Madison with the Jack 10. See if you can get in my club. And there we go. That's a frisky little flop for Jack 10 and King 8. So Madison standard continue here for the small blind at early position.
20,000.
Gareth gets out of the way with his 8-2. and Jeaton's money's going in, and Madison will just have to call him off. Jeaton's looking for any 10 or any jack basically, so he's got 4 outs based on the cards that have been folded so far.
Let's go.
Okay, there's your cards and their hands in top of frame. King is ahead at the moment. Turn cards, 6, no help. Only a 10 or a jack, otherwise we're going to be saying goodbye to Jeaton. Unlucky, sir. Unlucky. 2 pair on the river for... Sorry. Not saying goodbye to Jeaton. Jeaton wins with the king and the 2 pair. My apologies. Jeaton gives himself a little bit of breathing space, but still in the danger zone. Mathersair drops down to 5 big blinds, and Stuart remains at the bottom with 4 big blinds. I didn't see on the last timing screen how many players were left back in, but when we get an opportunity we'll flick back there and we'll check how many players are left in the tournament. JP's covering his ears there, he's obviously feeling the cold. You know, when we were setting up, they had all the doors open in the convention centre and it was quite humid and people said, "Jeez, it's warm in here." And I said to everybody, bring a hoodie, wait till the AC starts working, and now it's freezing. There we go. So 29 players left in from the original 83 entries. So thanks Tech Team for bringing that up very quickly. We appreciate you. And Jeaton with the King 5 suited.
Call. Ollie.
So Visho's all in with the jacks. He's got the dreaded hooks. Nothing he can do there. 69,000, very, very short. JP and Clive get out of the way. Stuart with his 96 offsuit, he's not calling there for sure. Madison with the 9-3 on the button, no. Gareth who's 5-7, thinking about it. And Yako 7-4, also not interested. So just the decision sits now with Jeaton. He's just asking for a count from Vishal. I actually don't know what happened. Did he fold there? He did. Okay, we have a small technical problem. I need to just change out my microphone. So I'm just going to sign off for 2 seconds and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, hopefully I didn't miss too much of the action there.
Check.
Queen 7 on the button. Flop comes down 2 clubs. I don't think Gareth's going anywhere with that. In fact, he's going to bet out from the button. Check, check, bet. This should be a fold. Oh, he's got a nut down straight draw. He might try and get his money in here. 2 more cards, see if he can get there. He's got to ask himself, is he going to get a better position?
26.
Jeton just calls, which surprises me somewhat. So he's looking for any 8 or any 3. Bang, he gets there. Gareth's not folding here. Any club. So basically Gareth's looking for any of the 5 clubs that are left, and Jeton's already got the straight. Jack on the river, no hope for Gareth. Gareth will pay Jeton off and Jeton will double up. Nice little pot, 110,000. Jeton climbs out of the danger zone. We got a nice view of the satellite table there. When the visual disappears, I'll try and give you the names of the players. In the further seat away from us, Harold Brooks with the stripy T-shirt on. Next to the dealer is Gareth Hudson, who was with us in the brown T-shirt, was with us earlier in the commentary booth. Roger in the white T-shirt. Greg the Hat with his back to us. Spoke to Greg in the break. The older gentleman with his plaid shirt on. I don't know his name, but I've played with him. Then you've got Cole Marlbert with the salmon-coloured shorts and the hoodie. And then the gentleman next to him, I can't remember his name, so my apologies, sir. But that is the satellite for the 60,000 seats into the Grand Slam event later on this afternoon. JPO's under the gun, Queen Jack. Cards go in the muck. 9-2 for Clive, they're also following into the muck. And Stuart will put his cards in the muck also. Madison with the raggedy suited ace. Gareth 6-5. Yeah. Gareth might decide to get a bit creative here, and sure enough he calls.
Let him see the club who's going to win. Check. You both see the club with this end.
Change. Check.
2 diamonds, 7-8 Jack.
Yeah. Small blind.
So Visual flops the best of it with a pair of 7s. And he also has a gut shot straight draw. So I'm not surprised to see him put his money in. Gareth 5, 6, 7, 8 up down straight. He'll be asking for a count for sure. And pretty sure Jeton's going to be getting out of the way very, very quickly here. I think Gareth's got a call in him here, maybe. But it's a huge amount of his stack.
Good, but you can get beaten. You're good, but you can get beaten. With the jack. How much is it? 80?
Gareth looking for some information. Don't think he's going to get much from Visual. He's carving out what could potentially be the call there, but really looking for information from Visual. Welcome to Warwick on the stream. Nice to see you around, buddy. I don't know if you're in Natal and you're joining us this evening for the 60k. Hopefully you are. If not, welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying. Also, welcome to Rex. Nice to see you on stream, Rex, once again. I don't know if you're coming down. And of course, Peter Khan has just joined us as well. So welcome on the stream as well, Peter. Nice to see you all watching. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage here from KZN, from the beautiful Sun Sibaya Casino and Entertainment World. Here on the east coast of Africa in KZN. I'd like to just mention our partners, the Hendon Mob and the Global Poker Index, and not forgetting our sponsors, Aquavita Water, and of course the Regal Hospitality and Events team, who are also the owners of the Monsterjam poker brand. So thank you for your continued support and partnership and sponsorship. And a special shout out to all of the folks here at Sibaya. Been very helpful and very obliging, and you know, thank you for your continuous service in supporting us so we can support the poker tour. Okay, Clive's under the gun here. Wakes up with King 6, they're gunning the muck. One of the short stacks, Stuart, Queen Jack. Is this your moment, sir? There it is, there's your moment. A very quick fold from Madison and Gareth. Yakio gets rid of his, cheating with the ace-9. He'll know that the range is very wide from Stuart, but he's just accumulated a few chips, so he doesn't want to give them away. And JP's going to fold his small suited connectors. So Stuart will get that one through, and he'll pick up a pot of around 58, 60k. And that 58k represents 7 big blinds, so well and truly in the danger zone, as is Madison. And Jeeton and Gareth and Vishal are all hovering there. "13 minutes on the level, 26 players left in, so we'll be now at 3 tables. Just for those you missed it in the past, the feature table will remain at 9 entries, and we will only go to 10 players if it becomes a final table.
Final table.
Under the gun, Stuart 5-4, they're in the muck. Queen 2 suited for Madison. Madison's actually not had a lot of luck since he sat at the table. Gareth, he'll fancy a piece here with ace-7. And
108,000 pounds.
Clive's asking the question, but he's not calling. And that is how you pick up all the dead money from under the gun +2. I think Clive says he has to consider this because he's in the big blind. He's played the big blind, Andy. You got King 6, bro.
No, sir. But I'll show you both my cards. That's what you like.
Okay, a little bit of two-way chatter here. Will you show my cards? And that's it, Clive falls. JPO to the top of the tree there. I mean, he can play big stack and start bossing people around, or he can actually have the pleasure of sitting back as he is doing, and not metaphorically speaking, literally speaking, and watching the small stacks pick each other off. And we're down to the last 20 odd of the tournament, and I'm pretty sure when published we'll be getting near to the cash in the fullness of time. And it's been very helpful with training other dealers to work the feature table, because there are a few differences, and there's some communication protocols to learn, etc. So, Big shout out to all the dealers here and to Neil and Lorraine who are looking after the dealers. We appreciate everything you do and the service you provide. So good job, guys. Good job. Okay, Jeeton has his opportunity to join the Jack 10 Society.
Instagram handle, bro.
He calls the 8,000. So Clive is going to complete in the small by the look of it.
Check.
And check back from the big blind. 3 ways to the flop. Flop comes 10, 9, 4. The Jack 10 Society has the best of it. Jeeton there. I suspect we'll see a shove here. Oh, I know. Well, Jeeton's up at 94,000 now, but even so, you don't want to be giving free cards away to these guys who might be on some sort of draw.
Raise.
And that's what happens when you just put small raises in, or small bets, should I say. Clive is sniffing blood now, so he's decided to come back over the top. He's repping the 10. But I don't think Jeeton can fold here, to be frank. He's got top pair, good kicker. What else is Clive representing? I can't see any sort of 2 pair combos there, unless he called with 9-10 suited. Let's see what the return brings.
Check.
A bit of a brick, really. 3 of diamonds, nothing really changing. The question is Clive going to continue his story on the turn here? If Clive shoves here, then Jeeton's probably going to fold. It's 77 in the pot, and he's got just over a pot-sized bet left behind. I don't like a small raise here. I like a shove. That's quite a small bet into that pot.
Call.
Yeah, both these guys with top pair. Obviously Clive's got the 8 kicker and Jeeton's got the jack kicker. Let's see what the river brings. Well, the straight gets there if you were looking for it. But Jeeton's got a lock on the hand now. If Clive thinks he's ahead, then he's going to barrel here. I think Clive loses minimum here. He just loses the minimum. It's going to be a flat call. And the jack plays. 137,000 goes Jeeton's way, and he was the short stack earlier. And Clive's drops down into our danger zone, I think. Yes, for sure. 6 big blinds. Not really a misstep from Clive there. He had top pair. He thought he was good. There's the view of our outside satellite table. Obviously a bit warmer out there than it is in here. Guys in their shirt sleeves. Still 26 players left in. Coming to the end of level 18, the blinds will be up to 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante on the next level. So there's 25,000 of dead money out there before the hand even starts when we get on to the next level. So it's a limp pot round the JP. Well, he's woke up with 8-7, A7.
Raise.
He's been very, very quiet, so
2000,
image is strong, and you know I suspect he's going to get some respect for this race. Clive's picked up an ace, and you know he might be in any ace mode, given he's only got 6 or 7 big blinds.
We're losing 1-0, man.
If he is, then there'll be a shove, but he isn't. He decides to fold his button. Stuart gets away with his queen 3. Jack 3 suited with Madison. Can't see him calling here. Maybe he's in the big blind and he's put his ante in. I don't see a call. I mean, it goes in.
Fold.
And he folds his big blind. Wow.
Not done. Hola. It's not done.
So bottom of your picture there, Greg the Hat, as we baptized him earlier. And Greg said to me that, as I said in the stream earlier, he doesn't, he understands not many people can pronounce his surname, so he doesn't mind his new Greg the Hat handle. And he's actually a business student. He's down here trying to win his way into one of the bigger tournaments. Loves his poker. And unfortunately can't be with us during the week because he's got to go and study. Good for you, my friend. You go study and get your degree. And he's looking forward to playing a bit more poker. He's not been playing very long, but you know, really nice fella. I only got 5 minutes with him, but nice to chat with him. Shout out to Johan, just appeared on the stream there. Nice to see you, Johan. And Lydia as well. Nice to see you, Lydia. Haven't seen you around for a while. Hopefully with you two are going to get on the bus or the plane and get yourself down to KZN here in sunny Natal and join us for one of the events this coming 9 days.
Raise.
JP in the hijack, looks like it's been limped around to him, so he's put in a raise. I don't know how much yet, but raised to 30,000, pretty strong raise. And he knows he's got all the short stacks to come after him, so basically what he's saying is, I've got a strong hand, I'm putting you all in. Now this is an interesting position. I mean, Gareth's ground his way back up to 112,000. Needs to call off 22,000, which is like 25% of his stack with ace-5 suited. I like a call here.
Is the button?
And Gareth shoves. So I also like this as well. So it puts the pressure back on JP. 90k to call from JP. And JP was shoving or betting in any way he liked, and he's got to get away from this. And Gareth knows that. JP's never calling here.
80, I think it's short of 90. 90 on the head.
He's got to put Gareth on an ace, a suited ace, a pair, and takes a little time, folds, keeps his credibility intact. Gareth picks up a nice little pot there and increases his holdings. So JP's still top of the table. Madison with 2 big blinds. You need to get yourself in the action. Stuart the same with 4, 5 with 6 big blinds, and Fischl just above the danger zone with 13.
One big.
That's a view of the outer satellite table.
8-8, boss. Feel the burn.
And that was Craig Hartland with the white hoodie on there in seat number 9 or 10 on the satellite table. Okay, coming to the end of round 18. Next level will be for another 30 minutes, and as already spoken about, the big blinds will be going up to 10,000 and the small blinds up to 5,000 with the 10,000 big blind ante. So 25,000 will be the money out on the table before we even break a sweat.
Fold. Fold.
Okay, the action's folded around to Clive with ace jack. His money's going in here. It's just how long it takes him. Good luck, Clive. Stuart looks down and he was thinking to himself, geez, I was going to do that with my king 2 suited. Mattis, what do you do, my friend? You got like 2 big blinds.
How much is it?
Gareth is asking how much it is. He's not calling. A little bit of posturing.
Leave it to my big blind Brian.
Okay, Yako looks down at 10, sorry, Jack 8 in the big blinds. And the dead money's all going to Mr. Clive.
You want to wait half an hour?
Ah, you can show me if you laugh at it. Shut up. Bullets.
Okay, carry on.
They're babies.
And you hear Davey in the background just announcing the end of level. And the blinds will be going up to 10k.
That pot's not looking too bad, eh? Thought it was going to be a lot bigger. Thought we were going to have at least 100 players. Sorry, boss. My apologies.
Bye. 10.
Okay, Clive. Good luck, sir.
What?
And trust me, Clive wants a caller here. Nobody's got anything. So the second prize is all the dead money. Cheating with ace queen. I don't even know what he's thinking about here. Money goes in. You got 15 bigs, buddy. You cover Clive by miles. In the big blind, already invested in the pot, ace queen, facing an all-in of 70,000 from a player whose range is going to be quite wide, given the amount of big blinds he's got. You are behind, but this is a snap call. Well, there you go. That's genius. Absolute genius. He got away from that. I have no idea how he gets away from that. I'll never get away from that.
What do you think about calling him? Yes. Shit, hold on. Sorry, let's bring that to someone earlier.
I don't mind the call.
Well,
Nothing marvelous. And you go up and go to sleep. Come back later.
oh yeah, you gotta jump in the super earlier. What time is that start? 6.
Fold.
Okay, 9-2 for Visual into the bin.
101. Ready?
Good up, catch it.
Clive with the jacks. Money goes in again.
Don't even say I can't stand. Like, post flop there. Shove, shove,
We're
shove,
just
shove,
catching up with the software, guys, so just bear with us.
shove. I don't even have. Shove 3 hands in a row.
You're gonna win. You're winning. You're going to win. You're not winning now, but you're going to win. You're not winning now, but you're going to win.
Madisser's got the kings,
18,000.
and he's also all in. Bad news for Clive.
You're going to win. You're not winning now, but
Gareth's
you're going
folded, Jako's folded, and we go to showdown. Aces v Jacks v Kings. And Clive just laughs,
I always get a jack. It's bad news for you.
and he said it's bad news for you because I always hit my jack.
I had to break your balls because I folded the jack.
So let's see, flop cam, please.
Tell me that. Really? Flush coming.
Get your hopes up.
We go to the flop cam, please, gentlemen. Kings holding. Opportunities. Any 9, any 4, or a jack. Nope. And we say goodbye to Mr. Clive Kikia. Always a pleasure, Clive. Look forward to catching up with you during the week. Absolute gentleman. I don't know if Clive was covered there actually. Was he or was he not? No, Clive still has chips behind, so we don't say goodbye to Clive. Clive looks like he's got 5 big blinds now. Just catching up with the chip counts here, fellas.
I'm sitting here waiting like a position to get those blinds.
Okay, pretty standard there. We obviously didn't have the right chip count for Madisser, otherwise it showed him as 2 big blinds earlier. Okay, King 10 for Clive under the gun. Pretty sure Clive has got a lot of chips there, so I don't know. It says 58,000 on his count, but there seems to be more in his stack than that. Gareth's actually been pretty quiet for a while. He's in a hijack here, so
Raise.
he's raising up his ace.
36,000.
I think it's 3-5.
Okay, so we got, according to the chip counts, Clive has got 5 big blinds. I think that's incorrect, judging by his chip stack. And Stuart with the 3 big blinds.
Call. Raise. 36.
So Gareth raises it up under the gun +2, 36,000. And Brand Official with a 6-5 suited. He gets rid of it. JP in the small blind folds. Clive in the big blind. Got himself an ace. As I say, I don't know about his chip count, so I can't really tell you accurately what he's got there.
36,000 total.
So Clive fancies a call here. If If his chip count is accurate, it should just be an all-in, but we'll see. Clive knows they're valuable on aces, short-handed. He's in the big blind, so he's already invested in the pot, and he knows that Gareth's range is quite wide, so I like the call. And he likes the call even better now. Clive will check here, get Gareth to do the continuation bet. Okay, my correction, it was an all-in by Clive. And a call by Gareth, I think.
20, 30, 37. Yes, sir.
Sorry folks, I don't know which way round that went, all in by Clive or all in by Gareth, but suffice to say, it's in.
Last one, Clive. What I need, like a jack 10.
So my tech guys are saying that Gareth was the one, it was a check from Clive.
Okay.
All in by Gareth, and then a call back, so there's the full house, and that's it, Clive's won the hand.
I'm saying Clive.
And you hear Gareth in the background there, he says, nice hand, Clive. And you know, plenty of respect amongst these players. And it was a nice hand, he got it in the right spot, so well done, Clive.
Money moves.
I'm sure you don't mean that offense.
What? What am I saying, boss? You had the better hand and you flop in the blinds, and that's not too much. I'm just hoping you don't have an ace there and if I jam you can't call. As it so happens, he flapped tap tap.
So you'll see we're down to 22 players. This is hand 61 on the feature table for the day. Blinds at 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 on big blind ante. Madison with King Queen here, under the gun. His chip count is 61,000, so I imagine his money's going in.
Raise 35,000.
Madison's kept behind 20,000. I think personally I would like to see a shove there and see all 5 cards and thin the field as much as I can, but now he's encouraging Gareth to come along for the ride. Gareth's the sort of player that's going to shove here. The only thing that's stopping him is the players after him. Yeah, there we go, all in. And you know, if Madison had put all his chips in pre-flop, maybe Gareth would have got away from it. But he opened the door with a small raise. Now Stuart's thinking about it with his king in the big blind. And now Madison has to put the rest of his chips in. And there we go. Just happened in reverse. So Madison is ahead. Basically we're looking for queens or jacks. Queens or jacks. Gareth certainly looking for a
You
jet.
don't just deal with you sort of
Well, the players, well, the dealer's just sorting out the chips before we get the flop. Gareth's just saying I was trying to steal. There's the jack you were looking for, and there's the king you were looking for. So any queen only to save Manasseh. And there it is. We say goodbye to young Mr. Manasseh. Thank you very much, sir. Look forward to having your company throughout the week. And commiserations, but that's how life is.
Sit open.
What do you have there? King 6. But I'm in for 20, I'm like 18 behind.
So I believe Clive is on.
Big line, please.
Clive is on the button. Gareth in the big. So Stuart's in the small, I think. And I actually think he's the short stack now.
Fold.
Patient. King Jack shoving off to this race, that patience. No. Very impatient. I just think he's got another 30, I'm happy to spin with him. I'm hoping to have 2 live cards, not to see that.
Ali.
Yeah, Stuart doesn't really have a choice. I think he had like 1 or 2 big blinds.
Total.
Gareth's going to snap him off with the suited ace here, for sure.
So together. I got ace. Oh, wow. 7.
Called him blinds, but he was always calling him.
He didn't look because he looked at the folder.
Good luck, both of you. Ace still ahead.
Hey,
6 takes the lead. King. So Stuart doubles up and hangs on in there.
King Jack. Yeah. But what about this one?
Line, please. Yes, sir.
Mark pushed the aircon up to -17.
Cheating under the gun, C4.
You check his silver was sleeping.
Pocket fives.
The problem is it was called like I just want to go
What are you
sleep.
going to do here, Cheating?
He puts the aircon down and puts the price view check and stuff. Yeah. That was the strategy yesterday.
I find that a very interesting fold from Cheating, pocket fives. You know, pocket pairs are hard to find. I know he's in early position, but we'll see if he was right.
The budget.
Stuart's all in.
So like 45, somewhere around there.
I don't know if Gareth wants to join the Jack 10 Appreciation Society, so 47,000.
7.
I suspect not.
Fold.
So, welcome onto the stream, Shelley Allen, who coincidentally is married to me. So, welcome, my wife. Thank you for all your coffee and fruit platters today in the commentary booth. We're missing you already. And to my old buddy there, Jared Glass. I don't know where you are, Jared, but I hope you're keeping well, my friend. And maybe we'll see you in KZN. But welcome to the stream. Fisher is under the gun here. They're going straight in the muck, 6-2. And the gun +1 will be JP.
Fold.
Can't see JP playing those. Round to Clive. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see Clive with a raise here. He'll want to keep all the players in. He'll want to get maximum value, so I don't see shoving here.
Cool.
Trying to sneakily flat call here. I like that play from Clive. Pocket fives and Stewart. He's going to push it all in. Exactly what Clive wanted to see. And once this folds round back to Clive and he shoves all his chips in, the cries of limping and trapping and all that will be coming out, I'm pretty sure. And of course, those who folded will be saying, geez, I'm happy I escaped that. Clive won't waste any time. It'll be snap called. Don't tell me slow rolled him.
Bullies. You got some kind of connections, brother.
2 yards, that's good. Running clubs.
So looking for fives and running clubs, he says. Let's see what the flop brings. Good luck, gentlemen. That is some pretty bad news if you're Stewart. Okay, so that's it. Game over. Stewart leaves us. Thank you very much, sir. You played well. You hung on. And Clive gets up to about 250,000 now. Recovering nicely, having been down in the single-figure big blinds. Well played, Mr. Clive. I think our default position is back to this table in the event that we go for a chip count. I don't know if I want to look at all these people anymore. I want to look at my feature table rather than these lot. 7 minutes to run on the level, 37 minutes to the next break. Total prize pool, 418,000 and some change. Average stack, 188,000 and some change. And we're approaching the 6,000, 12,000 with the 12,000 big blind anti-range. That'll be the round 20, and then we will be going on a short break. And then I'm pretty sure we'll be down to around about 2 tables by that time.
Yeah, I'm raising.
He was looking for you.
No. Fab, I'm never raising. You limping anyway is the biggest flipping
I was looking for you.
warning sound in the whole world.
Know me too well. I was looking for a shark. You know,
Yeah, Fab don't limp with hands.
Clive is building castles, showing off his newfound wealth.
looking for a shark. You're looking for the great white.
You just got the chips, man. Why don't you give it back so fast?
So Clive with the suited king.
Did you pick up the aces?
Flat calls. Everybody would be scared of Clive's flat calling, by the way, after his little performance with the aces there. Jako's money's probably going to go in here, I think.
55.
Hang on. I don't know if that's right, that graphic. Clive called.
8.5. 88. 87.
87.
Check that, Doug. Check for yourself, Doug. You know, the tires just got bust now.
So information coming in from the floor while we're watching this hand is from our tournament director. We are 2 eliminations away from a seat redraw. So whichever comes first, that'll be the break or the table redraw.
Show me one, show me one, show me one.
Show me one. Woo! Woo! Big slick. Yo, Montes. Can I put JP's big blind there for him? Oh, no, he's there, man. Sorry. Just, I thought he went for a walk.
Okay, just to add to that last information, we're currently at 20 people left in, and we will be doing a redraw when we get to 18. And 9 will come to the feature table, 9 will be on table number 2. So that's just to confirm, we're currently sitting at 20 players left in, and we will do a redraw at 18. Big blinds is 10,000, 10,000 on the big blind ante, 5,000 on the small blind, and this is hand 66 of the feature table for the morning. There's an all-in from Vishal, and JP's woken up with the kings. He just sees that. I will be very surprised if he takes any time here. And he says, I call.
Okay, for once now I need the ace to crack.
Vishal says, for once I need an ace. You have to shout for your one time, my friend. That's the only way you get it. Good luck, both of you gentlemen.
Don't make me sweat. Put it on the floor, man. Yes.
And there's your ace in the window. And backdoor diamonds aren't going to help, so just a king.
Hey, no pictures, you. My heart. No pictures, no pictures. Yes, yes.
And Vishal picks up the ace and doubles up a pot of 138,000, courtesy of JP Oates. Standard play. JP doesn't has a smile on his face there, but JP knows it's a standard play. Doesn't have a choice. Never folding kings in that position. And Vishal will be a happy bunny. He survives. And it looks like Clive is playing his big blind with all the small chips. So we have a different view for our ship count. Let's see who's here. This is one of the outer tables for the things. So that's Lum and Avril and Ahmed. And I think that's Dean, who was on our feature table earlier. And don't know who that is with our back to us. So we currently have 3 tables, and we will be breaking to 2 when we get down to 18 players.
You've learnt a lot. Come a long way. Yeah. Come a long way.
So Gareth is under the gun. Cards in the muck. Jako's been very, very quiet, but it doesn't seem like he's made many cards. Jeeton gets his stuff in the muck. Vishal now wakes up with 2-3 suited, and JP Oates has got the ace-king, the goods. I suspect we'll see a rather large bet from JP here, and he'll just want to clean up the blinds and the antes. And yeah, he's all in. Clive with the 7-5. He might even turn this over and just say, I fold. Come on, Clive, no tanking, my boy. It's not even a decision, Clive, you know that. You're a beautiful looking man, but we don't need to see you on the TV for this long.
I showed Kings a little bit first.
That's what I was considering.
You next, boss. Big players. He'll be at 6 to 1.
Okay, there's another one of our outer tables. So you got Nav with his back to us, Eugene with his back to us, Kevin on the left. I think that's Mr. Chetty. He must have rebought. And I don't know who that is on the right there. Don't recognise those guys. Okay, that's us into the next level. 6,000, 12,000, 12,000 on the ante. 19 players left in, so we're looking for one more person to go out, and then we'll be doing the redraw. What will happen when we do the redraw? The clock will be paused. We will pause our commentary so we can go outside and get the chip counts and the new table information, and then we'll be back with you just as soon as we can. So if we do go out or go off there just for a couple of minutes, please stay with us, and we'll be able to announce what the new table draw is and the new chip counts, and we'll be staying with this down to the final table.
Hey, you got him out of the net. I haven't even looked yet.
Bishop's got King 10 in the cutoff here. I can't believe he folded that. Never mind. King 6 suited on the button. At least a call, JP. At least a call. He's all in.
Such a beautiful first flop hand.
Clive in a small blind. Gone.
Transfer your blinds to him. They almost came together. But you had now
See what you did now, what? That ace nine. Why you
And
had to go
JP gets us all in through.
you only recovered 40 out of 64. So
You see with the blinds going up now that you know, people's holdings in terms of their chips are getting lower and lower on the table, which is obviously by design in the structure. You know, 18 big blinds is the big stack at the feature table at this time. It looks like Rudolph Ferrier is one of the players out from the 6K event. I see him now sitting beside Cole at the bottom of the picture there in the 2K satellite for the 60K seat. And Jeton is under the gun. 12,000 a call set. JP Oates just went all in with a lesser hand than this. He's in the cutoff. So I think we'll see another all in from JP. There goes the triangle. Jack 5 not calling. Pocket 2's from Gareth. He might have a little chirp at him, but I don't think he's calling. The speech will go like, I'm folding a pair for you.
You don't just go. The hand I refuse to go broke with the game.
Well, one thing's for sure, when you wake up with pocket 2s, you know the person who is all in has got 2 overs.
That's the hand you knocked me out of double easy and I had. Yeah. Ace 10, 10 windows. Ooh. After a 4-man shove.
So it looks like we need to just lose one more player from the table until we get to the table redraw. If it takes a bit of time, the redraw, they might actually cancel the break at the end of level 20 and just go into level 21. That's to be decided by the tournament staff, of course. But it would make sense to just take an early break.
You
pride and prestige. So we like down to 19, still don't know the prize. I don't know when it's time to fold.
Okay, Vishal with the ace queen. Money goes in. You got like 12 bigs there, buddy. What are you going to do? That's the all in. JP folds, Clive folds. Gareth will tank a little bit.
200. No.
I've just folded a pair to the last all in. Now I've got a suited Queen Jack on the button, in position.
Jam under the gun. He's king.
He says, and you're jamming under the gun. And I woke up with another hand. What must I do?
Laying under the gun.
Well, newsflash, the choice is yours, China.
Oh, this is nice hands of fold.
Andrew Deeb joined the stream. Nice to see you online, Andrew. I thought I might have seen you in person today. Hopefully you'll be up here with Brian, your dad, soon. No doubt be seeing some more of you throughout the week. It's always nice to see Andrew at the table. Okay, we're not seeing Jako's cards. That's about 4 hands in a row now that he's not showing his cards. So we'll just remind Jako that he has to put his cards in box number 3. So you know, we get the benefit of seeing his cards.
In the box. Inside the box. Oh, okay. Oh, you've connected. Can they ask talking to?
So it looks like the message got through to the dealer and he's passed that on to Jako. I mean, players don't intentionally not show their cards, very rarely. It's just a case that we want to supply you with the best stream of information possible, give you as much information as possible so you can enjoy the stream. JP with Queen 10. This is one of his shoving hands, I'm sure, but he's under the gun, so he might think better of it this time. He's got a lot of players to get through. Guaranteed if it was a limp pot and he was in the hijack or somewhere around there, money would have gone in. Clive folds. And suited ace 2 for Gareth. He'll like the signs of that. There'll be a raise coming in here.
Raise. 42,000 call.
That's giving you an opportunity to see a flop and play the game, yeah.
42,000 is the raise. And I'm pretty sure that's going to get through.
6-3, lucky. My God is enough.
Okay, newsflash. There'll be a full redraw after this hand, so we must have lost a player from the outer tables. Clive's getting got pocket 8s here.
Raise 40,000.
Puts in a raise. 40,000, I think, is what we said. Gareth gets rid of his cards. And there was a question about a redraw. Does Jeaton want to get it in and have a flip here? I'm pretty sure he figures he's got a couple of overs, or his ace might be good. Decides he wants to play in the redraw. Ace 3 suited for Vishal. He's going to get rid of that in the big blind. I'm pretty sure he'll want to get to the redraw. Vishal folds, JP folds, and that gets through. We're going to take a short break and go and get us some chip cans, and we'll be back with you just as soon as we can.
Can we get up here?
Welcome to the live stream of the Monsterjam Poker Tour main event here at the beautiful Boardwalk Sun. The action doesn't stop here. Our next stop takes place at the beautiful Sibaya Sun Casino in KwaZulu-Natal. That takes place from the 13th to the 23rd of September 2019. For more information, contact the Monsterjam Poker Tour team and make your booking now.
Oh, do you?
And how many kids are like adult channel? This is this an ET porn or the same thing?
Cool.
Okay, welcome back to feature table. We're now down to 2 tables, so we're very close to our final table. Once I get the list of names from the guys, I will talk you through. There'll be familiar faces on the table. We're on hand 73. Blind still at 12,000 on the big blind ante as well, and we'll play till the end of this level, which is about 23 minutes, I think it is, and we'll take the natural break, which is in the structure. Okay, Ridwan Shah, pocket aces in a hijack.
45,000 total.
And he raised to 45,000. And it's folded around. To Jaco Vanemerva. And Jaco's been very, very tight on the table, so I'll be interested to see what he does here.
All in.
Jaco's all in. You cannot be serious. Did Mr. Ridwan just ask for a count? If there are only 2 players in the hand, Ridwan's got aces, and he's asked for a count, this is a problem. If our graphic is right, this is a terrible slow roll. Terrible.
7 more. 47.
Let's listen into the table. I hope there are other players in this hand.
No, it's right. Right. Oh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ridwan, I do not know you, sir, but you didn't need to ask for a count there. Trust me, your money goes in. Anyhow, let's move on. 7, 8, 9. I need 10 is the sweat. Still looking for a 10. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to Jaco.
Beginner's luck, you say? Someone sharp? How much?
Okay, we move on. I don't think Mr. Shah will have endeared himself to his fellow poker players and competitors with that little slow roll episode, but it is what it is. Who am I to judge? We move on. So we lose Jaco. Unlucky, my friend, and we hope to see you again throughout the week. So, shout out to Mr. Sean Buttercup, who's just come online. Mr. Legan Zaki, always nice to have you online, Legan. Hopefully we'll see you and Japar later in the week. And of course, Chrissy Loot has just joined us online as well. So welcome, Chrissy, and no doubt we'll be seeing you throughout the weekend and throughout the week. Great supporter of the tour, all 3 of you guys.
12,000 to cost.
So Michael pocket 5. Michael's got a huge stack since the last time we saw him yesterday. He's 527,000. That's a pretty high percentage of the poker chips in play. And he's raised up to 27,000. He's using that big stack to his advantage. So Nava's got 456,000, and he won't be afraid to put it around a little bit either. He's got 7-6 suited in the hearts, so he's got 2 overs, and you know, statistically this is a 50-50 flip.
Fold.
And Nav just decides to fold. Lum with a 7-3 suited decides to have a little bit of a splash around in this pot at the big blind and calls the 15k extra. And we're going to go to the flop 2 players. Hijack on the big blind. Lum first to act.
Check.
And nothing really for either player. Pocket 5 still ahead.
20.
Michael's going to continue as you'd expect, and Lum will just fold his cards. A bit of a speculative call and in defense of his big blind. Just clear the software, the screen, start a new hand. Fish are under the gun, 9-5 off, they're going in the muck. Counts there. Michael with 23%, Ridwan Shah with 20%, David with 19%, and Eugene with 10%, and then we get into the big blind scenario. And Eugene just demonstrating how you should use your telephone if you have to use it in the feature table, sliding back from the table and actually being away from the RFID technology. So thanks Eugene, we appreciate your input. Seems to be a popular hand. Lump shoves with the pockets. Eugene with pocket sevens. Will last for the cant. Pretty sure he's going to get looked up here. Considered, Eugene. Always considered. Takes his time. He finds it's a tough spot. It's a tough call. He doesn't know he's ahead. So just while we're Eugene folds. I don't mind the fold there. It's considered. So while we're waiting for the next hand, I'll just go through the prize pool with you. 10 places will be played for the tournament. 10 and 9th will be received 9,072 rand. Up to 8th place, 13,600. 7th place, 18,100. Next place, 22,600. 30,600. 38,500. And for 3rd place, 62,300. For 2nd place, 104,300. And for the first prize will be 145,000 and some change. Those will be published on the board very, very shortly, so you're hearing it before the players. We like to bring you the news first here. So those are your prizes. Okay, dealer's just having a little problem with his microphone here, so we'll just wait for him to put it back on. And Eugene on the button with Queen 8. And he's going to raise it up.
Four. How much? 28. Raise 28,000 total? 28,000 total. In total.
So Ridwan Shah, I think, has raised it up to 82,000. It's a 3-bet. Last time he was in a hand, he had pocket aces. So Eugene will have logged that, and he hasn't played another hand since. So it'll be interesting to see how how Eugene reacts. I suspect we'll get a fold out of Eugene here. Yeah, sensible. Knows his players. Well played, sir.
They say he must play the average sometimes.
So directly after this tournament is finished, we will be bringing you the 60,000. That's your prize pool scrolling through your screen right now. So it's showing that 25 players are left in. That's actually incorrect. There are 18 players left in. And we'll speak to our tournament director to get that changed. Okay. Dean de Klerk. King Queen under the gun. There's 200 odd thousand. And he folds. Dean was on our feature table yesterday at the outset of the tournament. He was a very, very tight player. And it's obviously working for him. He's still around. So nice to have you on the table.
Fold.
There's your chip counts. 9 bigs for Vishal, 12 bigs for JP Oates, Dean de Klerk, 16 bigs. So, you know, looking for those 3 guys to start making a few moves. Thanks for all the comments that are coming in on the stream, and for the guys who are going to be coming down later, we look forward to seeing you, and for all your feedback, good and bad, and I'd like to say most of it's good, so we thank you for your compliments and your time. Always appreciated to hear what people are thinking, and if we can, we will answer your questions. Fisher's all in with his suited ace-4. Michael folds. Dean, if it was me, I'd be calling, brother. Jack 10 Society, where are you? And he's going to take the spare money that's out on the table. So in the background there is your other table for this event, and in the foreground was the other table, which is we were talking about. It's the satellite for the 60k, which starts at 6 p.m. this evening. It's about an hour and a half's time. I think we should be getting near to the break now for this level. I'm pretty sure that there was a break programmed for 20 minutes, unless they decided to skip it. I'm not sure. Very little table chat on the table this evening here. Obviously all the characters have moved off this, and the noisy characters, that is. And also we're getting towards the business end of the tournament. It's the first time I've seen Dean in a hand for a while, so he's just completed in the small blind. JP's in the big blind with King 6, and Michael's limped from the button. So, yep. You see JP check and hoping for a flop. We don't want to see kings on the flop, he says. Definitely no kings there. The flop was, I think, yeah, the ace 8. And unbelievably, JP Oak's king with a 6 kicker is still ahead. I'd like to see some sort of bet here. It's not often you see this, but there are 23 outs for Michael if you look along the top of the screen. And that wasn't one of them. Diamond flush gets there. JP has the nut flush draw with the king in his hand. Michael's going to bet it.
24,000 to come?
I suspect we're going to see JP flat here. Oh no, he's going to be all in.
All in.
And Michael gets away from it. So 15 players left in, 2 minutes to go on the level, and we have a break coming up in 2 minutes 40 seconds. That's your prize pool scrolling through. We'll try and keep that shot till it scrolls through again, so that you can see. There is the hand will be dealt, but we'll just catch up with it. The deal is still shuffling, so it's fine. And a nice juicy pot, 145,000 to the winner of the first prize, all the way down to 99,000 for the last prize. So thanks for that, guys. Average stack has just gone to 300,000, and we'll go back to the feature table. Okay, Lum's under the gun. And they say timing's everything, so we're back just in time. Straight on the deal. Lum's cards are in the box. Ace 4 offsuit. I think he's going to be playing them so early position. Still a little bit of breathing space. Eugene with the King 10, early position. Not interested. Vishal the same. Good one. Gets rid of his cards. Michael with the Queen 9. He's the big stack. Like to see him bet here. He's in the cut-off late position. It's been folded round to him. Something around half size called maybe 16, 15, 16k.
27 and a half.
27 and a half, so hot size bet almost. Dean de Klerk with the pocket fours is going to just flat here by the look of it.
Oh. Oh.
And I think we're going to have two players to the flop. And Nevin's got, Nava's got ace 10 in the big blind. The question is, does he want to start tangling with Michael? JPX is folded already. This will be the last hand of the round.
Check.
Yeah. You guys on a few break off the 10, I'll take it all the white stuff.
You want enough?
No, you guys go break off the door.
17,000. $17,000 to call.
Dean's still a non-believer here. Michael betting his queen.
Check. Ollie, call.
Is that one in all?
I think that was Michael all in, and it was Dean all in. And it looks like we could be losing Dean. He has one out, which is a 4. The river does not deliver, and Dean de Klerk is eliminated. Unlucky Dean, well played, sir. Nice to see you. Hopefully we'll see you in some of our other events as the week goes on. We're going to sign off. It's a 15-minute break now.
I'll take all the whites, don't worry.
And we'll be back with you very shortly.
Every time.
Welcome to the live stream of the Monsterjam Poker Tour main event here at the beautiful Boardwalk Sun. The action doesn't stop here. Our next stop takes place at the beautiful Sibaya Sun Casino in KwaZulu-Natal. That takes place from the 13th to the 23rd of September 2019. For more information, contact the Monsterjam Poker Tour team and make your booking now.
points, you may begin. Your bronze will be 1,000, 2,000.
Okay, bands are 816. Do you mind putting 16,000 there for me? Thanks.
Okay, welcome back after the break. Familiar faces at the table, no change in personnel. And as I said earlier, we will be seeing this tournament to a conclusion before we switch across to the 60k. There's also the satellite going on for the 60k, which is looking very, very healthy at the moment out in the outer tables. Eugene here under the gun with sixes. Expect some sort of raise from Eugene. And it goes.
Fold.
No customers. Gets it through. Well done, Eugene. So whilst we're on break, I had a look at the outer table, and the big stack at the outer table is Ahmed Karim. He's got 750,000 chips, and in a commanding position on the outer table. We're getting towards the business end of the tournament now, so as we get near the payouts, play will slow down slightly. Typically.
16,000 is wrong.
Ridwan Shah has woken up here with pocket tens. Expect to see a raise, probably somewhere around 30 to 40k. He seems to be one of the, he seems to like to bet pot size.
Okay, raise up to 60,000.
Okay, that's over the size of the pot. So the pot now sits at 100k. Basically, he's telling everybody he's got tens or jacks there. He doesn't want any callers. Let me clean up the dead money. So JP Oaks looks down at Jack 9. Nav is 6-2, that's going in the muck. Eugene with the 10-4. Not interested in that, I'm sure. And he'll pick up the 40k of dead money that was out there. So that's in picture, the left of the dealer as we look is Avar, and to his left with the white using the telephone is Ahmed Karim. And you can see he's got a pretty big stack there. So Nevin wakes up with ace-3 in the cutoff. Pot's been folded round to him. Like a bet here from Nev. Maybe 15 or 20. Pot's at 45, maybe fancies 2/3, somewhere around 25 to 30.
Raise. 87,000.
Okay, Eugene's got the pocket tens here. The question is, does Eugene want a flat here? Does Eugene want a call here? Or does he want to get a bit frisky and shove in over the top? We saw Eugene shove earlier with a smaller pair. And he's in the cutoff with just the blinds to get through. So he knows he's going to probably end up heads up with Nav. And as predicted, the money goes in. Nav will think about this for a bit. Bishop's got to get his cards in the mug first. I think Nav is posturing here. I don't think he's calling for 1 minute. At the end of the day, he's got a small ace that's suited, and he's playing against one of the top players on the table, and I'm pretty sure his cards will go in the muck. Eugene's got all his chips in the middle. All Nav can do is call and go for it. I fancy a fold.
Fold. Okay, big blind 16,000. Big blind empty.
JP under the gun +1. Welcome to the Jack 10 Society.
Great. Up to 87,000.
Showing a bit of strength from early position. JP's been quite quiet. I don't think he's going to get away with Eugene here. I mean, Eugene has shoved on 2 different previous occasions with lesser hands, I think. So 43%, 57%. Eugene has position, of course, as well. I fancy Eugene to put him to test for all his chips. It all goes in.
Fold. Fold.
Quick fold from JP, plenty of respect across the table there. And Eugene builds up his chips, back up to 373,000. There's not so much chatter on the table now with the business end. Nice to see Lumback on the table. There's the outer table. Clive seems to be doing well. Looks like there's an all-in situation in the outer table. We'll just keep the camera trained on here for a second, see if we can catch any of the action. You'll notice we still got the graphics from the main table. Hand 86, 16,000 on the big blind and the big blind out table. JP's got King 2 under the gun. He's folded. Looks like there's a call. That's pocket kings.
All in.
I'm sorry, we lost the view of the outside table there. I don't know, the camera must have gone down. I have no idea who won the hand, so we just have to follow through. Looks like Vishal lost, no, Mjpt obviously lost the hand, and he looks like he's paralysed now in terms of his chip count. Never mind, we'll flip back to our main table.
I don't think they will, because you'd rather take the other team's weak.
And Navan is under the gun, just waiting for the deal.
Still got Ashwan, still got Jadeja, still got Charles, still got Bibiana. I think there's no chance. We don't have any placement so bad.
They're in the mud.
Placement.
I think we saw Lum's card. Eugene in the hijack, King Jack, folded around him. I like a bet here from Eugene. Yeah, I think maybe 30, 35, somewhere around there.
Raise. Up to 38,000.
I think the dealer's at 38. It's almost a pot size bet. He's not giving anybody any pot odds here. So only people with premium hands are calling here, and he picks up the dead money there. So nicely paid, Eugene. Okay, chip count. Michael's still at the top, 692. Ridwan Shah 507, and Eugene now 413, takes over third spot from Nav. And then at the bottom we got JP on 8 bigs and Vishal on 8 bigs. So those are the two guys that are looking to make moves, and I'm pretty sure that's going to happen now, as I think JP's in the small blind, Nav will be in the big blind. In fact, if JP gets through the small blind, he gets another 3 or 4 looks for free. So unless he picks up a monster, we won't see anything from JP. So Lam, quick king queen off, under the gun. Just going to put a raise out there.
Raise. Up to 33,000.
33,000, so just over 2/3 pot. The question is, does Nav want to be defending with 10-5 suited? Answer no. And Lum picks up some well-needed chips. JP now our short stack with 7 bigs. And it looks like we lost Vishal from our end of the table. Good luck, my friend. In fact, no, it wasn't Vishal, it's Mjpt. 6 players on the outer table. Just a reminder, we will go 10-handed at the feature table when we get down to 10 players. I think our player count is now 12, 6 and 6. Eugene under the gun, gets rid of the 6-4 off. Vishal with king, queen. Strong hand, short-handed. There they go. Ridwan gets rid of his cards. Michael gets rid of his cards very, very quickly. JP looks down at 10-3. Nav gets rid of his hand. So it's just down to Lum. And Lum open folds ace-8. Tight fold. JP short stack, 7 bigs. So 16,000 on the big blinds. So basically what that means is 160,000 is 10 big blinds. Queen 9 suited. Nice cards, early position. He'd probably elect to fold these, but it's a shame because I would like to see him call.
Raise up to 35,000.
Michael with small pockets, off crab hunting. I can see JP interested with 6-8 off, 6-8 suited. Nev's on the button, so I fancy a call here from Nev. It's a tight later, only the blinds to come. And Lummer's pocket tens. I suspect this is going in. Gets out the way, and Michael has to evaluate whether his threes are good enough and what the count is. It's going to cost you 200,000, Michael, which I think is too expensive for pocket threes. Let's see. Wow, that's a big call with the threes. Here we go. Good luck, gentlemen.
That's a 3. Sticking like that.
Hey, turn.
You're looking for a 3 or a 4. 6 ads. And Michael will double up Lum. Lum was on his walk away there.
Yeah, sure. Oh, what is that called?
So Lum was getting a bit of a rib in there. JP still our short stack. Michael gave away a couple of 100,000 there and dropped down to second place at the table, but still very, very strong in terms of his chip count. Well, 10 of 5 players on the outer table, a look at it. I think the player check is wrong. We'll ask our tournament director to update the board. So we got Ridwan Shah under the gun. Ace Jack. Going to see a move here. Don't think he's going all in with the big stack, but certainly going to be raising up. Based on history, is about 60,000.
Up to 45,000.
Nice hand developing here. JP's getting out of the way with those. I expect they'll be live, JP, but they're of no use. No faults. Lum gets out the way. Eugene ace-8 suited in the small blind. Eugene's in the small blind. Given the action before him, I fancy a fold.
All in.
And Eugene will be patting himself on the back now.
No. Yeah.
That's 117.
137 on top. Yeah, well.
I think if Ridwan calls here, maybe Michael will be priced in.
Moving, it's 117. No, this is 18. No, 117.
Well, 117 is right.
Yeah.
Ridwan gets rid of it. Interesting.
On top, yeah.
I mean, Michael took a recent big hit, calling with a pocket pair, albeit they were threes, so it'll be interesting to see. So Ridwan had the 2 overs, he's folded, so 87% for the queens. Visual, the player at risk.
Like 60 seconds.
Gut shot 6 picked up for Michael. 28, 86. 7, no help.
My heart. With the picture there, king.
River.
King. Oh, you fucker.
And the river will deliver. Excuse the language, ladies and gentlemen. And Michael wins with a straight.
And is Jack then?
And that's player outs.
Raja, what time? I just got away there.
If our player count is correct and we are 10, we should be going to one table.
That's small. Big blind 16.
I've just had a confirmation we're actually at 11 players, so one more, and then we will stop the clock and we will go to a final table of 10, which will be on the feature table. What will happen now is we will go hand for hand. Each table will play a hand at the same time, and the other table who finishes first will wait until the other table has finished that hand, so that both tables have equal opportunity to go to final table. So we'll keep an eye on the outer table, but we will focus our attention on the main table. JP with 8-7 suited.
Oh, wow, that thing was 15, like.
I think JP's down about 4 or 5 big blinds here, so money must go in. think JP is all in. I'm not sure.
That's what I said.
Well, what happened here? Please make it clear. I was almost about to do
Okay,
something.
JP is all in. And Ridwan Shah has got queens. I don't want to see Ridwan take time and ask for cans here. Just get your money in, Ridwan. We don't like to see this.
This one chip warning thing doesn't work for me.
Oh, we have the all in button.
Yeah, but now he didn't put it down. I was about to active. That was almost going to be a disaster.
Okay, that's 175.
Mr. Ridwan, there is no question. Let's go.
Total 135. Yeah,
Okay. Took 5 seconds to call. Jeez, how's your read?
When he takes long, much longer to call places.
Right, flop.
Hold up, baby.
6
No help for JP. Backdoor diamonds, maybe. Needs to see a diamond on the turn. He gets a 7, so it gives him some more outs. Any 8, any 7. And we lose JP from our feature table. The clock will now be paused, and we will be down to 10 players, and there will be a redraw for the feature table.
Welcome to the live stream of the Monsterjam Poker Tour main event here at the beautiful Boardwalk Sun. The action doesn't stop here. Our next stop takes place at the beautiful Sibaya Sun Casino in KwaZulu-Natal. That takes place from the 13th to the 23rd of September 2019. For more information, contact the Monsterjam Poker Tour team and make your booking now.
Hey, we can everyone.
Okay, welcome back viewers. This is your final table of the main event warm-up, the 6K event, event number 1 here in Sibaya. The button is on seat number 9, and we'll go through the players as we go around. We now have a 10-handed final table. Many of these players will be very familiar to you. Player in shot and to act is Ahmed Karim, coming from one of our outer tables, sitting with 784,000. Looks like a raise to about 35. Deverell folds. Gareth with the pocket 9s. Don't think he's going anywhere. And Michael Clucker has woke up with pocket kings. I fancy a nice raise here from Michael.
Re-raise 146,000.
The re-raise to 146,000. That's a clear message. I do not want any callers. I'm happy with the money on the table. Aces, kings or queens only may apply. Ahmed is going to get out the way for sure. And Gareth is the only one here who's capable of calling. Only 2 players left in the hand. I'm pretty sure he's going to fold this. I mean, it represents over half of Gareth's stack. If Gareth can put him on ace king, ace queen, then he can call. If he puts him on the overpair, then he must just fold. I suspect we're going to see a fold from Gareth here. Maybe even open fold. Okay, Gareth's counting out the court, but he's just going to work out how many chips he's going to have left in the event that he calls and he loses. And he decides he's going to call. He wants to see a flop, and Michael's looking over there deciding what has he got in his hand. A 9 on the flop would be a disaster. And there it is. Gareth was right. Gareth will check this. And Michael's now about to hang himself. That's the all in and a call. Kings, and there's the set of 9s. Michael's face will say it all. And he's drawing to 2 kings.
Okay, turn.
Six is no help. Needs a king on the river. Ace. And Gareth will double up through Michael. And Gareth's courage of calling with the 9s is rewarded. Gareth takes his stack up to 2nd place. 16% of the chips in place, 709,000. And Evro is our small stack with 13 big blinds.
Okay, 816 blinds.
So back to our coverage of the final table, the 6K event. CP, Ridwan Shah will be under the gun. Still 10 players. Our small blind is Avro, and our big stack is still Ahmed
Next 10
Karim.
blinds will be up 10-20. Raise. Up to 25,000.
Ahmed picks up the pocket kings, raises to 35k. Looking for one customer, I'm sure. Folded round to Gareth Stewart. He had pocket nines the last hand, is now pocket eights this hand. Eugene has queen 8, so he has one of Gareth's 8, so he's looking for 1-8 only. He's got a 1 out if he's going to make his set, which is good news for Ahmed. And Paul looks down at his cards, 10-7 suited. Daniel Negreanu's favourite hand, but certainly not Paul's. And Lam will get rid of his Jack-6, and we're going to go 2 players to the flop. Only 1-8 available. And the queens, the kings are still good for Ahmed. Ahmed's out of position, so he's got to decide whether he wants to check here or whether he wants to bet. 2 clubs on the board. I suspect he's going to bet. And his size, no, he's going to check it. Check, check. Ahmed was looking to trap there. 3 clubs on the board now, so Gareth does have some options here now in terms of his flush. We know that he only has 4 outs. In his mind, he will have significantly more. The bet and a call. Okay, Ahmed's got a lock on the hand. The only way he loses is if he folds. Ahmed's got to put some sort of value bet in here. 150 in the pot. I mean, anything between 75 and 100.
Okay, blinds up 10,000 to 20,000.
So Ahmed picks up another 95k there and takes a leap forward in terms of the chip lead. Eugene in the cutoff with Queen 5. Thought it's been folded round to him.
Okay, raise up to 45,000.
Raised to 45,000 by Eugene. Ridwan is folded. Eugene will pick up the dead money, 50k in the pot.
Would you like that?
This will be the best.
Good, eh?
You would facilitate that deal, eh?
Yeah, that's good.
Now we're gonna think about it. Give us a minute.
Nice to see a nice relaxed final table. A couple of characters there with a bit of chirp.
Throw in the extra 4.
Small black. Boss, apparently we one seat short. They're saying if you throw it in, 14. Apparently we one seat short, so if you throw it in, we'll do it. 11.
22 pop.
Raise up to 45,000.
Ahmed under the gun. Puts in a raise of 45,000. Ace Queen suited. Very pretty cards. Everybody gets out of the way very, very quickly. It's round to Eugene. Paul's got Queen 8 suited.
It's cool, yes.
So you saw Ridwan Shah walked away from the table there before it was his turn to act. That's actually not permitted under the rules. He's indicating that he's folded his hand before in actual fact it's his turn to fold. I'm sure our tournament director David will have picked that up and we'll just have a quick word. I mean, every one of these players now has locked up 9,072 rand for 10th place. So we're now getting into the business end, or in the business end of the tournament, shall I say? And there's an expectation that there should be the correct behaviour at the table, which are the standards that are set by the Monsterjam team. Okay, hand number 97 of the day, Sajid. We haven't seen much of him yet. And Sajid has got Ace Queen here. Expect to see a raise. I think Sajid was with us in Port Elizabeth. Seem to remember his name.
Raise. Up to 55,000.
55,000 a bet.
15 minutes. Missed the show, brother.
Fold around to Eugene. Eugene gets rid. Paul will fold his 8-2. And Ahmed gives up the big blind and the big blind ante. And Sajid will pick up a nice little pot there, 50k profit. Well done. Ahmed tops the table, 854. Avro is 209,000, which is equivalent to about 10 big blinds. Silianis to act first. We haven't seen much of Avro on our live stream. Last time I ran into Avro was probably in the Wild Coast in Port Edward. Always good fun to have at the table. Likes to enjoy his poker and always a pleasure to be around. Always got a wisecrack, a smile or a joke for everybody. So nice to see Avro at the final table. Actions on Ridwan Shah with the 5-4 offsuit. And He's popping in a race. He's getting a little bit out of line in the cutoff here. 40,000. I think Nav might be looking him up here. Nav shoved. So Nav's all in. 272. And I'm afraid, Ridwan, you've been found out, buddy. Cards are going in the muck. And Nav will pick up a 90k profit there. Nice play, Nav.
The race course, you know?
The race course?
Yeah. Phone to the racing, you know?
Yeah, cage 011.
Yeah?
10.
Yeah?
1104.
Shot.
This 5 knot coming up now.
So Garrett's got ace-9 here under the gun. Early position, don't fancy any action from him. Immediate fold, Eugene king-8. It's a fold. Okay, Ridwan's got the king-jack. He's raised with lesser, so we're going to see a bit of a raise here, maybe 55-60 based on his, yeah, there 55. Nav will fold. Ahmed with the suited connectors doesn't want to play. And Sergeant gives up his king-jack suited.
Little guy, he's bigger than trying to take the ball.
Offhand.
And Avril gives up his big blind. Just a reminder to everybody, in 10 minutes time, the 60k event will be starting on the adjacent tables, and we will be bringing you coverage of that later on in the evening once we've concluded the final table of our 6k event, which we're commentating on now. Pocket 9s for Nav. Going to see a raise here. He's in the hijack position, so there'll be an expectation that he's going to be getting up to something. It's always nice to wake up with a hand when people are expecting you to do something.
Raise.
And he does the... he can't keep a straight face now, does he? It sort of makes a quip that we were expecting that or something. Oh well. Avril's got the queens. I mean, he's in the small blind, he's our short stack, and I suspect the money goes in, yeah. Garrett's got the ace 4 suited. So Nav has now got to make his mind up whether or not he's going to call off the additional 112 and his remaining 305. And I suspect it won't take Nav long to make his mind up.
One top. Okay, all in call.
Okay, good luck, fellas.
Okay, drop.
They will, don't worry about it. That will take good.
Not what Pocket 9s wanted to see. He's a 3% dog. And that, as they say, is that. And Everyone will pick up the pot 370,000. I'm just giving him a round of applause, but he's getting some flack there.
I wouldn't be good at television.
Yeah.
Typical, takes it all in good spirits.
You can't fold those knots, anyway.
So much of that. Call. You see?
I experienced it firsthand.
Oh yeah. It's a major problem.
It's a big problem, but like,
Nav has woke up with the ace queen. Suspect to see his money go in here. He's not one to hang around.
On it.
There's the all in from Nav. I'm to get out of the way.
How much?
Avril's asking how much. Avril's got 8-4 and he's at it. Let's get them in the bin. Martin folds and Nav picks up 50 grand, so good for him. There are quite a few people railing, and you've got Maki and Bungani out there with the mobile camera taking some footage for our stream. And, always nice to see a good interest in the final tables. Nice shot from our camera team there. You'll see the enclosure that we use for the final tables. It gives a bit of privacy, but also allows the public to have some access to the players. So very, very nice indeed. In latest position with suited Queen Jack. Expect to see something from him here. He's been very quiet. Pot's about 50k, so a bet around about 35 is to 40. Up to 45,000. Seems to be almost, pot size bet is almost standard. Everyone gets out of the way. Gareth's got ace-6 suited. Nice cards, he's on the button, he might think about it. He knows he's playing a late mid. And there's the call. Small blind, Michael gets out of the way. Eugene in the big blind looks down at pocket nines. Now we're going to see some action. raise and a call. I fancy a shove here from Eugene.
All in?
He's going to ask the question. He wants to see 5 cards with that. And Eugene picks up 100k just like that. Nice move, Eugene. Well played, sir. That's a picture of the outer table that the... there's 2 tables, in fact, which is the satellite for the 60k, still ongoing.
Alright, blind, 10-20. Something.
Still 10 players playing. Blinds at 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 on big blind ante. And we've just broken through. We're now at a hand 103 for the day on the feature table. Ahmed looks down at 6-5. Defaults. Sajid Mubin. Moideen, my apologies, Sajid. And pocket 9 seems to be a popular hand here this evening. Pretty sure we're going to see a raise. 50 something.
55,000.
55,000, so pot size bet.
5,000.
Everyone gets out of the way, so does Gareth, and Michael will get the out of the way. Eugene's cards are going amok. And Paul, I'm pretty sure Paul's going to min call here at least, and if not re-raise. He's in the big blind. He's already got money on the table. So he's invested 40k already. 20k in his blind, which counts towards any bet he makes, or any call. That looks like a flat call. Ace Queen picks up a straight draw. Also still 2 overcards. So he fancies his 9s after a check from Paul. Looks like Paul's going to fold. Doesn't fancy his gut shot. He's got no back door, so. And he can put his opposite number on Ace King quite easily. Or some Jack combo. Sorry about the movement on the cameras. It would appear someone's leaning against our trussing outside, and the cameras are shaking. Okay, turn brings a 2, which is a brick. Check back from Paul. I like a bet here for Sajid, somewhere around 100k. Taking his time. Wants to be considered in what he's doing.
She could tag it out of the check. I don't know who's who. Looks like her sister.
125,000.
125. And Paul has the fault. He can't chase cut shots for 125,000. Very nicely played by Sajid. Been very quiet today, but a nice play and gets maximum value from his hand there, I believe. Okay, 4 minutes and 35 seconds to run on the level. still 10 players left in our final table, all of them guaranteed 9,000 and some change. Blinds at 1020 with a 20,000 big blind ante. The next level it'll be 12,000, 24,000 with a 24,000 ante. So the price of poker is going up and the field will start to thin. The shorter stacks will be forced to play, and we will reduce our numbers. Folded round to Gareth in the hijack, ace-6. He's not interested. Michael's got king-3. Eugene queen-9 on the button. He might try to steal the blinds from here. There's been no action at all. If you can steal them, my price is around 35 to 40,000, given the action that's taken place on the table so far.
Raise up to 45,000.
45,000 it is.
Oh. Drop.
Eugene hits his 9. It'd be quite warranted in making a bet here. Lum checks. Eugene will take his time. Chance. Eugene gets that through, and he had the best hand at the end of the day, so well played.
All right. Cool boy. I'll see you tomorrow. Ciao. 20,000 total.
Armin under the gun, +1, ace queen. Here comes some action.
Raise up to 45,000.
45,000 seems to be the standard raise here, pre-flop. Subject with the jack-8 offsuit, getting out of the way for sure. And everyone won't be playing those cards. Folded round to Paul. Paul's on the button with 10-5. Unlikely we're going to see anything from Paul. Lum folds. Ridgewell Shah in the big blind. King 10 might get a bit sticky here. Might decide that just to smooth call this. Yep, so it's two players to the flop. Ace Queen versus King 10. No real hope for either player there. Ace High still leading. Ridgewell Shah decided to lead out. Which just folds the best hand, but good play by Ridgewell.
$12,000 small blind.
Okay, I believe the blinds have gone up. 12,000, 24, 24,000 on the big blind ante. So 60,000 in dead money out there every single hand now. Every single hand. Which is significant, of course.
It's not enough. 6,000. Okay, 48,000. Great.
Ridwan is raised to 48,000 with the ace-jack suited. We can't see Nav's cards, but he's certainly considering a call. And he gives it up. Nice play from the small blinds, and he did have the cards. 4 is our small blind, Nav is our next biggest blind, and then Lum and Michael on 13 bigs, everyone 15. Ahmed leads the way.
$24,000 to call.
I don't actually know if the 60k has started yet. We'll have a look out on the outer field later. But the schedule says it starts at 6 o'clock, so we shall see. Several of the players out at this table will be playing in the 60k. And I know that the satellite is still ongoing for the 60k, so it's possible that the Monsterjam team might have delayed the start to accommodate for that. We'll see. Quite surprised we haven't seen any bust outs from the final table yet, given the short stacks that were around at the start. Sometimes it just works out that way. The short stacks get some hands and they start to double up. Okay, Amir's called. Have the big blind, 7-6 suited, and Ridwan Shah has got the 8-2 of Queen 2 of clubs, and he gets the best of it on the flop. And Ridwan bets his queen, and Armin gives up his suited connectors. Okay, 2 players on 7 bigs now. Expect some movement from these guys pretty quickly. You can't win a tournament by check folding. Everyone's under the gun. Hand 108 of the feature table for today, Saturday the 14th of September, and this is our warm-up main event. Gareth Stewart looks down at the Star Wars hand. May the force be with you. And he's carving out a bet of around about 55 by the look of it.
Up to 65,000.
65,000 for the pocket fours. Eugene's 8-6 is in the muck. As is Paul's Jack 5, Lum's Queen 2, one Charles cards and Nav's cards. It's now all the way around back to Ahmed Karim with his Queen Jack of clubs. And he decides just to, looks like a flat call. Okay, Sajid Mudin, pocket queens. Two pairs in the hand, already 178,000 in the middle. I like a very big raise, or possibly even a shove here. I like at least 120,000 in the raise, or all in.
All in?
And there it is, that's the all-in call. And both of these players are going to get out of the way pretty quickly. Gareth cannot call here with pocket fours. He knows that, I know that, the world knows that. But he needs a bit of TV time, and Ahmed will not take any time getting rid of his Queen Jack. And well played, Sajid. Well played, sir. Takes you up to 673,000, which yes, indeed, it takes you to second place on our leaderboard in terms of chips, and Ridwan Shah becomes a chip leader on the table, and Ahmed Karim in third place. Okay, Gareth under the gun, 10-4 offsuit. The English breakfast tea has arrived, courtesy of myself. Thank you, young man. Appreciate you. Michael has woken up with the needles. American Airlines, faces to you and I. Takes us a bit of time. He'll be repopping this for sure.
Range 57.
So his bet is 57,000. Eugene looks a little bit interested with the King Jack. Michael doesn't get any customers, but his aces hold up, of course. Okay, Michael under the gun, 9-3 of hearts. Not a very good hand to be starting out with. Shah seems to be hitting some hands here. We're going to see a raise out of Ridwan. I mean, I think standard is about 65 now. Raise to 75. 40 round, 40 round. 40 rounds. What have you got, Avril? 10-7's not going to cut it. Let's see what Gareth has got. Gareth's got ace-9. He's got a hand, maybe a calling hand here. Don't know what his take is on the image of Ridwan. I mean, to be honest, every time Ridwan's been in a hand, he's had it. But it looks like Gareth's going to call. I don't mind his call here. Okay, 2 hearts, king high, 4-2. Ridwan is it's been checked by Gareth to Ridwan with the option. Ridwan should be putting a continuation bet in there, irrespective. 186 in the pot. Got to be looking for about maybe 100, 110.
150,000 bet.
So 150,000 is a bet. That certainly is we don't want to give you any pot odds. We don't want you calling. We're happy with the money that's in the pot. And sure enough, it gets through. Gareth gets away from it. And Ridwan chips up again. Taking a bit of a lead at the top of the leaderboard here with 863k. And Paul, Nevin, and well, Paul and Nevin now are at the bottom. Ebro and Lum are getting close to the danger zone. So for those of you unfamiliar with the chips in play, the green chips are 50,000, the yellow chips are 10,000, the maroon or purple chips are 5,000, and the pink chips are 1,000. We do have a grey 500 chip, but they were coloured up and removed when we passed a previous blind level. Okay, Nav has woken up with the kings here. His money's going in. It's just how long it takes him to put it in. Tricky and just raise and hopefully get a caller. I don't like limping here. So he's going to raise.
$58,000.
He's looking for a customer basically. Is ever going to oblige? Everyone's going to fold. He's just posturing. Michael can't call here. Well, he's in the big blind, so possibly he can. You know, from a defending point of view. But he gets it through. And Nav picks up a few chips and gets himself just up to 10 big blinds.
I like it a lot. I'm sure there'll be a dinner break for the other two, but that's for this. Actually, maybe. Other one doesn't have one.
So ace rag for Paul under the gun. It's quite possibly just come down to the blinds. Armin might try and steal here with the suited king. No. So Ebril folds his 8-2. Gareth gets rid of his 4-3. So small blind 7-4. 7-4 of hearts. So is Michael going to complete here? He's going to raise. Michael's certainly taking his time. Okay, it looks like Michael's made the call. And the action is with Eugene with the king 8 suited. So Eugene in the big blind has raised it up. To be fair, Eugene with the better hand has won. He picks up the spare money that was already out there. We had a chance to look at the added tables to see if the 60k event had started. The satellite was still ongoing. It doesn't appear that on our other cameras that anything's happening on the 60k. We'll check the social media in a moment, see if it's been delayed. Got an all-in from the call with his king jack. Gareth's got a decision to make here. He is ahead, but he doesn't know that. Gareth's not in shot at the moment. Oh, Gareth went all in. Sorry, Paul has decided. My apologies. He's got you covered, buddy. Going to lay this down. Reload it. Oh no, he's called. Oh, good luck, fellas. Paul is the at-risk player. Paul picks up a gut shot, and obviously Gareth pairs his ace.
Turn.
He doesn't want to see a queen. 7 is a safe card, so only 2 outs for Paul with the queens. And there's the queen on the river, and Paul will double up. And Gareth's face says it's all. Gareth now becomes our short stack. So we continue, 10 players, no casualties yet from the final table. So if you're looking for any of our streams, we were archiving them on YouTube and obviously reference them on Facebook, etc. And it's under Mjpt hyphen warm-up events, main events, Sibaya, 14th of September 2019, day 1 and day 2 respectively. That's where you can find the archive information. We're currently streaming under day 2, and you can find us on the 3 platforms, which is Twitch, YouTube and Facebook, all under Monsterjam Poker. Ridwan Shah under the gun, King 4 of clubs. They go into the muck. Nav's cards go in the muck, we don't see what he has. 5-3 for Ahmed, they're going. 7-2 for Sajid, I don't think he's a player with those. Avril gets rid of his. Gareth Stewart, Ace-7. I think Gareth's on about 9 big blinds now, something like that. Money goes in, sir. Money goes in. And there it is, the shove. Michael with King Jack gets out of the way. Eugene gets out of the way with his 8-4. Paul's not calling a 5-2. And Lum gives up his big blind as well. So net gain of 60,000 chips for Gareth, and he'll be happy to see some chips coming his way as he moves up to 12 big blinds. Lots of players in 13 big blinds and below. We've got 6 of our 10 players essentially in the danger zone. The blinds are going to go up again fairly soon. And we'll find out what they're going up to momentarily. So Nerv is under the gun. He didn't even show us his cards this time. Ahmed gets out of the way. Sajid picks up pocket aces. He'll be very happy to see those. He's got 661 behind, so he's not in any bad shape. So I'd like a min raise of a 60.
60.
King 10 suited from Eugene. You'll know that Sajid's been very, very solid. Sajid has been very solid suited play. And he gives it up, and that's a good fold. Paul with the 8-5 is getting out of the way quickly. Lum gets it out of the way. And Sadia would have got no business with his aces. Yeah, I don't know what upside there was in showing that, but obviously just won some customers. Okay, there's a shot of the screen. Next blind's 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante. So 75,000 chips in the middle, up for grabs, dead money before we start every single hand. And we're 3 minutes away from that. Still 10 players in the final table from the 90 players who originally started, or the 90 entries, should I say. So Ahmed with the ace-9 suited under the gun.
Raise up to 51,000.
Eugene has ace rag. He doesn't want to start mixing it up with Ahmed, I'm pretty sure. Typical Eugene takes his time, pulls his cards. Paul gets rid of his king queen. Lum gets rid of his suited one gappers. And Nav is in the big blind. Let's see if he's going to defend here. Negative. Nav is our short stack with the 8 big blinds. Sounds like they're cranking the music up in the background.
Raise up to 75,000. Next hand blinds will be up 1530. Blinds are up 1530. How much? 3 more. 1530.
Let's see if he bets.
Okay, welcome to the stream, Donnie and Theo. Nice to see you on the stream, fellas. Hopefully we'll see you in Natal. A couple of regular players from the circuits. And the blinds are up 15 and 30,000, 30,000 on the big blind ante. And we've got 3, 4, 5 small stacks, and you know these guys are going to be looking to make a move now. Paul's got the 9/8 of diamonds. Got 326,000 behind. Nice cards. Like them a lot.
I know what happened. I know what happened.
Okay, so just getting a bit of information from outside. The Superslam, which is the 60,000 entry, will be delayed by 1 hour and start at 7 o'clock this evening. That's a 1 hour delay, 7 o'clock this evening. And that's to allow, I think, for the satellite to be concluded. It's currently ongoing. And of course, we've still got players in this 6K event who are planning to play in the 60K event to give them a chance to finish. Okay, Lummer's got Ace King here suited. Going to see a re-raise from him. Lummer's been pretty quiet, so he'll get a bit of respect. The man with all the chips, Ridwan, to his left, is thinking about a call here, or maybe even a raise. Lum watching him intently. Nevin and Ahmed also very, very interested in what he's doing. After all that counting out, he decides to fold. And Lum's Ace King gets
I think I saw you looking at it.
Gareth under the gun with Texas Dolly. They're in the muck. Michael with Ace Rag. Too early to play those cards, my friend. Wow. There's a short stack making a move. Well, not so short stack. 30, no, 10 big blinds. Remember, the blinds have gone up to 30,000 now, so 300,000 is 10 bigs. Question is Nav going to look him up? Nav's very strong here. Ace Jack of Hearts. Of course, there's ICM considerations here in terms of pay jumps. The first two players out only receive 9,000 and some change, and then the next player out gets 13,000, and subsequently 18, 22, 30, 38. So the pay jumps become big from the 8th place onward. I mean, it's going to cost Nav all his chips here. 183,000. I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. Ace Jack suited.
332.
But that's easy when I'm sat here. I can see the cards. Are you going to get a better spot, Nev? Are you going to get a better spot? He's thinking the button's just past me. I've got another 5 or 6 free looks. I don't know how he folds there, but there you go. What do I know? And Michael doesn't know how lucky he was to get that through. Okay, Nav on 6 big blinds. Nav, I cannot believe you fold Ace Jack suited there. Not in a million years. Okay, I've been predicting us losing a few players for a level now. I guarantee this level we're going to lose some players. Blinds at 30,000, people on 6 big blinds. So just a reminder, the Superslam 60,000 entry has been delayed by 1 hour and will start at 7 o'clock local time. Local time at the moment is 18:39, that's 6:39 in the evening. About 20 minutes away for the start of the next event. Eugene undergun +1, 9-6 suited, they're going in amok. Paul has got 10 bigs here, ace-3. He didn't go to the same school as Michael, obviously. Michael's got it in with ace-2. Lum has got the 7s. Lum is hovering around the 11, 12, 13, 14 big blinds. Got to see a raise of some description here for Lum.
Raise up to 80,000.
80,000 the raise. Into a pot of 75. Okay. Ridwan, please, please do not slow play your hand. And do not slow roll now. Good man. Get it in quickly.
Raise up to 160,000.
Ace Jack, Ahmed, fold. Pocket Jacks, Sajid. Sajid's up around 20 big blinds. Don't really know much about Sajid. As I say, we saw him at the Wild Coast of PE, I'm not quite sure. But I remember him making one of the final tables and cashing. But you've got Lum raising, and there's a 3-bet after you by the chip leader, and you're sitting there with pocket jacks. Actually, so what would you do? Pocket jacks are difficult at the best of times. If you're asking me, and what do I know? I'm flat calling. I'm just hoping to see a flop, and I'm going set mining. And then the flop's going to come 6, 3, 9. I'm going to have an overpair. I'm going to lose all my money to rig one. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Let's see. He's decided a different route, all in. I think Lum gets away from his 7s quite quickly. Lum's a very astute player. You'll know that he's been 3-bet and 4-bet. And the question is now, does Mr. Ridwan call or does he fold? He's the chip leader. In fact, according to this, Sajid is the chip leader.
Total is 645,000.
Oh no, my correction, he's got 643 left behind. He already made a raise.
Yeah.
What nice, son. It's
I think he called. Or did he call or did he fold?
what you had, son?
That cut me up, they cut everyone up. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you,
Well,
no
no,
one's allowed to do it. Nobody's allowed to do it and nobody's done it.
He folded.
Nobody's done that. I'm being dead serious.
Wow.
Don't shut one person up.
Sajid picks up 300,000 chips there.
Somebody has done it before.
I can't work out this guy.
C3, he's looking at C3. C3, yeah. Behind that. Okay.
Ahmed and Nav are chirping Sajid for information. They want to know what he was playing with there.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
Ridwan thinks he's a bit of a hero for folding his queen. So. Your money, my friend, your decision.
Actually give like, he's been doing it the whole time, and just let the table know that you're actually just being important. Should I?
I just picked up what Eugene was complaining about there, that there have been 2 occasions when Mr. Ridwan, who is unknown to me, has slow roll players in a heads-up position, and he was making reference to that, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get the full story later in the day. Anyway, Ridwan didn't call. Sajid gets his jacks through, and well played to him. Put his whole stack on the line. And maybe it was a disciplined fold. Maybe there was a jack coming on the floor. Who knows? That's poker. If we were as good as them, we'd be sat out there. Okay, Mr. Ridwan is raising up. We don't know what his cards are. We'll get the dealer just to ask him to show his cards. Seat number 3, I believe it is.
Yeah. It was too much. His stack was too big.
Well, Gareth's got a decision to make here. Queen 10. You can see he's painting over it already. There we go, Queen Jack. So he is ahead at the moment. Gareth makes a disciplined fold. Michael wakes up behind him with Ace Jack. I fancy Michael's chips are going in the middle here. Michael's all in. Let's see what Ridwan's resolve is like. Good evening to Roxy and Marionette. Both have just joined the stream. Nice to see you on board, ladies. You're doing the commentary. And, obviously we know Roxy's here in Natal. And Marinette, you'd be most welcome. Always nice to see you at the poker time. Okay, obviously Ridwan folded there. And Michael got his race through. So it looks like my guarantee that we're going to lose a player is incorrect again. I mean, it can't go on forever, can it, you know? So Paul's under the gun with 10 bigs. Paul has my favourite cards. From under the gun, they're not so attractive. What's Lum got? Oh, 10 big blinds in the middle. His cards were dead because he wasn't at the table.
So if you want to take a break, just take a break, keep the cards, and if you can go, just that's your turn.
So Eugene is just telling Mr. Ridwan about his cards and why they're dead. Cheap. Lum got his headed through there.
30,000.
So Nev is raised with his 6-8 suited, lucky Chinese hand. Sajid's called with his 7s, all disguised. Eugene with the 7-2. My mate Cole Marburg would have been playing now with the 7-2. And Paul with the option with ace-jack in the big blind. Come on, Paul, your money's going in there, buddy. You've got like eight big blinds there. I'd rather try to get some showdown value out of my hand there. Fold equity, sorry. But there you go, let's see. 6, 5, king, 2 clubs. Pocket 7s are still good. Paul has got the ace of clubs in his hand. Some possible backdoors that he could develop. Nav is betting his 6s. We have flat call there from Sergio flat calls. Paul's in a world of pain. So a little headline from our directing staff. In 10 minutes or so, which I believe is the end of the level, we're going to go on a 45 minutes dinner break. So that'll be a 45 minutes rest from the stream. That'll give us an opportunity to go away and freshen up, get some food or whatever, and to just give our equipment a bit of a service. So that's in 10 minutes at the end of the level. Meanwhile, Nav is all in. I mean, the ace is a great bluff card.
Not for me.
And Nav shows his 6. And Saj is not a happy bunny. Okay, we still have 10 remaining, and we have 9 minutes remaining. Don't ever ask me to make predictions. Welcome back on the stream, Milan from Johannesburg. Nice to see you back on the stream, buddy. Okay, Red went under the gun. King 7 suited. I suspect they're going to go black. Jack 6. Love in the bin. Okay, Serge's got pocket 10s, another pocket pair, head 7s at last hand. I don't think he's going to get hoodwinked by Nav again. He's got 866,000, so we're looking for a decent size raise here. 75 in the pot. Bet's just over the pot. Really, really nice bet until you realise your neighbour's got kings. And Avro's going to ship it here for sure. Avro's sitting with about 7, 8, 9 big blinds. Michael will fold his 2s, I'm pretty sure. Ace Jack for Paul. Paul's going to go into thinking mode again, I'm sure. So there's already been a raise, Paul. Yeah, and there's been a 3 bets.
Good evening and welcome to all the players that are playing the Superslam. If you've got your slips and ready to register, we are now seating players. You can go into the picks and there will start seating players.
Sajid's asking him to take out his original bet and then give him a balance on the count. Make the call, and
hold up one car.
Unless Sajid can hit one of the 10s, Avro's going to double up. The diamond draw for the 10 of diamonds. It's always a sweat. There, 9 nuts, any 10, any diamond. Ebro is applauding himself. Sorry for the language there for our viewers. Big welcome to Mr. Greg Church to our stream. I don't know where you are, Greg, if you're in Florida or you're in Brussels. I know you work in 2 places. Welcome, Greg. Nice to see you online. I miss playing with you. And I was up in Dar es Salaam last weekend in our old stomping ground, and many people pass on their best, so all the best to you, Greg. Nice to see you on the stream. We've got about 4 minutes and 57 seconds left on this level, and then we're going to take a 45-minute dinner break. The 60k Grand Slam is starting at 7 o'clock, from what I understand, and we will pick up commentary on that once this final table finishes. We'll be back in 45 minutes for that. We'll continue commentary throughout the evening until the program's close to play. So back to the feature table and the final table, the 6k warm-up. And Nav has got King 3 suited under the gun. Pretty sure he's going to get rid of those. Arbit with the 5-2 there in the muck. These guys will be looking forward to taking a rest. Sajid gets rid of his 8-2. Edward folds. Gareth folds. King Jack for Michael. Fancy Michael would like a piece of this action. He's all in. Eugene with the King 7 in the cutoff. Not going to get involved. Paul with the Queen 8. No thinking required here, Paul. Thank you. Lum gets rid of his Jack 6. Rid one Shah with 8, 6 is out the way. And Michael will pick up the spare money, gain the 75,000. Okay, there's your chip counts. Paul and Gareth now with 7 big blinds each. Lum with 10. 3 players in the danger zone. And around about 2-3 minutes to run on the level before we go on a 45-minute dinner break. Been some interesting play. I believe we are looking at the remains of the satellite that we played earlier. Craig with his back to us. Hale Brooks. Kevin Cale. Gareth Hudson. Rudolph Free. And I think that's George with his head behind the camera lamp there. That's it. Okay, the Armid in the under the gun position, 6-3 off. They're going in the muck. He's not going to be messing around with those cards in early position. Queen 9 for Sajid in the muck. Pocket 5s for Everil. Everil might like fancy some of that. Nope. He fancies dinner more. Gareth with the Jack 10.
What you mean? You're never in
Is he thinking, I want to come back after dinner, or I don't want to come back after dinner? So I get it shoved in now or not? He's going to put it all in with the Jack 10. There's a fold. King Jack from Eugene. Eugene, have a think about this. It's half your stack, Eugene. Trouble is, Eugene can easily put Gareth on an ace here. Eugene's been grinding for 2 days, so I suspect he's going to fold this. Ace 9 from 4, very quickly into the muck. Folded round to Ridwan Shah. King 9. Jack 7, there in the muck, and he gives up the big blind. Button moves. I don't know how long we've got left on the level, maybe enough time for one more hand. Okay, this will be the last hand of the level. As predicted, nobody's out.
30,000. Big blind.
Okay, 10 players left in from the original 90 entries. All players guaranteed 9,000 and some change, and 145,000 up top for the winning player. Gareth with King 8. Gareth's not scared to make a move from early position, that's for sure.
It's in the fifth time.
Yeah, but I mean, he even got made.
You can't do that. Can't see. If you do it once more, they're going to have to.
Gareth folds. Ace King for Michael. Michael's going to ship it here, maybe. Doesn't want to play against anybody else. Clean up the dead money. Got to bring the break with a win under the belt.
So what does that mean if he leaves?
Yeah, you can't play the hand.
Fold for Eugene. Paul's ace 5 is no good. You can think about it, buddy, but you're not calling here, trust me.
Good, it's over. Hey.
Oh my word, how wrong am I?
That's all. Oh, sorry, my bad.
chips went forward, dealer. There's a ruling required there, an absolute ruling. His chips went forward. He has to call. I'm surprised Ahmed isn't assisting here. And Ahmed gives it up. And Michael gets it through. Okay. No losses from the feature table. Got a couple of shorties to come back with. That's the end of the level. 45 minutes for dinner. And we'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome to the live stream of the Monsterjam Poker Tour main event here at the beautiful Boardwalk Sun. The action doesn't stop here. Our next stop takes place at the beautiful Sibaya Sun Casino in KwaZulu-Natal. That takes place from the 13th to the 23rd of September 2019. For more information, contact the Monsterjam Poker Tour team and make your booking now.
More of a planet.
Oh, Nando's.
No.
Wow.
Shot. Okay, welcome back. 10 players remaining. This is the warm-up main event. Final table. All players guaranteed at least 9,072 rands for their efforts. And in the background, the 60k has begun. There is a 500 rand satellite for the main event. And there's still a 2,000 satellite going on for a 60,000 seat, which is the other giveaway of the evening. So Evro under the gun, pocket fives, decides to fold, doesn't want to get involved so early with a small pair. Paul Janus, his money's going to go in for sure. He's all in pre. Pocket queens. I think the blinds are at 40,000 now, so the big blind ante's at 40,000, so get a huge chunk of change. Ahmed 200 to call. Ahmed can call here. I mean, I don't think he will, but he can. Poker players, being the superstitious lot that we are, never want to win the first hand. Okay, there's your chip counts. Some very, very short stacks. I know I said it for 2 levels before we went on break, but I'll say it again. You know, we're going to expect some casualties very soon. So the 100k you see in the pots is the 40 big blind, 40 big blind ante and the 20 small blind. And Nava's stuck is 310,000 in with his ace-5 suited.
Very possible.
Everyone's in time wasting mode. In the big blinds. He can't call here. Big smile on his face, Evra. You'll love this guy. One of life's gentlemen. There's your chip counts. 620,000 top of the shop there, and that represents 15 big blinds. So this is becoming a crapshoot very, very quickly. Once we're over and done with on the final table here, then we will be moving into the 60,000 event. We're getting a snapshot there. This is table 2. Some big players here straight away. I mean, Kenny Morgan in shots, Kel Marburg in the distance, Alvin Pila there, Pile, sorry. And welcome back to the feature table for our dealer Sipe. Sipe, always a pleasure to have on the table. That didn't sound too right, by the way, did it? What I meant was it's always a pleasure to have her at the table. Lovely lady, always got a smile, always got a nice things to say about people, and you know, a nice demeanour, and you know, really, really good dealer as well. And we're very blessed with our dealers, as I said before. Good people. They work very hard, long hours, and you know, we understand the hours they work because we work the same hours as them. And you know, it takes a lot of effort to be a dealer and keep your concentration levels up, particularly you know, towards the end of the night. And there's a lot of pressure on you in these high stakes games, with a lot of money at stake as well. So, you know, good for them. Sipe is one of our best dealers, and we enjoy having her on the final table. So we've got Sajid on the button here, ace-8 suited, quite a strong hand. It appears that the pot has been folded around to him, or the hand has been folded around to him, so he's having a stab at it from the button, just the blinds to get through. Ebro with 8-6 offsuit is in the small blind. He'll have to give this up very quickly. 20,000 is dead and buried, sir. And you'll be on the button next, so you get a few free looks. Gareth is in no shape to be calling a raise here at that size. And it will pain him to give away the 40k, but well, the 80k as it is now. And we'll move on. Button moves around, and Ebro is on the button. Small blind will be Gareth. Had a chance during the break to go and see the 60k. There's 3 tables already. There's a real who's who of South African poker and some international players as well. And what a pleasure to see them all coming together in one place. And you know, really looking forward to seeing some of that play on our feature table. Some super players, and we're going to be blessed for sure. Okay, this is a new hand. Eugene's under the gun. There we go, Mr. Lum. And we'll take a little bit of time. And he's bet 110 by the look of it. He's trying to get a customer here. Didn't want to get it all in. So far no good. Gareth has got no cards. Okay, I was thinking about a splash about. And Michael gets rid of the Jack-7. And Lum picks up 100,000 of dead money. Gareth finds himself in a real bad spot here with 4 big blinds. Paul with 8, and Lum with 10, Nav with 10, Ebro with 11, Eugene with 11, Ridwan with 12, Ahmed with 13, Michael with 13, and Sajid leading the way with 15. All of these guys looking to hang on to ladder up. They want to make more money. The first 2 people who go out are going to be making the 9,072 rands.
I saw that. You see, I told you. I said he was getting stuck in 67. He's counting it.
Absolutely nobody's had a hand here apart from Evro, who's got the ace king. He's in the cutoff, so he's just got to get through hijack and the blinds. I don't think he's going to get any action. So he'll pick up the 100,000 of spare money. And that moves him up in the second place. It's a shot of one of the high roller tables. David Rosenthal on the right there, Alvin Pillay, and Lenny Freeman as well is there, Kenny Morgan, Carl Myberg, Gio Zanetti walking around in the back there talking to Sean Govender. So Lum is under the gun here. He's got 10 big blinds and a bit of change. Looks down at 9/8 and they'll go in the bin. Ridwan. Can't see his cards, but I'm sure we'll get a shot of them in a minute.
160,000 player 3.
We get the technical guys to ask the dealer to ask C3 to just show his cards. Ridwan has made a raise to 160. We don't know what his cards are yet. It looks like it's getting through. It's just Eugene to play. Eugene's inspecting our cards very, very closely. So it appears there's a problem with one of the cards.
These are expensive cards. 2 days.
On its way. The new deck is on its way, Mr. David, our tournament director, requesting a new deck of cards.
Can you check who
So just for our viewers at home, all of these cards have got microchips in them, and they're read by the reader under the table, and each one of the boxes is numbered there. And if they get damaged, then they stop reading on our side, or sometimes they can be damaged on the edges, etc. So obviously one of our players has seen some damage on the edge, and we've replaced the deck.
Every single one.
Eight seats in high roll, and I take the 5 grand for making the deal.
What's the deal?
10 seats for the high roll, and you go.
Oh,
and there's still 50, there's still another 5 in your pocket. Plus the high rollers is very short.
I said high roller.
I'm saying high roller, not super.
High rollers 40. Each 5 in your pocket.
You could have worked on the
Every time I do the first hit, I get easy stuff. So I'm not gonna look, I'm just gonna put it like
42 play.
You ran pretty well over there.
160,000 play at 3.
Looks like Ruben's 160 is going to get through. Lum's got the Jack 9. Big smile on his face, and he drags that pot in. Guys are getting really low now on the big blinds.
got this thing down.
That's the man.
That's
the man.
So Nerv is under the gun. You can't see his cards at the moment.
153 up top and give 600 for second.
I said we put in 550, we'll make it a million.
Player for Olin.
Are you committing to the deal before you jump Sky or after?
Ahmed Karim with the 10-3. Sajid with the 8-2. Evra with a pair of threes. 410 to call.
Just forget.
Must have been jacks.
Full folds is Jack King. Looks like Nav is going to pick up the spare money. Gareth running on air, Paul running on air, Lum running on air.
$40,000 to play.
I'm absolutely amazed that we still have 10 players at this table. It's unbelievable that they've managed to hang on so far.
So that's the reason.
Nice. Oh, how am I running? Yeah.
points for Gareth. 5 for Paul.
All night you've been waiting for that answer. 4, 5. Yeah,
Mr. Shah finding something funny there with Nav.
Your feelings were not there. Come on. Yeah, kidding
That's a raise from Mr. Ridwan. Raised to 200,000. We can't see his cards at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be fine in a moment. And everybody folds it around him, and I think he's going to pick up the spare 100k.
She's gonna cut me out. There's 100, 130, I'm calling it. Okay. Promise, right? Promise.
It's another view of the 60k that's going on. George Levine with the yellow hat there. Kai Kikta and the red jackets. Moisgani, back at table. Gio Zanetti and Gerald Solomon on his back to us there as well. In the foreground, Nick Anoy and Rudolph Rui. Who's who of poker. Back to our final table for the 6k. Everyone under the gun. 6-3 clubs. Not interested in playing those. Gareth Stewart's going to be all in here with the ace-10. 195. That represents about 4 big blinds, so see if he's going to get this round. Get a caller. Ahmed Karim 7-2. I don't think he's calling there, unfortunately. Sajid got no cards either. And Gareth's going to pick up the 100k. Gareth moves off the bottom. Paul takes up the bottom spot.
Oh, sure. You can do it.
So local time here is just coming up to 8:15 in the evening. In the sunny province of KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, and we're at the Sun Sibaya Casino and Entertainment World. And we're just delighted to be here. Fantastic facilities here, and we've been so well looked after by the staff from Sun International. I'd just like to thank our other partners, which is the Hendon Mob and the Global Poker Index. Thank you for your continued partnership and working with us. And of course our sponsors, Aquavita Water and the Regal Hospitality and Events Company. Thank you so much. We appreciate everything you do for us. Gareth with King 7, all in. Pocket 7s from Eugene. I think we might see a call here, let's see. As usual, Eugene very considered before he calls. Most of the players will be wanting Eugene to make the call here. They want to see a player go out. It's not a disrespect thing. They just want to be lathering up. going to be considering that he's under the gun +2, so he's in early position. Several players come after him. He's thinking, do I fold, call, or do I shove? Of course, in they go. In come the chips.
Desk up front now, so we can get you registered. There are some registrations already. Any of those who'd like to play in the main event satellite, please. Thank you all. Registration is also open for the 60,000 Rand Super High Roll. If any players would like to play, please help yourself and get the field already. 22 players seated.
And we're off to the flop. No help for either player. Eugene knocks Gareth out. Nice run, Gareth. Gareth leaves us with 9,072 Rand. So a nice little payday for him. And well played, Gareth. Always a pleasure to see you at the table. Just write your name down against my list.
This was mine that I was playing around, or this is yours. Did you take all your from the pot? Did you? No, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Double check that.
It's an odd figure.
So, I've got a new guest coming to join me. We're just going to put his microphone on and his sound levels checked through the sound engineers. But I'd like to welcome in the booth for the first time. And I've been trying to get this guy in here for a while, actually, Mr. JP Oaks. How the devil are you, JP? I'm shaking by the hand.
It'd be much better if I was still on the final table, or on the final table, but this is...
That's only for good players, JP.
Exactly. Which is why I'm sitting here next to you, and I mean, you know what that's all about. You had to choose between poker playing and commentary, and I think you've made a wise decision. Let me tell you, I was one of the players who was very happy to see you come and commentate, because from my experience playing against you, you were exceptionally astute in the times we played, and you have a better understanding, it's clear from your commentary, than I say, respecting the majority of people I play against. So I'm very happy to have you behind the mic rather than you sitting across the table from me.
Okay, well, I'm flattered beyond belief, of course.
Of course.
And I still do manage to get at least 6 nights a week working when I'm in Johannesburg.
Oh, do you?
On the poker tables. No, I'd probably 5 or 6 nights a week. I do still play quite a lot, almost full time. Well, I don't have a proper job, put it that way. This is my proper job, commentating.
Well, as Joel said, yeah.
Yeah,
Poker's a hard way to make it easy living. This is really not as easy as people think. It's tough, it's stressful.
Indeed. And, you know, so welcome to our commentary.
Thank you so much.
How is Sibaya treating you? Are you enjoying the place?
Yes, I am. I'm particularly enjoying the weather. I like the cooler weather. I sleep better, certainly. And it's nice to see it rainy and cool. Certainly, I cracked a joke earlier. I don't know how well it went down, but I was saying that Mark was turning down the aircon to, as he turned down the aircon, he was putting up the price of his jackets, and I'm pretty sure I was accurate. Part of the plan. It worked. I almost went and bought one, but then I got knocked out before that could happen. So here we are.
Okay, so you'll be familiar with most of the players at the table.
Yes.
We've just lost Gareth Stewart in 10th place. He took home 9,072 Rand.
Did he shove with the King 7 and get called by Eugene?
Yeah,
Is that what happened?
yeah. Eugene was in the tank with the 7s for quite a while, and then he decided to shove and isolate. He didn't really need to shove because there was no other hands in it, but suffice to say, Eugene thinks everything's good. We call him the computer in here, by the way.
Yes.
So he'll log you away in his hard drive.
Interesting. I'll tell you something interesting about Eugene. It's the first time I've seen it. Obviously, you're watching a lot more than I do, but it's the first time I've seen him tank fold this evening. I was on the table with him. Normally, the longer Eugene thinks, the more likely he is to call.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. But this, with respect, I must qualify my comments here. With respect, at the time there were two tables, and there were quite a lot of what I would call recreational amateur players
Sure.
at the table that can be somewhat unpredictable.
Sure, sure.
Not that professionals are predictable, but
No,
yeah,
no,
I think you know where I'm coming from when I say
Exactly.
that there's a certain level of unpredictability to some of the recreational players in terms of
No, certainly.
their ranges and where they come in. You know.
I've often said, as you know, I consider myself perhaps somewhere between a recreational player and a regular player, and I've try and remind myself when I sit under the table to stay out of the way of the recreational players, because they're the people who can hurt you the most.
Yeah, and you know those coolers they hurt the most for sure.
Yes.
Now you know the blinds here are at 40,000. The big blind ante is at 40,000, and there's 20,000 on the small blind.
All right, so
Yeah, when you consider this tournament started with a 50,000 chip stack, you know, that's quite significant.
Sure. So it is perhaps
You'll see
becoming
the
a
chip
little,
counts.
a little flippy right now. It's almost if you raise you are you're pot committed. Paul obviously has some catching up to do, but that much said, he doubles up suddenly 440. He doubled up twice in chip leader.
Indeed. So before you came in, I was just alluding to the fact that he's getting near crapshoot time.
Yes.
You know, and people say, oh, the structure's bad and all the rest of
No.
it. Well, it was a great structure getting here.
No, I
all
must
good
tell you
things
that
come to an end.
Monsterjam structures generally treat me very well. As a general rule, because of the structures, if for no other reason, I manage to go quite deep on a regular basis, and you can be short, sort of like 8, 9, 10 bigs, and you can hang in them. And right now, you ship with 5, 6, 7 bigs. It's hard to call unless you've got a premium hand or you're putting somebody on a move.
Absolutely, because you know, at the end of the day, the jumps are that big. You can go from hero to zero in one hand very quickly.
Sure. There is, of course, if you look at the dynamics right now in terms of positions, I don't see the payouts have a 10, 9, 8, 7. There's not that much of a difference. I don't think anybody's playing to ladder up now. The money is in the top 3.
Indeed.
I think that's where people are aiming.
Yeah, you'll see the prize payouts here.
Sure.
And yeah, most of the money is in the top 3 or 4.
Yes. So I'd say probably top 3. You know, myself, I mentioned to you in the break at one point in time, I was playing this almost as a satellite to the Superslam, hoping to try and pick up a cheap ticket into the Superslam. And there might be 1 or 2 players here, except of course the likes of Eugene. I mean, he doesn't. He's playing to win, and he'll be jumping right into the Superslam, I imagine, straight after this. Regardless.
And Ahmed as well.
Yes, Ahmed, of course, as well. Yeah. You don't have a nickname for Ahmed yet on the commentary?
Well, I do, but I can't say it live on the air.
All right, well, I can tell you.
Far too derogatory.
I can tell you he sucks. He's like a freaking Electrolux. When in the early stages of a tournament, insofar as chips are concerned, they just gravitate towards him. It's almost he's an uncanny ability to collect chips.
The polite way of putting it is, I think Ahmed runs good, and you know, I think rather than you know, put him down, I think it's more envy than anything else.
Sure, no, we all amazingly impressive. But Ahmed will tell you, when I play against him, I just try and take the variables off the table. I was explaining this to Eugene, who's something of a chess player himself, and I played chess reasonably seriously once upon a time. And what I would do is, as soon as I was playing against somebody who I consider to be a better chess player than myself, I swap out as many pieces as possible to make the game as simple as possible. And against Ahmed, my strategy is simple. I just look for a flip. And you get him to fold on those because he doesn't want to flip against me, because he knows he can probably outplay me in the long run, which he can do. So you compel him to flip and he generally goes away.
Yeah, well, the blinds have just gone up, so we're on a new level.
Let's see what Ridwan has to do, I suppose.
It's now 50,000. And the timing chart was wrong, incidentally. There are actually only 9 players left now.
All right.
That's 200,000 raised from Ridwan.
With 600k behind him.
Yep.
With ace-8. That's an interesting raise.
Well, I would. I know most of the players at the table reasonably
all right, you've
well.
seen a lot of them. I know the gun ace-8 is very light.
Ridwan has been somewhat unpredictable.
Sure.
And
well,
but it's been a winning formula for him. Let's say.
Sure.
But,
well, against me, it took a while to convince himself that his queens were good before he called. So you would think he's a little tighter, but that is not portrayed by the ace-8 raise over there. But he got it through.
Yeah, indeed.
Have you seen him play before? I don't know.
No, first time. But he's been a study of mine. So what I would say, and I mean this with the greatest respect to the young gentleman, I don't know him, so he has quite a bit of learning to do in terms of the etiquette of the game.
Sure.
And I think I'll just leave that there.
Yes. No, look, you know me.
We've
Gary,
spoken
you know,
offline
I'm
about
as,
this.
I'm as thick-skinned as they come. You know, if I had to take everything to heart that people said about me, I might as well stop doing what I do for a living. Because
you know,
one day you're somebody's. You know, as I always say, I'm not competing in a popularity contest. So I'm not too concerned about what people think about me, and I don't take it too seriously when people appear to be slow rolling, because I don't think in any event that in my scenario, I don't think it was deliberate. I didn't get that
I don't
impression.
either, and
I
that's
don't
what
get
I'm
that
saying. I
impression.
said there's some learning
Yes,
to be done in terms
sure.
of the etiquette of the game, and that's the way I'll put it. I'll be polite. When I'm commentating on the stream and it happens, I'm kind of horrified, and it just comes out, you know, because I find slow rolling to be, you know, probably the lowest form of insult on the poker table. No, Nav has got his money in here. We can't see his cards, so they're not over the reader properly, but that's fine. We can sweat with Nav. That's everybody else.
If I were to take a guess, I'd put a
Suited
pair
ace.
or an ace in there.
Suited ace probably.
And
or
red
some
ones
pair.
can't call there, surely.
Well, you know, these two have been having a bit of fun together.
Oh, have they?
And you know, Nav has become his new best friend.
All right, excellent.
And I think you know,
I'm sure Nav doesn't have any hidden agenda in that regard. Ace 4, ace 8. Well, there you go.
You can take your tongue out of your cheek, by the way. It's okay. You know, this isn't going out live on TV. It goes out on a stream, which you have to subscribe to. So we do have a certain amount of latitude in what we can and can't say.
All right.
We stop at foul language and you know, the profanities. And
are you able to edit anything that I say out?
Negative. Well, we are, but we're not going to. Put it that way.
Okay, great.
We need intel on you, and we need leverage.
100%. Looking at the Superslam, I think they're up to 20 players. I just jokingly.
They're on their third table. They're over 20 players.
Oh, they're over 20 players.
Yeah. This is table 1. This is table 2. This is table 3. This is Mr. Myberg's shoulder. Coming to this end, Furi, and you'll see Clive and Levine and Moise.
I just popped in over there on my way in over here, and
they've
had
got
a word
3
with one or
tables.
2 players. All right.
They have 3 tables and more people.
And
coming.
there are certainly 3 or 4 players on this table, I imagine. Well, Nev, Ahmed, Eugene are certainly in.
And I think those 3 are shoo-ins for sure. I think Michael over here, he's going to play if he can score.
Well, if he certainly picks up chips,
it's his first Monsterjam experience. I was chatting with him in the break, and he's loving it.
Michael,
he loves it.
Let me tell you, Michael can play. I played against him a bit before, and in position, he's got a wide range, and he doesn't mind coming out at you.
So Eugene's shipped here, 655,000 with the King Jack. He's in the hijack, so it's been.
Come on, Lum, call him.
Lum's folding up.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Nav is not interested with his 5-3 off.
No.
So, you know, all the spare money across the table. Thank you very much. Eugene jumps up to second spot.
But there we see it, 15 big, 16, 15, 12, 10, 10, 9, 8. Everybody's in it. Lum is a little short, obviously, or very short, but even that, 360, 720, there you go.
10 or below is danger zone in my mind. So, you know, you've got 60% of the field are in the danger zone.
Exactly. I was going to say, you know, I was reading a bit of what Phil Helmuth had to say about being short stacked, and the new approach to short stacks in terms of being able to raise with 10 bigs and then fold if people ship on you. And here's a classic example of that. When everybody is sort of like 15, 16 bigs, I think you can raise with 10 bigs, you can raise 2.5 and you can fold if somebody ships. I don't think you're compelled to call. It's not as if you're pot committed, particularly not at this level in any event.
And with the ICM considerations, of course, you know, you've got to be able to change gears, and you've got to be able to play a different strategy.
Well, let's be honest, there's certain people here who are certainly not laddering up. We can eliminate 3 of them. They're playing for first place. I mean, Eugene is notorious for not cutting deals, and I respect that about him.
Yeah.
And he won't cut a deal even if he goes down to 1 big blind and you offer him 30% of the prize pool. He'll probably still say, I'm playing. And I respect that.
Yeah.
Ahmed's another. Nav, of course, Nav is inclined to do deals, but for the 3 of them, respectfully towards the others, they're playing for first place.
Oh, for sure.
Interesting to see what Eugene does over here. Ace 3, that's
ace shipping.
As good a hand as any.
All day shipping.
Wow, you're getting good at this.
It's my job.
Well done. Well done. You've got an inside line in over there. And ace 6 can't call, obviously 10-6 is dead. Come on, Ahmed.
No. He's
No, he
got
wouldn't do
he's
it.
got Huey and Louis looking for Dewey
Yes.
against Eugene. There's not a
Against
chance
Eugene,
in hell he's
sure.
going to call. He'll just dunk it off and that'll be it. Finished.
And Eugene picks up a little bit more. And unless somebody takes a stand against him.
And guess what? Eugene's top of the pops.
Well,
The Paul's still on one big. I've
wouldn't-
lost track of the button actually, but young Paul over there, you know, you just about got your nose out of the water here. You know. So.
Yeah, I've also lost track of the button. We're interested where Paul is over there.
Okay, so the button's on Nav.
Either
Small for
Ahmed
and big for Sajid. And then Evra's under the gun. Michael +1, Eugene +2, and then Paul +3 in mid position.
So what is your approach to the game once you go down to 1 or 2 or 3 bigs?
I just pick my spot and get it in.
I tell you what I do is if nobody raises before me, I don't look at my cards.
Oh yeah, I mean
I
that's
just ship.
if 1 or 2 bigs, you know.
And the whole times I tell you a little story. I was down to 2 bigs, Monsterjam first event in Times Square, and I shipped and I got called by pocket aces and I turned over 3-5. I was down to 2 bigs, 3 bigs. Long story short, I finished that tournament third, cracked the aces and got 3-5. If I'd looked at them, I would have found a reason to fold.
Okay, Paul's all in for 95k.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what he's got. Lums is snapping him off here for sure. All in. He's
Sure.
going to try and
I think he's got
isolate.
a weak
He's
ace.
not really got much fold equity there, Lum, but I mean he's got to go all in and try and isolate. Nav's going to get out of the way with my favourites, the Jack 10. Sajid's not calling
I
the
heard
Jack
that.
8.
I was listening to something of what you were saying.
Oh, yeah, I
Jack
have
10 club.
The Jack 10 club, yeah.
Hmm.
You need to be successful with the Jack 10 club, of course. You can't just
Of course.
mosey along with Jack 10
Sure.
and think you're in. You know, there is a process.
Oh, well, there you go.
Okay,
Okay,
so
let's keep it straightforward. No diamonds, no hearts. Black cards, boys. Black cards.
always a sweat, he says.
There's not
Run
much
a run.
happening
There's
over
nothing
there.
happening there. No. Okay, chop it up.
Put a
Chop it
5
up.
onto him.
Chop it up. Chop it up.
And there the ace comes.
They use big chips, so it's not going to cause a lot of problem.
No. So Paul being he's been eliminated apparently. Apparently his ace of diamonds falls behind ace of hearts, but I think I think they're confusing this game with bridge.
Yeah, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. He still retains.
Yes, of course he does.
I don't know what happened there.
But you must be enjoying this. You've been doing it for a while, and your voice has become quite recognizable. I think there's certain places you can go now, people would recognize your voice in the local poker playing community in any event.
I'll tell you a funny story. I was telling you Gareth Hudson earlier, whilst he was in it. I was sat at Monte Casino the other night playing in a tournament. My wife was with me, and my wife is not playing. And this middle-aged, attractive woman sat at the table. She said, "Do you know, I listened to you in bed." And she was very seductive in the way she said it. The good news is my wife and I got some water on the bridge, and there's no trust issues. But it was very funny. The rest of the people at the table were just knocked over. You know, very funny moment. But yeah. I have the face for radio, you understand, you know. I can
Well,
hide
you
behind the
and I
monitor.
might have that in common.
Yeah, so. But apparently the pommy voice gets you in. Unless you're Rosenthal, because Rosenthal likes to get on my feed here.
Oh, does he?
And
Does
he
he
says,
comment?
"Can you just get Sappers in there, for goodness sake, you know, get rid of the bombs, and, you know." But, you know, Bozo, what can I tell you? In fact, I just must give a shout out to Sean Buttercup, he's online there, and of course Lauren Scott, who's joined us online as well. So nice to see you online, guys. Get your bums down to the toe and show us how you play. Okay, Eugene's nearly at the million mark, and he's got 18 bigs.
I'm expecting Ahmed to start shipping in position if it's not open to him. Quite soon, so he knows he has to get to 12, 15 bigs.
Well, Evra's in the small and Michael's in the big, so Eugene's under the gun and Paul's under the gun +1 with air.
With air. Now put it in, Paul.
I mean, you know, the big blinds are coming.
Yes. No,
And you
I
can't afford it.
I reckon don't look at your cards, put them in. Yeah. Eugene's going to call you certainly, if nobody else does. Sorry, Eugene's in the
he's
under the gun.
Yeah, Michael.
Don't look, Paul. Put him in. See? told you, don't look.
You're not going to get a better hand than that. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, 120,000 is
Okay,
little
so
or
what do
no-
you need? What do you need? You don't need much to call over here.
Little or no
the
fold
rest.
equity. He's
Somebody
not
must
frightening
call him.
anybody.
Okay, almost not call him. Somebody's going to call him short.
Well, it's Michael's job in the big blind, basically.
Can you believe it? One blind going to get through?
Everyone folds. Michael looks down at 4-3. My word. And so it continues.
I don't know that I've ever seen that. Seriously, I don't know that I've ever seen it. One
He
big
picked
blind.
up the blinds. He picked up the blinds, that's it.
Honestly, what do you do under those circumstances? Even if you've got 6 bigs, he's putting one. You need to look.
No.
You're just
Should be
calling.
calling it off. Should be calling it off.
Eugene would have called with 10-3 certainly if he'd been in that.
Oh, if he'd have been in the big blind. He's in the big blind now, so we'll find out, that's for sure. And Paul is first to act here, so.
Well, it always makes for a good story if somebody comes back with 1 or 2 bigs.
Oh, look, the phoenix from the ashes, eh? So, just for the folks outside, it's another landmark hand, 150 hands on the feature table today. Blinds 25-50, 50 on the big blind ante. And we've got our under the gun. Oh, here we go. Money goes in, under the gun. I don't even know what you're thinking about, Paul.
Just thinking about how many callers you can get. Put it in, Paul.
But I don't know Paul very well, but every single hand he has taken 15 to 20 seconds to play it.
All right.
So whether or not that's just his MO or whatever it is, I don't know, but that's the way he rolls. So
Right,
fold, fold, fold.
Good luck.
Fold, fold, fold. There's a jack 2. Here we go.
Oh,
There's your
Ahmed's
caller.
certainly calling.
There's your caller. Does he call to ice? Does he flat or does he isolate? He's only got 300
I
himself.
don't think it makes a difference. Yeah, I think he has to put it in.
Ahmed knows that the range has got to be so wide.
He says, well, Ahmed folds over there because he gives him credit for an ace. Now, this will be interesting if Side can find the courage to put it in here, because it is, what is that, 60% of his chips? It starts becoming a big decision. I think the gap theory starts playing a much bigger role at this point. Now, 8s would certainly be a shoving hand. I don't know that it's a calling hand here.
So the raise to isolate. So we're going to see a flop and we're going to see some cards.
He's gone with the 8s. Well done.
Yeah, he shoved it in.
Well, Michael's going away.
Michael got out of the way.
I think Paul is. I mean, could just well be Ace King over here or Ace
We
Jack.
go to the flop cam, guys. Thank you.
And he's got both diamonds and no diamonds in the 8s. So this is
And he spikes the queen.
I think this is. I don't see 8s catching up here. I don't feel it.
Not anymore.
Well done, Paul. And as we were discussing, up to 695.
I'm not giving him the Phoenix tag just yet. So while they're doing the math here, JP.
Yes.
The evolution of the big blind ante. The story is very, very, very quick, of course. Officially, you know, we used to share it out, and it used to be an argument over $10, and we'd go to the cameras because I put my money in and you didn't. So they decided to join it up, and they put it on the. I think the first place they put it was a button ante.
That's right. That's right.
And that didn't work too well because the dynamic of the game changed so badly. You know.
It did. You had the button playing almost, raising almost every time.
Indeed. And then they tried a little bit in America with the small blind, and that was a little blip on the screen. It didn't really work. And then they went to the big blind ante, and here we have stayed. It's now official. So, what are your thoughts? Ups and downs.
Well, I can tell you, and you know, we can discuss more a bit about my poker history a bit later if you're up for it. But I haven't actually played nearly as much as most of the people people over here over the years. I've only over the last sort of 2 years focused on it a bit more and studied the game a bit and given myself a better chance. But I can tell you this, I can remember playing in the smaller tournaments where I was only too happy to pay somebody rather than go into an argument. You know,
for sure.
Say, listen, really, we're going to spend the next 10 minutes arguing about this? I mean, is it really? So it certainly sped up the game. And I think...
Lum's going to ship here, by the way, but carry on. Sped up the game.
I think it is. I think the general consensus is this is really good for the game. It speeds up the game, takes out the confusion. I know it gets a bit complicated when you have less than the big blind and the anti-left. And fortunately, I don't find myself in that position very often because I get it in generally before that happens.
Sure.
So I'm not exactly sure what that entails. You're right, Lum has obviously gone all in over here. And trying to think what anybody else needs to call over here. Nevin's never calling with that.
No.
Armin's not calling with that.
Nope. 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 And only Eugene to rock
Eugene
the boat.
Yeah, Eugene will call.
And he knows Lum.
It'll take a while. Eugene may have seen that earlier Lum shipped with 5s and Eugene eventually folded 7s. And I think that might be sitting in the back of his mind. So I don't see him folding ace queen.
I spoke with Eugene about that. I won't disclose the whole conversation, but he wasn't overly disappointed. It was a solid fold at the time.
Sure.
You know, and I you know, I'm a great believer, and I told my sons and all the guys that I play poker with, you know, solid poker would always win through at the end of the day if you're consistently solidly playing.
Yes.
You know,
because how often are 7s going to be ahead over there on that? And when they are ahead, they're probably flipping.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's.
But the computer is in full mode here. The history is being factored in. The chip count's being factored in. What I've got left behind. And also the ICM considerations. At the end of the day, this guy does it for a living. This is wages.
Yes, but also bearing in mind he's got an eye on the first prize, second, maybe a third. For a sort of 9th to 8th over here. It's not
and he knows Lum likes to chat, hence the reason he's throwing out the line.
Well, he's smiling and he's thinking and now he's frowning and now he's...
No, he's gathering information. That's what he's doing.
Is Lum talking to him? I can't
yeah. Lum is having a bit of a chat.
Well, of course, Lum is trying to convince him.
Look at Michael behind, smiling away, because you know, Lum's at it, you see, as usual. The normal patter. The innocent look. He's been practicing that since he was 4 years old, by the way.
Yes, it was always going to happen.
There we go. And Eugene will be happy with his call there. And, you know, the poker gods can be good and can be bad. So let's...
Sure, but
you know,
I think Eugene has...
CP will give us a flop. Nice and slow. And we'll go to the flop cam.
That's not too bad. Oh, okay. Lots of chop possibilities. Opportunities out of the window, and we say goodbye
Eugene
to
takes out Mr. Lum, and Lum is our 9th place finisher, and he takes out 9,072 rands, and everybody else in the field will now ladder up and will be guaranteed 13,600.
Well,
so well done, Don.
Well done, Paul. Look where you are right now. Up to 595. You're down to 1 blind.
Sounds like you've got your own favourite in this race.
Well, I have now, yes.
Good for
you. On the road to Damascus, and his eyes are opening, and Paul is going to do well.
Oh, very profound. You can stay for another hour.
But if he wins it from here, I think he'll deserve. It'll be a miracle, and we can call him Saint Paul. Yes.
Yeah, it does. You can be on the
You
cut.
can nickname him Saint.
I don't know if we're going to go canonising people just here on the poker table, but for sure. And there's another little view back towards our feature table.
I see Greg over there. And I mean, obviously he's...
Serbian George has joined the table next to Cole Marberg.
Yes.
And George is no slouch when it comes to...
let me tell you, I was having a look over there. One of the things you consider, I mean, we all have opinions about our own abilities, and when you go and look at the players out there, you have a squiz around and you try and establish whether or not from your perspective.
Okay, Ahmed's all in.
Side's not.
Sajid has our Star Wars hand. May the fools be with you.
He's got 115. I think that's a call.
Oh, for sure.
I think it's a call.
That's very cautious, Sajid.
Very strange. He wants to ladder up. That tells you something.
Maybe he needs bus fare home. Eugene will think about this one.
But it is against Ahmed, and I'll tell you something that plays a role over here. Eugene will not want to give Ahmed chips. On the one hand, he wants to knock him out. On the other hand, he will not want to give him chips.
Not
Yeah,
a chance.
there's some players where you'll fold even though you think you're ahead, because you know if you call and you lose, they've got chips.
And I think reputation does play a big part.
Paul will fold because he's been too tight, but I can't see him calling that. Now, this will be interesting, Ridwan.
Yeah, and you know, this is where
He's rubbing his stomach, thinking about it, looking for some divine inspiration.
My understanding is he's quite a new player as well.
Yes, but that ace-jack is such a pretty hand. And
I mean, it's a snap fold for you and I, of course it is, but nice to see him think about it.
Yes, I don't know necessarily.
I'm snap folding against Ahmed there.
Against Ahmed.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
I've got a bit of history with Ahmed as well, and I know and I know that he can. An ace-jack, I think, you know, chance to race.
How good does this guy run, eh? How good does this guy run? Dead to an ace. No Barry Greenstein on the river, thank you very much.
And Ahmed, of course, doesn't even look surprised. He was wondering why it was taking so long for the dealer to
give him all the chips.
Give him all the chips.
Indeed.
Why bother even go to the flop? I mean, well, and Ahmed, as I say, he just attracts chips.
But you know, he listens to the stream. You know, you go back to it and listen to it, and he'll hear us old farts talking, and he'll just be laughing because he'll see me tomorrow. He'll just look at me and give me that look, and that'll be it. I don't need to communicate with Ahmed. He and I go back a ways, and you know, I was playing the 60,000 satellite with him on Thursday night or Friday. I can't remember. I got down on Wednesday, and we're in a similar situation to this as a crapshoot. And I've got 8 big blinds, and he's got 9 big blinds. I shoved with the ace-8 of diamonds, and he called with ace-3 offsuit.
All right, no, I don't even want him to flop a straight.
No, he just gets a 3 and the board runs out dead, you know.
Yes.
And he doesn't say, well done. He doesn't say bad luck or whatever. He just looks at me, does that smiley thing. I do it back, and we don't just walk away, you know, because, like, it's Ahmed. You know?
Well, I have a standing joke with Ahmed, and he'll confirm this. So the only way I beat him is I put it in behind and I catch up. And I've done that on a regular basis. And as I say, try and take out the variables. Because his post-flop play is as good as it gets if he has position on you. He is really difficult to play against.
That's a very interesting move. Sajid actually has 5-2, and he's put it all in.
Well, I think he reckons he's bound to have live cards. And Paul, of course, being one of the tighter players on the table thus far, can find a fold unless he has a premium hand.
And then he's just got to get through the blinds. I always like to study the other players, not the one who's in the tank. And I'm studying Nav here at the moment.
Nav, I didn't see whether Nav had looked at his cards yet or not, but Nav will call. I think
so Paul is just flat called here. So he's smooth called. So is he trapping, or is he scared to put all his chips in? Look at Paul's face now.
He must have a monster. I don't see him.
My alarm bells are going off here. I don't know.
Never's putting it all in.
I knew Nav had a good hand already, by the way. Just by the way he was licking his lips over there. He was like a cat who just got it. You know?
I can't see anything else other than all in try and get rid of Paul. But Paul might just have a monster.
Well, how about this for you? I can give Nav a fold here.
Okay. If Nav is folding, it's because he's noticed how tight Paul is, and he's thinking that Paul's
and Sajid also. Sajid also has been very tight. I have no idea what Sajid's doing with 5-2.
That ace, it was his ace-jack earlier against him, all right?
Yeah.
I think he's a little frustrated.
Oh, no.
There we go. I couldn't see. He's calling.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like that call.
I could have given him a
because
fold.
you're out of position, and
maybe
it's still only 8. So you have to flop. You have to flop the 8. Now what do you do?
Well, Sajid's 2s are behind, that's for sure. I don't know what Paul's got, but I'm pretty sure we're going to find out in the fullness of time.
So much for the 2s being behind.
Mr. Sajid, what price an 8 on the river?
Sajid's just wondering why he has so few chips. Do we know what Paul had? Has he folded?
We don't know.
It's a little unfortunate. That would have been good for
Ace King.
Ace King.
Slow roll here with something.
All right, look, it was always
I know.
what was going to happen was going to happen, if he shipped or not. But I'm a little surprised that Nevin over there did not ship with his pocket eights. Yes, he loses to the 5-2, but I think Paul would have found a call with the Ace King, and then Nevin would have been a bit better off.
Eugene is up to the 7-figure mark. I didn't realise that he'd gone over 7 figures.
Except for Eugene, everybody else is much of a muchness. I mean, from Michael up to Armit, it's an all-in. Whoever wins goes to second place.
Okay, look at the outside table there. So Sean Governor, Henny Apple,
there's Mr. Apple, yes.
Any
that is, look, as I was saying earlier, I come back to
Nick.
Come to back to what I was saying. I was wandering around there trying to think to myself whether or not I was of the opinion that there was any so-called, not dead money, because there's no dead money in the game, okay?
What is Sajid on now? 97 off. What is he
He's
doing?
just hoping everybody's going to fold. Eugene obviously is folding, but really, Paul is folding. I suppose it's
Maybe
about
he's
timing.
happy with 13 grand. That's how much his credit card's in debt for. I mean, you know, who knows?
I reckon so. And I want to go back to what I said earlier about the analogy with playing chess. You ship over there, you've taken away all the decisions. You can't be outplayed.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
cannot be outplayed. And people have to have a hand to call you.
And he picks up all the dead money.
The dead money is substantial. I was talking about the Superslam. I'm wandering around over there having a look. Let me tell you, there is there's a strong field out there. And you know, from my perspective, as you know, being more of a sort of a recreational player, I'd rather almost, not that I play roulette, but I'd give myself a better chance putting some money on roulette than going up against these guys with 60 grand. I prefer the bigger fields, the 150, 200 players, where you can get chips together. So by the time you start playing against the pros or the semi-pros, you have the chip stacks to do something.
Sure. I agree with you. The blinds are up, by the way. 60,000 on the small, on the big, and 60,000 on the big blind ante. It's 120,000 to play.
I'm surprised that so few players have fallen out. I mean, I went out 2 hours, 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
And it's been very slow.
As soon as I said that we're going to have a cascade of people going out the door, nobody went out. So, you know, commentators curse, unfortunately. But everybody's been hanging around, you know.
Okay, Evero's all in. Nevin will fold there. Ahmed will fold.
First one was an ace.
We didn't see what Evro had, unfortunately. So Nav is bottom of the queue.
Still 6 bigs. Look at 6 to 8 bigs. There's no difference there. People look at these
415,000.
stacks and people respectfully don't watch as much or play as much as perhaps you and I have. Will think that there's a big difference between 525 and 400. There's no difference.
Nothing. Chrissy Loot back on the stream. Why are you on the stream, Chrissy? Why are you not up here playing poker?
This is as good a question as any. Didn't he play a couple of satellites?
Yeah, I saw him. I saw him here briefly.
He has a game to win a few satellites here.
Oh, indeed.
Well, here's Michael with 7 bigs effectively. I think that is.
Don't you love me, baby?
An
Here it
automatic
comes.
ship. Yeah, snowman, in we go.
Eugene will do.
Eugene's got 2 pictures. He'll start computing and then eventually find the call.
No, we didn't see his
We
cards.
don't know what he's got. No ways Paul is calling that.
Not unless it's his favourite hand. 97, King 5.
And he gets it through, I think.
Evro's just having a look, see if he can squeeze something else out of his hand.
Whoa, here we
Hello,
go. What has he
baby.
got? Jacks or better. He's got a big ace or jacks.
Flop cam.
Aces. That's a big ace. Qualifies
an
in my
ace.
book as one of the
It does
biggest.
quite. You're absolutely right. It is a big ace.
Okay, right, bring us a 7 over here to
possible
keep it
sweat
interesting.
for a 7.
7. A
Are we
7.
still? 7 is
Okay,
definitely
no,
a.
no, but that would be a little unfair. No, we're not rooting for 7s.
No.
Justice.
And that's a
I think
full
any
boat on the river.
anybody who plays poker on a regular basis appreciates aces holding up. There's always a bit of a sick feeling.
It
when
says
they
Mike's
don't.
eliminated, but we're having a count there. Sometimes our chip counts are a little bit off because we don't get the right information. So we will check.
The impression I got was that Michael had a few more chips. Ebra was, I think, on about 420. I was just guesstimating. And I think Michael had 420. And he started with 7 bigs. Just, right?
Just got there, so he is eliminated. Our
Well
chip
done.
count is good.
I thought he played well. I was on the table with him for some period of time, and I thought he played really well. I think his strength is playing position well.
And well done, Michael. Congratulations to you. You're going on with 13,608 rands, and you made Everett a happy man.
Certainly looks happy.
They're all asking Everett to move around. What they don't realise is he can't move around because he has a box. You'd be amazed though players decide they're just going to change to another box.
Yes.
I'm just changing. That's it. Doesn't work like that on the RFID table, unfortunately.
Paul with 7.5 bigs. Another gun.
He's laddered up.
Yes, he has.
18 grand to the next person. Got some change. And
the
ace queen for Paul. So there goes the money. Straight in now.
I was about to say, finds a big ace that must go in.
I have no idea what he's thinking about. You just shove it in. It's strength. You look at your cards, bang, it's all in. Done.
I haven't watched him. Well, he has been a bit. The few hands I've seen him play, he has been very thoughtful about his hands. So perhaps he's trying to.
Very thoughtful. That's very kind.
To keep.
He's in the tank far too long for me.
To keep that impression.
I just put these guys in their place. I've been sat in this commentary too long.
Unless, of course, he's just quietly saying thank you to whatever divine entity he believes in for the ace queen, being very humble and thoughtful and grateful. But myself, yes. That's not an all-in. That's a raise.
That's a raise. Now you invite in the crumb bums and the flush hunters.
Right, but now we have an interesting scenario over here. I don't know that I dislike that necessarily, because you can take it down right there. But you have the second option that even if you miss the flop, because you're under the gun, you're going to be first act, you shove. So you have 2 chances of winning it, rather than putting it all and getting called and perhaps just having people. So
I hear what you're saying, but you know the big blind is next on his plate.
Sure.
And the big blind ante, and you know.
Well, this is where it gets a bit interesting. What's Eugene now? If he's going to think about this for longer than 25 seconds, I think he's going to call.
But if he'd have shoved, would Eugene be thinking so long?
No, he wouldn't be.
That's my point.
You make a good point there.
That is my point. You know, use your fold equity to your advantage. Don't whittle it away by just doing small raises.
Sure. You make a really good point. I think people underestimate the value of fold equity. You have 2 things. You have position, well done, Eugene, and you have fold equity. And
yeah, look, he looks like a genius now, but at the end of the day, you know, he could have made that a lot easier on himself.
Eugene okay, Eugene's got a lot of chips now. If Eugene had been on 10 bigs, I think he may have found a call there. And, you know, the 6 comes and you did.
I'm a great believer in that you use the fold equity and you get to see 5 cards and you put people to decisions. You know, and it makes life a lot easier.
Respectfully towards Paul, once again, yeah, there are a couple of players on the table who are far more experienced than he is, and again, to use the chess game analogy that I was speaking with, take the decision making out of the game. You can't be outplayed.
No,
you can't be outplayed.
And if they got it, they got it. You're still in the flip.
Yes.
You know,
I mean,
any 2 cards are 30% pre-flop.
Even if it's kings. Yeah,
any 2 cards are 30% pre-flop. That's of course before you see other people's holdings. But I mean, you know, I qualify my comment accordingly. You know, Rwanda is going to get rid of his 5-3 suited here. No TV time, my friend. Just get rid of it. We haven't got time for all that.
Has he looked at his cards?
I'm assuming so.
Well done, Ridwan. Great fold there. Now, Ahmed is, of course, capable of pulling moves.
I don't know what happened here. We lost Nevin's cards. All right, that's completely wrong, guys. Looking at my tech team. Navin was the player all in.
But let me tell you this much. I know you perhaps you're hold yourself to high standards, but I've been watching a bit of the stream since it started, and you were really on a different level. It's a pleasure to watch. It really is, and there are very few errors.
Oh yeah, for sure. These guys do a great job over here, concentrating for 12 to 16 hours a day. Chip cans, cards,
Are they poker players?
No is the answer to your question, but they know how to play poker better than most of the people at these tables these days, trust me. I'd rather put money on them than some of these guys, trust me.
Well, there's a nice little tournament coming up on Thursday evening, one that I'm looking forward to playing, and depending on whether or not I play the higher.
Which one is that?
To do. That is the double stack 4,000 buy-in.
Okay.
Now, for anybody out there who's interested, I mean, that is as good a value as you're going to get. I think you start off with, I could be mistaken, I think you start off with 50,000 chips, or maybe even more, 75,000 for 4,000, and
the double stack.
Double stack, and there's a lot of, what was 100,000?
There's 100,000.
100,000 for 4,000, and a good structure. Somebody who's looking to get involved in the game and is a little weary. There we go. Nevin is Evro.
This is going to be a nice little race here. There shouldn't be any slow rolling here. Let's just get it in, fellas. I mean, everyone's asking for a count, but I think he's just gnawing away at him there. Everyone's
Evra's not.
He's never slow rolling.
No.
He knows better. He knows I'll give him carrots when I see him as well.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he's slow rolling. I'm a little surprised that he's. This is where.
He may be just taking a little bit of time because Eugene's still to act after him as well. He might be trying to hook another fish. Oh, he said all in. He's all in. So he's decided the isolation game is the game for him.
Okay, well, there's another race there. So Nevin is drawing slim.
Paul would be very sensible to get out of the way now. And also, there's an opportunity for him to ladder up if one of these two get knocked out. You know, I'm not saying fold aces in that place, but you know, I've seen it done.
Yes, but then it would have to be a substantial ladder up.
Oh yeah, it'd be huge. So we're a bit of a classic here, 69.31%.
Well, a little bit less than that now that we know, you and I know that an ace is gone.
Yeah.
So now it's very thin, but there are the hearts. And
no help.
9-10 for a split.
You called it. 10 on the river. Bang.
Easy game when you're sitting over here.
Yeah.
Now I wonder who's the more disappointed. Evra thinks he's won, does he? Go back, Evra.
Sit down, you buffoon.
You've split it. The hand played itself. It's pretty standard.
Did you know what David said to him? He said, "What are you doing calling me so light with kings?"
Well, Evra, it serves you right for taking so long to call.
Yeah,
that's one chip
slow
in the
rolling,
middle, slow rolling. It comes back to bite you in the ass. Can I use the word ass?
You can, yeah.
I don't have to use the word donkey, but you know what I mean.
No. So welcome back on the stream. The most important woman in the world. That's my wife. She's there looking, keeping an eye on me. Make sure I'm not out with my other girlfriends.
Oh, yeah, Shady, I'll keep an eye on him. I can invite him. If you'd like to leave for a little while now, you're welcome to. I'll pretend that you have.
Okay. Just keep running the tape over and over. And of course, Leg and Zaki, you and your old man. Come on. Get your butts down here and make a donation.
Now, they're two father and son legends, both can play.
Well, Dad's a legend. Don't tell Legan he's a legend.
Well, no, let me tell you, Legan, I was playing at Sun City against Legan, and it felt to me like I was getting the best of him for a while, and then I saw him go and have a chat with his dad, and he came back, and suddenly he had a shift in gear, and he was exceptionally aggressive, and I asked him, so what did the old man tell you? He said, listen, put them to the sword. And that's what he did. He started putting me to the sword. Before
well, listen, you know, his father's got a pretty good poker pedigree. I think, was it 22nd in the World Series?
You think?
Yeah. And his other claim to fame is that he has the most photographed child on the planet.
Well, that is...
Oh, Cooper there, or young Cooper, his son, and Warren's grandson, and Max's grandson, of course, as well. Yeah. The most photographed child in the world, I call him. What a lovely looking kid, though. I mean, always love seeing the photographs of them online.
But you can correct me if I'm wrong over here. You know the so-called best players better than myself in some respects. In my experience, and I'm trying to think of an exception, I can't really. The top sort of 10, 15 players are all really, to use a word which I think is used perhaps a bit too often here to describe them, but they're gentlemen. We don't hear, I'm talking about the top players. we don't hear the foul language and cursing and throwing toys and whatnot. Which says
It's interesting you should say that, because I had a conversation this morning about this, and I use a car analogy. And the car analogy is that you're sat at the traffic lights in your Subaru with your 4-inch baked bean tin on the back of your car as an exhaust pipe, and there's a chap sat next to you in a Ferrari.
Yes.
The top pros of Ferraris, they've got nothing to prove. They're not going to race you off the traffic lights. Everybody already knows they're good at what they do.
Exactly.
And they have nothing to prove. They don't have to beat their chests. So you carry on running around with your 4-inch bean tin on your exhaust pipe, making a noise, banging your chest. And one day, when you've got enough money, you can buy your Ferrari, and you can have the respect a Ferrari deserves. And that was my analogy for the top pros.
I like that, and they take bad beats as well as you can expect. If you take something like Ahmed, who by the very nature of the way he plays, I mean
he gives it out, huh?
Yeah, and eventually he takes one on the chin. When he does, he smiles and he hands the chips over. What I also appreciate about something like Ahmed, you know, I'll tell you something that irritates me about some of our poker players is that so he goes all in your call, and you know, eventually he says king high instead of showing his cards. Almost like trying to find out and establish whether he's leading before he actually turns his cards over. People like Ahmed, whether he's got 2-3 that he's made a move with, or he's got pocket aces, he flips them over straight away.
Yeah, yeah.
No embarrassment.
You paid to see.
Yes,
you paid to see.
Yeah, they are. They don't talk and discuss, and he's just turning your cards over.
Well, my father, who kind of taught me to play poker, we're just quickly back here. We've got the 4s against ace king here.
4s all in 420, that's 7 bigs.
Ever a snap call with ace king.
Ace king. He's learned from his.
Oh,
here we go.
He'll fold this.
Yeah, well done, Ahmed. Okay, so side
sometimes the cards
feeling good about his
fold
420.
are
Sure.
more valuable than the cards.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I started going a bit deeper when I started.
Let's go to the flop count, guys.
Guaranteed.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's only the king really should be too concerned about it. Unless he gets counterfeited, you think of all these things.
I was about that for a bit of a sweat. Is the 10 coming to annoy us again?
Jack, no jacks. No 10, no 4s are going to hold here. What? I said counterfeit.
Ace high.
Unlucky.
Sajid Moyadeen goes out in 7th place.
You can only put him in ahead and hope to hold up.
So while we're busy cleaning up the debris from the last hand, and God bless my father, who was the original person who taught me to play my first game of poker back in the day when it was 5-card stud and draw poker and all that. And the first lesson he taught me, and we were sat at the kitchen table with my mother and 2 sisters playing with matchsticks, and I remember the moment. I mean, I must have been about 11 years old. And my dad was a naval officer.
Right.
So, you know, I was shoes inspected, short back and laughed at every 2 weeks, and made sure my fingernails were in good shape before I went to school, you know. And 7 o'clock was 5 to 7, not 7 o'clock.
Exactly.
So you can imagine from a military family. Don't worry, my kids grew up the same way.
No, but I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome.
And yeah, my dad said to me, he said, number 1 lesson, when you play cards or when you gamble, when you play games, my boy, let's do attention. He says, you win with grace and you lose with grace. If you can't do that, we're not playing.
Sure.
And he said, what say you, Joan? And Joan would nod, because Joan was mummy. Absolutely right. And that was it. You would win with grace, you lose. And as soon as one of us kicked off for losing, bed. And that's how we learned, you know.
Well, I've done the same with my little boy who's 5 now. I've taught him to play drafts, and he's starting to learn to play chess.
Wow.
And he's a bad loser,
which is not
a bad thing. But he's learned now, even though he says it in a huff and a puff when he loses. And I don't easily just let him win, although from time to time I suppose you have to. But he stands up, he comes around the table, he shakes my hand, looks me in the eyes, and he'll say, well done, Dad, you played really well, you deserve to win. It's a little poem I've taught him, if you want to call it that, rhetoric. And so now he does that in everything he does. If he gets beaten, he walks around, shakes your hand, says, well done, you played well, you deserve to win.
Good life lessons, my friend. I love old-fashioned people. That's just me all over. If you were speaking to Shelley now, you're talking about my husband. I don't know why the dealer is clapping so hard there. We got a problem with our equipment or something or anything?
Europeans take lessons.
Okay. All right, we're down to the business end of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you know, once this is finished, we just start another tournament.
Sure, I was
straight into the next one.
I'm really looking forward to the Superslam, and I'm hoping that
We're going to shift some of the guys over here straight away, I would have thought, or certainly at the next opportunity.
I certainly appreciate an invite once they get there to come and do a bit of commentary. That I'd like to watch.
Best
that
seat in the house, trust me. Best seat in the house.
Unless, of course, there are 30 plus players, and I might find myself
buying in.
Sure.
So now we're looking at a 4,000 and some change jump in the pay. Everybody's guaranteed 22k and then some change. So Ahmed with the king queen here on the button.
The next one is the most significant jump thus far. That goes to
9
30.
big blinds in front of him.
Yes. So in we go, Ahmed.
525.
425. That's leave 100 behind, is what that is.
Just make people think for a second, but
Evro's looking pretty smug with himself. No chip leader at 1.4 million. You can't wait to tell everybody how wonderful he is, you know that. I don't mind saying that on the street because Evro's a mate of mine. You're a menace. I'm tapping the screen on your head, by the way, Evro. But we love you, my boy. We love you.
And Paul is still in there with 7 bigs. 1 double up away from...
Your horse is still running.
He's still running.
And our former chip leader, Mr. Ridwan Shah, I mean, he's at the bottom of the pile now. It's funny how fortunes change, huh? Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for sliding back from the table before using your phone. We've had a lot of trouble with telephones. You know, you put your parking ticket or your flipping room key next to your phone. It sort of demagnetizes or whatever it does to it. I'm sure there's a technical term, but it's doing it to our cards and our readers, which causes us a huge amount of problems.
You can't then swipe the card over some machine to reactivate it.
Well, no, it's gone, you know. And these decks are super expensive, you know. You know, we just exchanged the deck a moment ago because one of the cards is split, but we will recycle those cards. We will get a new one to replace that card rather than replace the deck. I mean, they're very robust, and I think they're supposed to be guaranteed for 400 hours, but they do get a hiding, you know.
Well, they would, particularly, I mean, they have their own way of looking at their cards. I've seen people bend their cards.
The Baccarat players are the worst.
Yes.
They sit there and they bend that card on long ways like this, and you know, if they got long fingernails, there's a problem as well because it marks the back of the card.
I think Evra is about to experience the wrath of Eugene. Over here, what is going to be interesting is whether Eugene goes all in. He's
just seeing what the effective stack is on the table. Is what he's looking for.
I think he's shipping.
Just for the viewers at home, what we mean by the effective stack is the smallest stack, not the biggest. And you know, he's looking around to see, you know, who's going to call, what's what, who's who in the zoo. He already knows that he's going to re-raise Evra. That was stage 1 of the thought process. What he's thinking about is the journey to get to Evra.
But I don't see a raise other than an all-in over here. I don't see it. Ace King is still only Ace King, and ideally, I think Eugene would be happy with the fold here.
Oh, for sure. And there's 200. There's a 200 raise there, plus 150,000, which is the dead money that's out there. So you know that's 350 grand in the pot. Look at Evra's face. He's thinking, "All I need is this."
There we go. I would have been a bit surprised if he just raised over there. Okay, now this is going to be interesting, Paul.
I think Paul gets away from this.
I think he does.
I actually
he has been a little bit unpredictable. Who knows?
Just based on what I know, I think he gets away from this.
Yes.
So we get all the way round back to Evra, and Evra is chucks a 200 in the middle. Now he's got to have a little think about it, and he really doesn't want to be tangled in with the second biggest stack at the table.
No, this would have fixed it. Cripple him. He's never called him with Queen 10.
Yeah, of course not. The only person that ever won anything with Queen 10 was Robert Varconi in 2002 when he won the World Series. And it's since then been known as the Varconi hand. And he's famous for that and one other thing. Being the most boring main event champion ever. And I'm quoting somebody else, not me. If you look up Robert Varconi, yeah. Queen 10. There you go. All right. A little bit of trivia for you. Okay, Everall, you've had your moment. Unfortunately, when you play on an RFID table, your butt is exposed in the window. You don't get to hide anything. and he knows that Eugene is not coming in light against the chip leader here.
Well, you see, if Eugene has now, over the last 2 or 3 hours, on a couple of occasions, did it twice to me, and that's why I was so keen after I was knocked out to go and have a look at the feed to see what sort of a hands he had it with. I raised on 2 occasions and he came in over the top, and I was beginning to think, well, maybe he's just targeting me, but on both occasions he had ace king and Harry again, and I think the other players who are paying attention might think, well, we're raising and Eugene is coming in all in. Is he trying to pull a move? But the fact is, he's got it.
No, yeah.
He's had it every time I've seen him do it now. So
Eugene hasn't pulled that many moves today, and I mean, I don't have a fan club for Eugene either way, but I admire him as a player. I enjoy talking to Eugene about poker. He's very knowledgeable, and I don't know. I think I just have a bit of respect for his game as well. You know, he's just a good all-round player, and he doesn't often pull moves. And when he does, you've got to catch him. You know, because his image is so good, and that's what helps him.
Let me tell you from my perspective.
It's feeding time at the zoo. Did you see that?
Yes, it looked like it.
There were like 4 people eating there. All friends of ours, I might add.
I won't tell you which animals they reminded me of, but there was certainly 1 or 2 that came to mind. From my perspective, the very first tournament I ever played was the Sun City tournament, which I think was a 30k buy.
Sure.
I just
Which
figured,
is
well,
significant.
Yes, it's substantial. I just figured, okay, Nevin trying to pull a move over here.
Well, Emperor's got 2 of his outs.
Yes. Eugene is folding, and you know, I've got a sneaky suspicion Neville's going to get this through.
Paul's not falling with Queen 10, I think. We haven't seen what Ridwan has got. For some reason, we're not picking his cards up.
What could he be thinking about? Weak ace, pocket 6s, 5s. I was about to say around about that's all he could be thinking of.
Pocket 5s.
Well done. Well done.
Look at Nevin's face. Nevin's expecting to win this, you know that, don't you?
Yes.
What price 2
but
hearts on the flop?
This would also be, I mean, 4 overcards, and you end up splitting this. 6 and a 9, that's a split. Okay,
No,
that's not going to be a split now.
Money in the bank, Mr. Shah. Goodbye, Nevin.
I think give Ridden some credit. Pocket 5s there is not the easiest of calls. I suppose it is 6 bigs, but still, it's a gutsy call. Well done.
No, he's not got him covered. I've just written it down, and he's not got him covered. It could be the kiss of death.
And Ridden's back in the game. What I was saying earlier, and this applies to Eugene, we were discussing Eugene, the only way, having participated at a number of different sports at various levels, I found that the only way to improve is to play against the people that you think are firstly much better than you, preferably the best. And so playing against the likes of Eugene, Ahmed, I mean, there are a number of them, Jared, Darren, you know all the names. You're going to improve your game, you want to play against them.
It's like any sport.
Yes.
You're absolutely right.
But one of the worst things you can do with poker is, you know, you play too many of your home games, and you see people outdrawing you with really bad calls, and you start developing bad habits. You think, well, that's the way to play.
Let me give you a term that will stick with you forever. You become an average of the people you play with.
Yes.
And I stole that from somebody else. But you become an average of the people you play with.
I can relate to that. I played.
And I say that all the time to, you know, I have some people I work with poker. I mean, you know, but I always say, you know, if you're going to play soft games, you're going to become a soft player.
Sure.
You know, you have to get your feet wet, and you've got to get in with the sharks occasionally. And it's the only way to get better. Yeah, well, here we go, all in.
Okay, he's got a monster. I can't see what his cards are, but I'm telling you, he's got jacks or better.
Nevin all into call, suited ace. He's going to get much better shape.
Got
We're going to find out what he's got now, anyhow.
He's going to take a lot turn over. He's got jacks or better.
Aces.
Three all-ins.
Oh my god.
3 all-ins.
Twos again.
What are we hoping for?
So I think Evro's on the 10s, yeah.
How's his hand?
Ace jack.
Ace jack. Slowly, slowly dealer. Slowly, slowly dealer. Okay, so...
Well, clubs are looking good over here.
Clubs are looking good.
Ah, that's the end of it.
There's the set unless we get a club on a river. Boom. Full house, thank you very much. 10s win through. Evro covers them all.
Well on Evro, knocks out 2 players.
Ace 2, I was like,
So Nevin had less chips, so he is eliminated field 6. And Ridwan will be eliminated in 5th because he had more chips. Sorry, kiss of death, but... and Evro is now the chip leader by a long way.
Is Ahmed not the defending champion? This or the last, I think he won the last event, similar event at the previous stop.
No, he didn't.
Did he not?
What happened was it was 3 ways, Edgar and Tanzana versus Ahmed and Lauren.
All right.
When they started the final 3, Edgar declared to the world on the live stream that he was never going to win against these 2.
Well,
Fairly obviously.
I wonder why he felt that way.
There was no collusion, let me just
No, there
add.
wouldn't be, but...
And of course Edgar was crucified the early doors. And then Ahmed capitulated for reasons that you and I will probably
we
know.
understand, yes.
And Lauren took the trophy and the money. And what happened behind closed doors after that, who knows? But I'm pretty sure it funded the next
For want
trip.
of a better term, it is, what is it? It's 20 past 9. Any married or couple that, from a husband's perspective or a long-standing boyfriend's perspective, will know that there is some merit sometimes in coming second.
Yes, indeed. Boom, boom, and we will move swiftly on.
And Ahmed would have known that, and well done to him.
Okay. We're fighting for the top 4 places.
Now, this should be a raise. I don't see Eugene. He wants some value over here. A raise to 200,000.
It's 160 in the pot, so 2/3 is a good race. But I mean, you know, this game has been pot or more every time. I don't know why. It's
Yes.
the sort of accepted practice if there is
600,000.
Yeah. Look,
What did I miss over here? I was chatting with you. What are the...
I think he just wants to thin the field. He's looking for one customer.
I saw that's such a big raise. He's not going to get called. Unless he's behind, theoretically. There's still only ace king.
Paul's got king jack.
Yes, I
suited here.
think Paul is only too happy to be where he is right now. I think Paul calls us.
Well, he's got 38,000 in the bank. He's wrapped it up, and
Yes.
he's got a chance with suited court cards. You know, so it's not like he hasn't got any equity at showdown here.
I think he calls. I think he feels that he's in a position where he has to start making some plays.
Look at Ahmed staring at him. Looking for something. Looking for
Oh.
something. That's too tight for
I
me.
can tell you, yes, I can tell you this much. Ahmed was hoping he would call and win.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You don't want to give any of these two, Eugene or Ahmed,
No.
chips. I mean, Avro's got game, as you've seen. All right, he's won a few flips.
Sure.
But
But
with respect to Ahmed and with respect to Paul, sorry, Evro and Paul, they're not on the same class as the other 2 buggers. You know,
Well, I must say this. I've said this both to Ahmed and to Eugene. They're not only good, but they also run good. I mean, Eugene, since I've sat here and watched him earlier, he said ace king and ace king and ace king. I mean, I can tell you honestly, unless I'm mistaken, in this whole tournament, I don't remember getting ace king. The best hand I had was pocket kings, and that got cracked with an ace 9. What I'm trying to say is, it's as good as Eugene is, and he is a really good player. It helps to get the cards in position.
Sure. Well, the blinds have just gone up to 80,000, and the big blind 80,000. So that's 160,000 to play every 4th hand.
Paul, you should be shipping over here.
He should have shipped the last hand.
Yes, but this one he'll certainly be shipping, and Ahmed will let that go. I don't see Ahmed calling that.
Well, he's invested 40,000 in the pot so far.
I don't see him calling that. You can see him frowning, and
Evro is
Evro
already.
was also that's the way. I think Evro's got a chip, sort of chip sack now. I'm not saying he should protect it, but he shouldn't just dump chips. I don't see.
Well, he doesn't want to be flipping the ball.
Yes.
He's asking for a cat, but I mean,
no, this will get through. I mean, he must be thinking that any ace, he's behind any ace, he's 60-40 at best, and against an ace, and why flip? They're trying to make a hero call, thinks his king is ahead. They might be up against Jack Queen, Jack 10, Queen Jack.
You know, there's also a certain amount of things where people think it's their duty as the big stack to do that.
But that, I don't like that call.
Neither do I.
That is, yeah, if the poker gods are paying attention, then Paul will win this hand.
I reckon pair of fives is going to win this.
I think king on a flop, ace on the river. Oh, there we go.
2, 3, 3, ace 2, 3, and
or no fours.
I was going to say no fours. So the 3 pairs in fact. Paul doubles up. And he puts Ahmed at the bottom.
That was a little unnecessary. Paul is over there. And the fact is, if Paul doubles up again, particularly if he doubles up through Eugene or Evro,
he's top of the pops.
He's chip leader. Mind you, doesn't matter who.
Often going to have 2 large cards there.
That's something besides
Okay, so just a reminder for our viewers out there, hand 168, 80,000 on the big blind, 80,000 on the big blind ante, and 40,000 on the small. This is event number 1. Event number 1.
The so-called warm-up.
Main
the
event.
Warm-up. I wonder how they chose that.
We're at the end of day 2. And
Right, Paul.
event number 2 is also going on concurrently, and that is their day 1. If you're not confused, stay with me, I'll confuse you some more. And that's the 60 grand Superslam buy-in. And we're hoping to see some of that on the feature table before close of play tonight. And certainly South Africa's poker royalty is out of force, Jack.
Definitely. It's certainly this month it's the tournament to watch.
For sure.
It'll be interesting to see what the prize pool gets up to over there, but it's going to be substantial.
All in for 400.
So Ahmed's all in. We haven't seen his cards yet.
I think Ahmed, any suited connectors and any ace, and he should get this through. I can't see either of them calling. I would have liked to have seen Paul think about a bit longer about the Jack Queen.
Perhaps he thought Evro was in calling mode again. Trying to get Ahmed to move his cards, but for some reason it doesn't.
I thought Eugene might call over there. Eugene does that.
Jack 9.
And he's spot on.
Lebanese aces, Jack 9.
Well,
I haven't worked out why.
Ahmed being Ahmed, you know, he was always going to hit his 9, and of course Ahmed's got the club. And we know what the poker gods feel about Ahmed, which is why. Who's the fellow who has the? Oh, it's Ahmed.
Yeah.
I kill you.
That's George Levine.
Yes. No, Ahmed.
I'm actually going to change Ahmed's name to Run Good Kareem. Look at his face, and he knows. You know, it's just coming. Oh dear. Well done, Ahmed.
Ahmed's the type. If you get a chance to knock him out, you've got to grab it with both hands. You've got to stomp him until there's nothing left of him, because.
Metaphorically speaking.
Yes.
I must just stress, JP is not the violent type.
No.
We do speak about you on the stream quite often, you know.
Oh, do you?
We tell people you lie for a living because you're a criminal lawyer. I'm sorry.
I don't lie, but on occasion I repeat my clients' lies.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no,
So
I'll live with that.
I only convey what I'm. But you know, Ahmed, you say you've got to stomp him while he's before he gets chips. You know the story of the bushman who decides to trek across the Kalahari to bright lights, and he's never seen anything that remotely resembles a big locomotive for a trainer. I mean, he comes across the strangest track, you know, going east and west, far out of sight, and he doesn't even know what iron is. And he looks at this, and he's standing in the middle. The track goes in both directions with these funny lines crossing it. And there's a big whistle, and he looks up, and there's a light. And next thing, this train hits him, knocks him over. He manages to survive, crawls over the hill, and comes to a shepherd herding some sheep. And starts telling his story to this fellow, trying to explain what it was that he saw. And this guy says, "Sit down, I'm going to put on a pot of tea." Evero's got A7 over here. He's all in. That's a big all in. And Eugene...
King 10 suited.
Wow.
1% more for the suit. And he won't want to flip with...
No, I like Evero's move over there. It's, and Paul, with 570, I think Paul finds a call here.
Yeah, Evra, I've got you covered, he says.
I think if he thinks about it, he'll be thinking why. I mean, the all-in 1.7, A7 saying I don't want to call her.
Of course not.
So Ace 10 is pretty borderline. I reckon he finds a call.
Well, you know, normally that sort of massive overbet is saying, I don't know.
There we go.
Jacks
Found
or
the call.
tens.
Oh, no, brilliant. In any event, so whilst this shepherd is trying to tend to this bushman's needs, puts the kettle on, and as the kettle starts boiling, this bushman jumps up and he jumps on this kettle and flattens it. There's nothing left of it. Shepherd says, well, "What are you doing?" He says, "Listen, these things, you kill them before they get big."
I think
now,
I saw that coming. But,
no, that's Ahmed. Ahmed, you put him out before he gets anything. If you
so
don't,
Rainier,
he'll come back at you.
Rainier Smith, you know Rainier?
Yes, I know Rainier.
How's it, he says on the JP and Gary, see you soon, guys.
I look forward to seeing him.
And big shout out to Rainier, big supporter of the Poker Tour.
Yes.
And always nice to run into.
Last time we went a bit over.
What's going on here? Eugene, 80,000 call. Big Rainier.
As I say, Eugene, as is his custom, tank shove, tank call. I think Paul could be very chuffed with himself. The way
Good
he's done
showing,
it.
very good showing.
He's really thought about it. You know, I believe you can get it wrong, but as long as you've thought about it before you get it wrong, you know, then you can say at least I've given it some thought instead of just going with it.
Someone wants to tell him that putting your chips in front of the box is not a good idea. Notice his chips are located in front of his box.
All right.
Some people have an imaginary line in their minds. They will be calling the floor, you know. So there's a bit of that. Divan getting stripped off there, ready for a bit of a rub down with the sporting life.
Of course. There he is. He's in as good a shape as ever. Divan, take it off.
Yeah. Show us your pecs, mate.
Is he playing?
80,000 to play.
The thing about poker players, I mean, they really eat well. They eat healthy foods. I mean, they sit around the table.
Obviously, I'm not a poker player. I mean, in this job, you take a bite when you can, you know.
For sure.
You know, and you know, we're not adverse to the odd bit of junk
this
food.
This is what I was looking forward to. Is this level of the game, this time of the game, where you have mediocre hands, and the blinds are so big, people have to play. So we're going to see the players opening up substantially. And I think we're going to see more flops. I don't think we're going to see just the shove so much. Now this is where Ahmed comes into his own.
He starts to apply the pressure.
Yes.
And I actually don't know how much poker Evra has played with Ahmed. I mean, he will obviously know him.
100,000.
Ahmed, Evra's folding. This is what makes Ahmed so good. He looks at a flop, he analyzes it, he puts you not so much on hands, he works out what you don't have and that is difficult for you to call, and places tremendous pressure in that regard. Now, I found personally as a counter, and I know Ahmed will be listening to this, and he's welcome to take it from what I'm saying from face value is what I'll be doing. If I'm going to play a hand against Ahmed over there, I'm re-raising him. Because if you don't fight back against Ahmed, he will get all your chips regardless. He'll get all your chips regardless.
Oh no, I've been on the end of it a few times. So Mark Joseph has just joined the stream. Don't know who he is, do you?
No, never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
But if he were ever to start a poker tour, I suppose something like Mark Joseph Poker Tour would be a pretty good name.
I think so too.
Yes, maybe you could cut it down to Mjpt.
Yeah, nice guy.
Another fellow I'm pleased is not or not permitted to play in his own tournaments. Because Mark is in his own right a really good player. Make no mistake.
We normally I play on Wednesdays and Sundays at Monte Casino, and Carl was here earlier. Carl and I are regular players at Monte.
Oh, yes?
And Mark is always there on Wednesdays.
Oh, is he? I suppose he's got to play somewhere.
Yeah, we often end up on the same table, the three of us, and talking nonsense. You know.
But I mean, if I may, I don't know if Mark's heard it from others, but I can say officially on streaming, I must pay him a massive compliment for what he's done. Almost single-handedly for the poker industry, his vision, involving people like yourself, getting the commentary going. What got me into poker initially was sitting, working until 10, 11 o'clock at night, consulting or preparing for the next day, and then you need to wind down a bit, and you watch the old Big Speak Poker channel. And we've been missing that in the poker community, and what he's done with the likes of yourself and with the streaming, I know Carl's played a role in it as well. His vision in that regard and the poker stops is, I think, is terrific for poker in this country. And
talking of the poker channel, Mr. Kramer has just appeared on the stream as if by magic. So big shout out to Mr. Darren Kramer. Nice to see you there. Ayub.
Did he miss his Darren? You missed your flight. So I didn't see you
must have done. Ayub up in Joburg. Hope you're going to come down and hotel. Carol Snyman, he's also online. And shout out to all you guys. Always nice to see you on the stream, and obviously nice to see you in person. So big shout out. Come on, Kramer, where are you? Poker royalty is gathering here in Natal.
I'm sure they're all very happy to see that Darren is not here.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised that he isn't here. He must be doing something far more important. What's more important than a 60k with all the rest of the best pros in Africa?
I don't know. Maybe it's just not up
must be a female in love.
Not up his alley.
Yeah. Maybe he's not good enough anymore. What do you think?
I think...
you heard it here, Kramer.
Darren will know what I'm talking about. I mean, Darren couldn't find a fold with pocket aces against Henny's pre-flop shove with 9-3. And that cost him the shootout.
I do recall hearing that story.
I mean, Henny was always going to... A 9-3 was always going to win there, and Darren was just not good enough. I think that has dented his confidence, and that might explain his absence.
Yeah,
but come on back, Darren. We know you can
probably
play.
Getting the suitcase off the top of the wardrobe as we speak. You've lit the fire.
I think he's packing now. I think he's got over himself, and he's on his way back. At the risk of refreshing your memory, Darren, certain other players on your side, your Cape Town side, were able to get your entry back, and your entry was 65, and that is just about enough to pay for your flights and the entry here, so you have no excuse. Come on over.
And as you speak about him, he doth appear. Henny Apple comes up on the feed.
What?
This is pretty spooky stuff.
This is spooky.
Should we name somebody else and see if it happens?
All right, wait, let me. Jared Solomon, where are you, Jared?
Where are you, Jared? Well, I know where he is.
He's probably watching soccer.
Yeah, he's watching soccer on his phone.
Get on your phone and hear what we have to say about you, Jared. We'll give you some tips. Albeit half an hour late.
We were when we were in Port Elizabeth, Jared spent 2 hours with me, and we spoke a little bit about the poker on the TV set here in front of us, and but we spent most of the time talking about the Las Vegas experience.
Oh yes.
And what a humbling experience, and it was just fantastic. I was humbled to be in his presence and to listen to the whole story.
I was having a conversation with Henny yesterday or the day before. And he actually he was kind enough to pick me up at the airport. I needed a lift, and he quickly came to fetch me. Having a discussion on the way back about the standard of South African play, and obviously, as we know, Henny is one of the top enchilance of the poker players in the country, by my reckoning, in any case. And he was saying that he thinks that the South African poker players, top 9 or 10 guys, are world class, and he's a little surprised that we don't have the results overseas that we would otherwise expect. So
I have an opinion on that.
What
My
is that?
opinion is that we don't actually give ourselves the exposure overseas to enable us to do that.
Sure, well, look, it's very expensive
and
for us.
That
and
is exactly the crux of the matter.
Long way to go.
It's easy bringing dollars this way. It's not easy trying to buy dollars to go the other way. And that's a huge amount of money and investment for these guys. And that's, I think, the main reason that it's happening. So, Gideon Sheepers.
Oh, Gideon, how's it?
Hi, Gideon, how you doing? He says, hi, JB and Gary, enjoying Sibaya. I have to earn an honest living this week.
Well, Gideon, as you may or may know, is an advocate. So when he says an honest living, and that's difficult. But Gideon Waters, first an attorney gets an instruction from his client, then he passes on to Gideon, and Gideon polishes it, goes back to the attorney and tells the attorney the client's version should rather be somewhere in the region of this, and eventually, between himself and the attorney, they get it right.
Doesn't he partner up with Sean, in some business ventures or something? I don't know.
Well, like any good advocate, he's got a finger in a lot of pies, so to speak.
I know they're partners in
crime. Come on,
somewhere.
Paul. I'm backing Paul here. As you know, he's been my horse over here, and as I said, the road to Damascus is not over yet, Paul. Too early to call him saint.
Oh, for sure. He's happy with that result, though. That's a nice pot, just under $1 million he picks up there. And certainly makes a dent against, that was Eugene, wasn't he was playing against there. Lydia Broderick. The lovely
welcome,
Lydia.
Welcome, Lydia. I remember playing a satellite with her for a larger seat. I think it was a high roller seat, where I'd been pulling moves all night. When I eventually put it in with aces, this is what you want to do. You want to pull moves and want people to call you. And she called me with 9 and said, I thought you were on a move. And quietly cracked my aces. So you portray that image, you're bound to get called. Lilia, overdue for a decent result. I'm sure it's coming.
Yeah, I like Lydia. I like playing with her as well. She's a nice lady. And Mr. Moon Khan is on the stream.
No, Moon, where are you?
You should be here. The royalty is gathering. The rich and famous.
I think Moon. I spoke with him a while back. I think he said family commitments, but with a bit of luck he'll be here next week.
I played a team tournament a couple of months ago back in Marco's place. You know, Jackie's son-in-law.
Oh yes.
You know. And I was representing. Well, it doesn't matter which team I was representing, but they come out of Edenvale, put it that way.
Right.
Ricky's voice. And I was playing on the same table as Moon's brother, and they are chalk and cheese.
Yes, they are.
They have no resemblance whatsoever, no personality resemblance, nothing. In fact, I didn't even believe they were brothers.
But let me tell you something about Moon. If I were to put a tag team together, let's say three players together, then in the opening stages, I'd probably I'd choose Moon, because Moon can build a stack as faster than the speed of lightning. I mean, it's incredible how you can start a tournament with 30,000 chips, and 5-6 levels later you can be sitting on 500,000 chips. But respectfully, Moon, I've told you this before, it's easier getting them, holding on to them, so I'd have Moon in there, and then once you've got 500,000 chips, I'd hand them over to Ahmed. And then, as good as Ahmed is, technically if I had to choose somebody, ultimately Darren and or Jared to go take the home stretch. But I mean, as a compliment towards Moon, because Moon can. People will tell you he knows how to put a stack together. The one person who can do it quicker than Ahmed.
Yeah, for sure. I like Old Moon, but if you would ask Moon himself, is that he'd rather be sat in a very deep cash game.
Sure, sure.
That's where he's happiest.
He obviously loves Omaha, right? We talk so much about ignoring what's happening here. Raised to 185, Eugene, Paul. I don't see Eugene ever folding here. Well, mind you, Paul's got enough chips to to ship.
You see what I mean about having his chips in front of the box?
I see what you mean, yes.
Dangerous, dangerous. I mean, we're short-handed, so nobody's going to call that on him. But and his cards are in box number 1. He's sitting adjacent to it.
Well, you know, in my experience, Eugene can get very technical, but he's never somebody who will force somebody to do something that, you know, try and take advantage of a situation.
No.
He won't say, oh, that's an all-in, and try and exploit it. You'll often hear him saying, oh, but it was clear there was no intention. Evro, what you going to do with these?
The snowmen. You know, if you were from Asia, you'd have already bet your house and took a mortgage to put more money on those 2 cards. I used to play again. In fact, I was in Tanzania 2 weekends ago, and the tables in one of the Chinese casinos there have the seat numbers actually on the tables. It's segregated. And number 8 is where the fights are.
Right.
So
well on
people
Evro,
fight
I like
to
this.
get seat number 8.
Oh, do
And
they?
number 4, which is associated with death, has a little crown. They don't even put number 4 on it. And I always sit in that and I always bet in multiples of 4.
Oh, do you? All right, so you try and...
Just to give myself an edge.
And
So
does
I
it work for
I
you?
sit in it. Well, I came back in the front of the plane. I went up in the back of it, so you can work the rest of that for yourself.
All right.
Nice little trip up to Dar es Salaam, and some good action up there as well. Some good people, some old friends. I lived there for a while, as you know. So.
Now, again, to get back to the chess analogy, if I was to, and I don't pretend to be any kind of coach, but if I was to coach Paul and to give him any kind of advice over here, with Eugene and Ahmed over there, you know, I would be looking for spots where I can flip against them. I know this is not neither of them. This is Evro, but having got as far as he did, I'd be looking for a spot to flip, and I think I would find a call with ace 10 over here. And then I'd tighten up and hope that the others would knock each other out.
But you know, without blowing smoke up inside of you here, you have a significant amount of experience over Paul.
Sure.
Paul doesn't have that experience and knowledge, and you know,
But
he's sitting there laughing. He's already folded in his
Yes.
mind. This is his TV time, you know. And good, let him enjoy it. He's earned it.
Sure, no, he's
No
done
problem.
remarkably well.
I never was giving him the pattern. We can just turn up the table mic just a little bit so we can listen.
But if I were to give any aspirant beginner to respectively mediocre players any kind of advice, take out the variables against the pros. The pros don't want to flip. The pros want to use their post-flop advantage. If you get into a position where you think you're 40 to 60 against the pros this deep, I'd say look at putting it in.
Sure.
Because here's the harsh reality of this matter. If we play another 1,000 hands, Eugene and Ahmed are going to be heads up.
No, you know, for me, it's not a case of for Paul. Paul's doesn't want to come fourth. He wants to come third. You know, he doesn't want to come second. He wants to come first. You know, and because he's got those aspirations.
Sure.
But
well, look, it's great for poker to see. I don't know Paul. I haven't seen much of him.
neither do I.
It's great that we see more and more new faces. We get a little tired of seeing the likes of Ahmed and Eugene.
And you and I.
Yes, it becomes
The old parts.
more of this, more of the same type of thing.
So Ahmed's all in with the King 9 on.
I expect to see a lot more of this now. I expect to see some proper poker being played now, and I expect to see Eugene calling lightish.
The computer is running here.
If Eugene's got an ace, he's calling here. Anything ace 5 or better, he's calling. I think ace 6 is right on the border for him. And?
He called.
Of course, I said it's ace 5, he's calling. He knows he's 60-40. But we know Ahmed is blessed.
Well, let's see how blessed he is this time.
Well,
Paul's sitting there. Please let me come third.
okay,
Please let me
that's
come
it.
third.
That's it.
7 for a chop.
Paul
just came third.
The
buddy.
good news is you're in third place. Well done, Ahmed. Another great run. know, in the golfing fraternity, people would say if you had to have somebody putt for your life, you know, who would it be, etc., etc. And then, you know, I've often thought that if I had to choose a poker player to play for my life, and I'm talking about somebody who combines the skill of playing well, choosing spots, running good. There are, respectfully, Ahmed will know what I mean when I say this. There are a couple of poker minds, I think, who are mathematically stronger than Ahmed. But in terms of pure instincts, it's probably top 2 or 3 to my mind. And if I had to choose somebody to play a tournament for my life, I think Ahmed would be my first choice.
Sure. So interestingly, we're down to 3 players, and the blinds are just about to go up to 50 and 100,000.
Yes, but now we have a substantial jump. We have a 40k, 42k jump, and obviously nobody's talking deals. Well, Eugene's never going to talk a deal. This is an opportunity now, and I wish I could. Perhaps I should just slip out, and not that Paul would take my advice. But this is an opportunity now where Paul should be doing a lot of shipping.
The dynamic has changed significantly, the 3-handed.
Because he cannot, respectfully, he cannot outplay Eugene.
He needs to understand the value of an ace. He needs to understand the value of a small pair. He needs to understand the value of a suited ace.
He needs to understand a suited king.
Indeed.
Eugene is just,
Eugene stealing.
Pressure. Look at that. He just pretends to put it out there and it gets the fold. Eugene, you can't do that. I'm joking, Eugene. You know that he was giving me a rev earlier for putting in 1 chip as an all-in. He said, I can't do that. I must put all my chips in. I said, Eugene, I said all-in. He said, well, it doesn't suit him. I said, well, it's not all about you, Eugene. And he said he was about to do something, and it turns out later he had 10-4. But I understand where he's coming from. He wants to get as much information as possible.
He also wants to give you a bit of a squeeze there, you know, just to get you off kilter a bit. So.
Sure.
You know, and I've seen you Eugene do it too many times. You know, you have a little snipe at somebody or whatever. You know, in any edge. And I'll tell you a funny story. I was teaching my wife to play poker, and as you know, my wife's quite an accomplished poker player now. Anyhow, long story short, we used to play in this game where the air conditioning blowed on seat 5 and 6. And if you
was that by design, or was it?
Well, it just happened by that's how it did. And if you got there early and you put your name down, you could avoid seats 5 and 6.
All right.
So I used to insist that we were at the poker game an hour early.
All right.
And I always made sure the seats were blocked out and only 5 and 6 were open. And these certain people who always came late ended up in 5 and 6. They spent the whole night bitching and moaning about the air conditioning.
All right, to get them a little irritated.
And not worrying about the poker game. And they spent most nights giving me money. And my wife just couldn't believe that I would set it up that the air conditioning would blow on them. And I just said, you know, poker, any edge.
Any edge, but you're right. It boils down to inches.
Okay.
Any given Sunday.
We're gonna go off air for 12 minutes. So I'm just gonna get the guys just to knock us off. And you know, JP, in case you don't come back, just thanks a lot for coming in.
That was great being
here.
And
you know, please come back. We appreciate it.
I would certainly like to visit you again once we get the Superslam up.
Yeah, for sure.
And see what they're doing, because...
and any time. I do have a booking list, and I'm not trying to be clever here, but we do try and get some different people
which is great.
Us.
I mean, I've enjoyed listening to the other players. I particularly enjoy hearing how they think. I've tried not to say too much about how I think.
Okay, well, thanks, JP, and, you know, always
you.
A pleasure, my friend. Always a pleasure.
Welcome to the live stream of the Monsterjam Poker Tour main event here at the beautiful Boardwalk Sun. The action doesn't stop here. Our next stop takes place at the beautiful Sibaya Sun Casino in KwaZulu-Natal. That takes place from the 13th to the 23rd of September 2019. For more information, contact the Monsterjam Poker Tour team and make your booking now.
What's the chip count?
What we do at the break.
What's the chip count?
Okay, the players are returning. 3 players remaining. Ahmed took out 38,556 rands for his 4th place finish. All the players now are guaranteed 62,000 rand.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck, everybody. 575.
Blinds are 80, in fact the blinds are 50, 100,000. Not 80 as we're showing on our screen. And Eugene with King 10 on the button. The dynamic will change significantly.
Okay, raise 225,000.
So raised 225,000 from Eugene. Puts Paul under a bit of pressure there, and Paul is right to fold. And Evro makes the call. We haven't seen Evro's cards yet. Go to the flop. Not a lot of help for Eugene, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see a continuation from him. Evro is first to act.
Okay, bet is 220,000.
Interesting bet from Eugene. Looks like everyone's going to fold. And maximum pressure applied. And 790,000 pot. Eugene will take the lead. Paul with 6 blinds.
Yeah, let me get it. Can I have a single sponsored card, please?
That's a trophy they're playing for. The main event warm-up winner trophy. Beautiful crystal. And you know, there aren't many people who've got a Monsterjam crystal trophy. I've got to say I'm very pleased to announce that I own one, but it is pride of place in my trophy cupboard, and I'm very flattered to be the owner thereof. I see Mr. Moon Khan. Thank you very much. Hi JP and Gary. Nice commentary. Thank you for your feedback, Moon. Ayub on the feed there. Greetings, Aces GP. Enjoy your commentary. Keep up the good work, cuz. I won't tell you what he's referring to by Aces GP. I don't want any more fans. Nice to see you there, buddy. Sending love to you and your son. Okay, Paul's got the Jack 10 fan club entry ticket here. Decides to decline on the button, so we're off to the blinds. Just change the camera angle here. Let's have a look at Evro. Once again, Evra's cards are not able to be seen. Evra makes a call, so he completes in the small blind, leaving Eugene with the option.
You want the cards on the box? Cards on the box, please.
Thank you.
It's a raise.
Cards on the box.
Raise totals around 1,000, all in.
No one else.
It's a massive push there, 1.8 million with King 9. There's no way Eugene can call this off. No way.
Oh.
And Paul's at the other end of the table wondering what's going on there. He's got 5 or 6 big blinds. So you'll see 1.8 million is equivalent to 17 bigs. And a little bit of feedback from Moon Khan on the stream there. A message for JP that yes, he's got family business and he is going to London. Unfortunately, he can't make it down here to see us. So sorry to hear that, Moon, but always happy to see you. Thank you, Gareth Wilkinson, for your positive feedback on the stream. We appreciate you. And we indeed are wondering where King Kramer is and Ray Rami. But I'm sure they're with us in spirit, if not actually in body. But thanks for your feedback, Gareth. Always appreciated.
Raise.
Okay, raised by Eugene.
Up to 450. Raise.
Putting pressure on the big blind. And with respect to Paul, he won't have played in against Eugene like this before, and Eugene will be behind massive, massive pressure every hand. And he puts down his big blind. And he gets a small bit of respite as the small blind comes round and then the button. Just for the viewers' knowledge, there's at least 3, maybe 4 tables now for the 60k. There's also a main event satellite going on, so plenty going on in the main arena. We're going to see this one through. Paul Drenis is all in. Evra's got the King 2. I don't know if he can call this off with King 2.
375. 325.
That's 100.
That's 100. Okay. Oh, okay. All in call.
So Evra made the call.
I think it's 100. Give him 100 back. He has just 100,000.
Rock.
No help for Evra there. King 7 ahead. So queen for a chop.
River.
Chop. And I'll chop it up.
How much is that again? That yellows?
No, it's just a chop anyway. Keep your money up.
So just a bit of information on the Super Slam 60,000. The plan is to play 6 levels today, 15-minute breaks between each 2-hour levels. And they're due to start. It started at 7. So if they're playing 6 levels, that'll be a finish at 1 a.m. plus the breaks. So that's approaching 2 a.m. assuming they're sticking to their plan. To be confirmed, but we believe that once this tournament is over, then the 60k, one of their tables will be moving across to our feature table, and we will continue our live coverage, or our delayed coverage, should I say, here from the lovely province of KwaZulu-Natal, here in the Sibaya Resort, and bringing you the best of poker in South Africa. Okay, back to our 6k main event warm-up. 3 players remaining, Avril, Eugene and Paul. Paul is our short stack and Paul's on the button, so this is his resting hand, as I will call it, 3-handed. Looks down at 10-6. And the big blind is 100 and the big blind ante is 100. And the small blind is 50. And he shoves it all in. I mean, Everett should be called in here. He's just worried about Eugene behind him. Everett's all in.
Okay, all in call.
So on this occasion, Everett as the player is ahead.
Okay, Prof.
So, pair of 10s.
10.
Paul pairs his 10. So a 9 for a win for Evro, otherwise Paul's going to double up. And Paul makes a full boat. Paul doubles up to 970. Evro gets down to around about $1 million, I think.
135,000. 375. 375.
Not yet. Not yet. Who's calling? Or lost?
Okay, small break, 50, 100.
Okay, next new hand. The guys are all have all locked up 62,370 rands. And the next pay jump after that is 104,000, and then the first prize is 145,000. Everyone's on the button, Eugene in the small, and Paul will be in the big blind. Big blind, incidentally, costs you 200,000. That's 100 in the big blind ante and 100 in the big blind. Everyone wakes up here with ace-8 on the button. He'll be first to act. Expect to see some sort of bet here, or raise, should I say?
Raise.
A significant raise as well. Eugene gets out of the way. So a fold from Eugene.
650,000.
650,000 the bet. Eugene folds. And Paul with 10-8 suited. He's won the first two flips against Evra. This is where this big blind ante comes into play as well. You know, although you shouldn't factor it in, you feel like you've already put 200,000 in terms of against your bet. He decides to fold, and Evra will pick up all the spare money to the tune of 250,000. Thank you, Rex, for your comments. Always a pleasure to have you around. Sorry you're not here this week in KZN, but I'm sure we'll catch up when I'm back in Johannesburg. And thank you for your positive comments on the stream and the commentary and the feed, etc. And I'll pass on your best to JP Oaks as well. I see Theo's back with us again, so Theo Hunter has joined us again. Nice to see you back on the stream, Theo. Hope to see you in Natal soon. So we're three-handed. This is the 6K event number 1, the main event warm-up, as it's called. So you've got Evro in seat 7, Eugene in seat 10, and in seat 2 is Paul. Paul is our short stack, and we're playing for that lovely trophy at the top left of the table, the crystal from Monsterjam Poker Tour, and a first prize of 144,000 or 145,000 rands. So Paul completes in the small blind, and it's up to Avrils with the option with Jack 8.
Okay, raise.
And he's going to raise. Puts in a stack of 50s.
550,000.
And all Evra's doing here is just stealing the blinds.
Oh, you want to see a guy?
Thanks, Chrissy, for your feedback. Looking forward to seeing you on Sunday. Evra with the pocket 2s.
Right.
Evra completes in the small blind. Option with Eugene with Jack 10.
Raise.
Eugene puts in a smallish raise. $200,000. That's a little feeler bet. Have you got anything, Evra? I suspect Evra might call this. A little bit of set mining. So Eugene flops the up and down straight draw, and Evro is still ahead with the pair, but statistically it's a 50-50 hand.
That is 255,000.
So Eugene bets 255,000. Everyone's not to know he's actually still ahead. Everyone comes back over the top of the re-raise. And he's basically saying to Eugene, put your stack in.
800,000.
This pot has just grown to over 1.6 million. Evro has gone into statue mode. I think Eugene finds a folder.
Kind of like I say, I'm so sorry.
Evro is still in statue mode. He's actually quite impressive when he turns to stone. My technical guy said someone hit the pause button on Evro. Do not adjust your sets. The picture is not paused. Here comes the fold.
Fold.
50, 100.
So Paul is in the big blind. Nice to be black playing some cards after that standoff. Evro wakes up with Jack 4 on the button. Think they'll go in amok. Over to the blinds. I suspect we might see a raise from Eugene here in a small blind, which is going to look like he's still in the big blind. In actual fact, this time he has a hand. And there comes the raise. Everyone get your phone off the table, thank you. And the pool might get a bit trickier and just call. And he shoves all in, and there'll be an insta call from Eugene. Nice and slow from the dealer.
Careful. What do you keep? This jack. So.
8, and then the jack appears, so Eugene's ahead.
Go turn.
There's a queen straight draw. 10 for a chop.
River.
5, 2 pair, and Paul wins on the river. Paul doubles up, Eugene drops to 6 big blinds, and the crapshoot continues. Okay folks, sorry, I had to step away from the table there, placing my dinner order. Very important business, just after 10:30 in the evening here. And Steers is still open. Big shout out for Steers in Sibaya. Nice burgers. Unfortunately, they're not sponsoring us yet, but we're giving them a shout out anyhow in the hope that one day the burgers will appear for free. Of course, here in Monsterjam Poker, we do encourage healthy eating, but it is Saturday night and we do have to treat ourselves, you know. It's our one night of the week when we're allowed to have naughty food. So Eugene's all in with his 10-6. Evro's got Jack 6. He doesn't know, but he's actually dominating Eugene here. He's going to ask for a count. And I'll suspect that Evro is considering calling here in the hope that he gets lucky against Eugene.
If I put it this way, 570. Total, right? Total. So 470.
And he's called, and he'll be ahead. Jack 6 versus 10-6.
Alright. Flop.
Flop cam. No help. Eugene looking for a 10. No help. Not going to be a chop. Jack plays. And we say goodbye to Eugene, who departs in third place. Well played, sir. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream and enjoy your company very, very much. Great player.
I don't actually give a fuck about Paul. I'll do a deal. I'll do a deal.
Okay.
Tell him to work out the RGT first, so we know what the deal is.
Evro's saying he'll do him a deal.
Dave?
So we're just going to crank up the table mic so you can listen
Based
in.
on the form and
Yeah, no, it's based on chip stack. No, that's why I prepared. Eugene's out now, do a deal. That's actually why
I'm just going to say one thing. I must pay out the prize as they are.
That's fine, don't worry.
What you guys do between each other is not up to me.
That's fine, don't worry. I'll
One is a winner for the points and the whatnot and pictures.
Just give me the. Nah, I just want to know what RGT would be. What is it? RGT?
ICM.
ICM or whatever the fuck it is.
He's referring to IGT. What he means is ICM, individual chip model.
No, that's fine. No, we do it now or I don't do it here. United States. To be fair. And you'll make an extra fucking $5,000 or $6,000 or whatever. I think that's fair. Hello? You've got. What do you got?
we play a couple of heads.
Excuse me? No, this you'll lose.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No putting in the left hand.
You worry about this shit. I don't give a fuck about this shit.
I'm never going to win one again. Use the one now.
Believe me, I don't.
Everyone, you guys just going to chop it by 10 or you just want to know what's the single block?
What must he get extra $6,000? So give him 110,000. But if it's more, then I don't want to screw that. Fucking, you bought me a few drinks tonight.
Maybe a few more, Sean. Don't worry.
Okay, just a little update. There is a deal being done, and we're going to have the handover of the check, and there will be a presentation. And if you just please stay with us for the next 4 or 5 minutes, you'll hear the speeches, the acceptance speeches, and I think Mark Joseph will be saying a few words on behalf of Monsterjam, and we'll see the pleasantries carried out here on Monsterjam Poker Tour live stream. Just to look out on the field there, some of the players in the other event. They've got about an hour to run on their event. We will not be streaming the high roller until tomorrow. and we're just going to ask you to hang around so you could hear the speeches. And then, in case the management changes their mind and they want us to put the live stream on for the high roller, they're running into their last level as we speak. I'm just going to leave you alone now, and I'll come back with some more news if I have any. I'll just sign off for a moment. Please stay with us. We'll have the presentation very shortly.
We must take the things. I'm going to take first prize. I must give you 5.5.
Guys, you're still live on the stream. Please come and stand here. Okay, straight in the middle. And there you go. Over to you, Mark. Just pick up the trophy winner. Give me the drink.
You look too bad. There we go.
Give me the drink.
What?
I'm
alcoholic.
I'll just hold on to it for you. The drink is there. I'm just going to come and do your interview. What you guys look this way? You're rolling, right?
Spring the left tire, that's all we worry about.
Jeez.
The training is key.
Right in the middle, Mark. Right in the middle. That's it. Come in, Paul. Thank you.
Right, good evening and welcome everyone to the Monsterjam warm-up event. The first event has now concluded and we have played down to a winner. And please put your hands together for first place winner, Ebro Selienos. Congratulations, Ebro.
Thanks, Marky, and we must say thanks to you for putting on a great event and a tournament for Monsterjam. You guys know I only play in Durban, I don't play much anymore, but it was great, thanks.
Well, thank you, Ebro. It's been a wonderful event. The Durban crowds have turned up in their droves and we are very pleased to have them. And it's just the start of the first event here at the Sibaya. We'd like to thank Sun International and Sibaya Casino and Kingdom for having us. To our host, Robin Kennedy, I know he's in the background here somewhere. Thank you very much, Robin. And Ryan Woodley, we'd like to thank him. And the runner-up, Paul Granius. Welcome, Paul, and congratulations on a great event.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, like everyone said, yeah, thanks for the event. So lovely to win on our home turf. And yeah, thanks very much. We'll definitely see you guys again.
Oh, that's amazing. Two Durban local guys, all that nice. And if you have a look in the background, maybe the cameras will get out to the background there. We've got the Superslam in action already, 29 or maybe 30 players on the floor for a 60,000 rand buy. And there's still lots of times to come and buy into that. If anyone's watching the stream and want to get down here, there's still about 6 hours or 7 hours of registration available there. And stay tuned to Monsterjam this week and you'll see tons of great poker. And we're now going to hand over the check to Ebro. There we go, Ebro. I'll tell you what, you must have taken this photo together. So everyone, please give our winners a nice big great round of applause. And remember to catch us on our Facebook page, monsterjampoker.com, and our YouTube channel. Thanks, Marky.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, we need lots. Okay, that concludes the presentation for the first event. Worthy winner, Evro. And as I said earlier, we will not be streaming any of the Superslam this evening. They've got about 40 odd minutes to run on the last level. We'll be doing all of that tomorrow. Pick up our live stream. Time is to follow on social media. And don't forget to watch us and our catch-up videos on all our different platforms. This is me, Gary Allen, and the technical team signing off. We'll speak to you tomorrow. Have a good day.
Welcome to the live stream of the Monsterjam Poker Tour main event here at the beautiful Boardwalk Sun. The action doesn't stop here. Our next stop takes place at the beautiful Sibaya Sun Casino in KwaZulu-Natal. That takes place from the 13th to the 23rd of September 2019. For more information, contact the Monsterjam Poker Tour team and make your booking now.